Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Traders Corner PropShopTrader special event, How to Pass, Profit, and Prosper. I'm Anthony Chapman, and on behalf of the entire Traders Corner team, thank you for joining us. There's never been a better time to be a prop trader. Today's prop firms give traders access to significant buying power, allowing you to trade without putting large amounts of your own capital at risk. Of course, the goal isn't simply passing an evaluation. The real goal is reaching consistent payouts. Getting from evaluation to payout requires discipline, risk management, the right strategy, and increasingly the right technology. That's exactly why we're here today. We've assembled 8 outstanding trading professionals who will each share one of their most successful strategies to help you become a more confident and consistent prop trader. Before we begin, I want to tell everyone about today's special giveaway. Thanks to our friends at PropShopTrader, we're giving away $100,000 in prop trading accounts. So be on the lookout for that. I put the link in there. It's a SurveyMonkey link, so just be sure to sign up for that. And I'll put it up a few more times throughout the day as well. At the end of today's event, we'll randomly select 4 lucky winners, and each will receive a free $25,000 Sprint evaluation account. Throughout the day, I'll continue posting the giveaway registration link in the chat. So if you haven't registered yet, be sure to do so before our drawing at the conclusion of today's event. Now let's get started. First, we have our presenter. Our first presenter today is Sayre from Big Trends. Chris specializes in options trading, and today he'll reveal one of the newest strategies in a presentation titled How to Trade Zero DT Options on the QQQ. During his presentation, you'll discover how opening range breakouts combined with VWAP can identify high probability intraday opportunities, why he scales profits while allowing runners to capture larger moves, and how many of these trades require less than $100 per contract. So everyone, please welcome me and please join me in welcoming Sayre.
Anthony, thank you so much to you and your team there at Traders Corner for having us today. As Anthony said, folks, my name is Sayre. I work for Big Trends. More about me and more about Big Trends here in a few minutes. I've got to read this to you before I get started. The information provided in this presentation is based on our proprietary research and is intended for illustrative purposes only and not to be construed as specific advisory recommendations. Stocks and options trading have large potential rewards, but also large potential risk. The past performance of any trading system or methodology is not necessarily indicative of future results. See our terms of use on the BigTrends.com homepage for more information. So Big Trends, who are we? We are an options research and education firm. We're global. It was started by Price Headley in November of 1999. Means we're approaching our 27th anniversary in November. Fun fact for you, I was actually one of Price's earliest clients, using his techniques and methods for myself and clients. You see that I have a background in the financial services industry. We're based in Lexington, Kentucky. Our office hours are Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. until 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. So that means we're in the office today until 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. You see some contact information there at the bottom. If you need to reach out to us, please do so. Someone on our team will be glad to assist you. A little bit about me. I'm 57 years old. As I said, I've got a background in the financial services industry. Been with Price and his team almost 15 years. Just a couple months away from being here for my 15th anniversary on the front lines, interacting with traders like you. Also do some one-on-one coaching and mentoring with traders. If that's something you're interested in, again, reach out to us and we can get something set up and discussing that process. But what we're going to discuss today is what you're going to learn about our zero DTE options trader. That's the name of the trading system here at Big Trends. We call them alert services. You can call it a trading system, a subscription, a newsletter, but the formal name is zero DTE options trader. How to trade same-day options on QQQ. Now, if you're not familiar with that security, it tracks the NASDAQ 100. And it's one of the most highly traded, most liquid securities in the market every day. Now, when the options exchange started creating options decades ago, all we had were monthly options. So when I first started trading at 18 years old, all we had were monthlies. We still have those. Those are the options that expire the third Friday every month. Then the options exchange created weekly options in about 2005. 2016, they created Monday, Wednesday, Friday. expiration options, and then in 2022, they created daily options. So we are trading same day options and using our tactics from our 26 plus years of experience. You're going to see success stories and chart examples because I believe over my decades worth of experience that most people are visual learners and learn through repetition. So that's why you're going to see numerous chart examples. And I'm going to reveal part of the 0 DTE options trader system to you. And then of course, I'll have a special offer for you at the end of the presentation. Thanks to Anthony and his team again for allowing us to do so. So what are 0 DTE options? As you can see here from Investopedia, 0 days to expiration. It's an options contract due to expire within a day. Now down here, 0 days to expiration options are unique contracts that must be acted upon same day. They are traded, creating a narrow window for action. Traders use these options, and this is what we're doing here. We're looking for rapid gains. We're not doing premium collection. But the need for fast decision making underscores the importance for expertise to mitigate risk. We help during the entire process. We tell you the exact contract to trade on the queues as they're known. We tell you the target levels. We tell you the stop levels. And we tell you when to get out if none of that is achieved. So we're here to help the entire way. So let's kick off today's event with a recent winning trade example. Then I'll explain more how 0 DTE options trader works. Now on these charts that you see today, there's some things that I want to point out right here on the first chart. All trades are going to be based on allocating up to $1,000 a trade. But hear me when I say this. You do not need to be a $1,000 trader to be a subscriber. You can trade with less. You can trade with more. Always trade with what fits in your financial situation. There is plenty of liquidity in the queues for people that have larger accounts and can trade larger. But as I said, you don't have to be a $1,000 trader, but that's the threshold that we're using today. Now, every candle that you see on these charts, red or green, right? Those bars, they represent 5 minutes of trading action. That's right. Each bar represents 5 minutes of trading action. So on Tuesday, June 30th, we entered a trade. Why did we get into this trade right there where that black oval circle is? Well, you can see this green line and this red line. This is a 15-minute range, okay? This is a 15-minute range. And what we're looking for in this green line is a VWAP. Now, what does VWAP stand for? I'll tell you more about it here in a minute, but it stands for volume weighted average price. So let me just write VWAP out here. This is VWAP, okay? And then this black line is an SMA, simple moving average, right? And then we drop to the bottom and we have the big trends volume confirmation indicator down here. So we get the volume confirmation that we're looking for. We get the breakout signal that we're looking for up there with the black circle. It's above the VWAP, above the SMA. So we get in, and as you can see, 10 contracts at 99 cents a contract. Now, the idea behind this strategy is to trade multiple contracts. Now, the average recommendation in 2026 has been less than $1 a contract. So you could do this strategy, say, for about $300 to $500, okay? But as I said, you can do it for $1,000, you can do it for $5,000, you can do it for $10,000, as long as it fits your financial situation. So we get in, and then we get out. Look at this, just a few bars later. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bars later. Well, what's 6 times 5? That's 30 minutes. So 30 minutes later, we're selling 7 of the 10 contracts for 50.51%. Why do we do that? Well, as Anthony teased before he brought me on, we like to scale out of trades. And when you do this, this trade becomes risk-free. What does that mean? That means you've got your original trading capital back. Now you can see what happens with the other 3 contracts. And what you can see here, all the way up here with this green rectangle is that we sold the remaining 3 contracts up 162.63% via our time stop rule. Now, the trade made $833 the same day, in and out the same day. Time stop rule. So what is the time stop rule? Well, we're going to target here on this second piece 500%. That is our objective on the remaining contracts on the trade, is 500%. But if that doesn't happen, we've got to take action because those options that expire that day, right? So we have a 3:30, more about this in a few minutes, 3:30 p.m. Eastern time stop. And again, we'll get you in and we'll get you out. No overnight risk. So I told you one of the indicators that you saw on the chart there, the green line indicator, is volume weighted average price, again from Investopedia, a measure used in technical analysis, and that's what we do here at Big Trends, we're technicians, of a security's average price over a trading period. Now, if we drop down below, VWAP is calculated by totaling the dollars traded for every transaction, price multiplied by the volume, and then dividing by the total shares traded. This can be described in the formula such as following. Again, you can go to Investopedia and look that up if you'd like. It's all right there for you, but it is a technical indicator that we like and use in this strategy. So what is 0DTE options trader, and why should you care other than the first trade example that I've shared with you? Well, let me go over some of these strategy guidelines again. As I told you, there's going to be repetition. I want you to understand what you're getting before you sign up today with today's special offer. Average holding period, less than 1 trading day. We're in and out the same day, as you saw, folks. What type of strategy? Opening range breakouts, upside or downside. So that first case example, we traded calls to the upside when we got that breakout. I showed you that we're filtering with the VWAP and with volume, the Big Trends volume confirmation. What options do we trade? OTM. Does anybody know what that stands for? Please do not be bashful. I love client interaction. OTM stands for out of the money, expiring on the same day as entry. Well, you may say, well, heck, I'm going to tune out of the presentation right now. I know they're trading the Qs. I know they're using VWAP, SMA, and some type of volume indicator. They're trading a 5-minute chart, and they're trading out of the money options. Why do I need to subscribe? Because there's more to the madness than what I've shared with you. Okay, it's not just any out of the money option. There's a certain formula that our team uses picking the out of the money strike price. Okay, so there's a summary of the strategy guidelines. As I showed you on that first chart, we're using a 5-minute chart. The 5-minute time frame allows us to identify the opening range from the first 15 minutes of the session. We're not using pre-market data. Okay, so the bell rings at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. We're not using any of the things that happened prior to 9:30. We're looking at 9:30 to 9:45 a.m. Eastern time. The 5-minute chart also catches breakouts quickly because we only need 1 bar, as you saw on that case study, to close outside of the range. Now here you go. Trades are issued between 9:50 a.m. Eastern time and 10:05 a.m. Eastern time, which means, ladies and gentlemen, you only need 15 minutes per day to catch these entry signals. To drop the point home further, you need to be available in this window to be a subscriber. If you cannot be available in that window, then I would ask you not to sign up today because you're going to get frustrated. You're going to miss trades. You're not going to get the full trading experience. So you need to be available from 9:50 to 10:05 a.m. Eastern time. Intraday breakout patterns have resulted in ample trade frequency and large profits like you saw on that first case study. So how are we maximizing leverage and stability? Well, let me share some of the details with you. As I showed you on that first case study, same-day expiration options have allowed for large winners without overpaying for premium. What does premium mean? Just means the option price, right? So we're making decisions the same day, just like I gave you on that definition of 0DTE. Same day expertise decisions. Out of the money options can be seen as aggressive. We don't deny that. But we do use a 50% stop to mitigate the risk. There's another phrase that you saw from the Investopedia definition. As I told you, we help you get into the trade, we help you manage the trade, navigate the trade, and we also give you an out. So if it loses 50%, we're out. Okay, we don't roll, we don't adjust, we don't hang on and let's see what happens. We feel good about this trade, we think it's going to reverse. No, we shut it down at minus 50%. Now, as I told you, the average contract price has been less than $1 per contract in 2026. That first case study was 99 cents a contract. So here's a look at the overall performance. So this strategy was started in January of 2023. And as of this morning, if you would have started back in 2023 with a $5,000 account, allocating up to $1,000 to every trade, before commission, before subscription investment, factoring in all losses and all wins, no compounding, $25,109 gross profit. Trading one security and one security only. And what security is that? Q. Again, one of the most highly traded, most liquid securities in the market. And you're in and out the same day. No overnight risk. You don't have to worry about a tweet or a news announcement or any of that stuff. Okay? You're in and out same day. Now, if you look tucked in right here, folks, that's 501%. Again, trading one security and one security only. Now, past performance doesn't guarantee future results, but let me show you these results in a different format. 5,000 goes to 30,109. Okay, same time frame, same allocations, all the same information I shared with you. This is just a different visual way to see it. And what doesn't change? 502. Trading the Qs. In and out, same day. So as I showed you on that first case study, we're looking for a specific setup. So how does our team filter for new trades? As I told you, we identify the high to low range for the first 15 minutes for QQQ. Okay? First 15 minutes of the day, that's what they're looking at. We then look for a 5-minute candle to close outside of that range. So if we circle back to that first case study, remember that black oval and I showed you that breakout? That's what we're looking for. Same thing applies to the downside. Now, when a breakout occurs, we confirm that momentum with VWAP, as I showed you, volume weighted average price, and our unique BTVC indicator, which stands for Big Trends Volume Confirmation. Okay, the whole puzzle has to fit together. It's not, oh, one of these conditions is met, let's still enter the trade. No, we're very systematic, very specific. We only take breakout trades between 9:50 and 10:05. I shared that with you earlier. I'm trying to drive the point home. You got to be available then to be a subscriber. 9:50 to 10:05. If the breakout doesn't happen quickly, there's no trade for the day. Then you can go on to the golf course, pickleball, chase the grandkids, go to work, take care of a loved one, whatever the case may be. You're good, no action to follow today. Now, the exact settings, as you can imagine, are proprietary. However, they are revealed to subscribers to the 0DTE options trader. That's right. We give our clients the entire playbook for the trading system, and we do it in 2 ways. Price Headley, again, is our founder and CEO. He's recorded a digital on-demand strategy session, which is a deep dive into the trading system. Do you have to watch it to be a subscriber? You don't. Our analyst team watched that video and condensed it down to what we call the settings and rules sheet. It's a 2-page PDF outlining the entire trading system. Again, do you have to read the settings and rules sheet to be a subscriber? You don't. But if you ever have questions about trades, content in the strategy session video, content on the settings and rules sheet, we give you a dedicated email address that goes directly to Price and our analyst team to answer any questions. As we like to say, we're here to help. Now, why do we say that? As I told you earlier, I'm 57. Been trading and investing since I was 18. Price and I are about the same age. We've been trading about the same amount of time. When he and I started decades ago, there weren't many resources available to us. Whatever resources were available, you had to subscribe to it and wait for it to show up in the mail, and it was late info. Same applied if you went down to the local library, or when we were in college, you go to the library. Okay? Old information. Hard to get a hold of somebody to teach you and mentor you. We do that if that's what you're looking for. If not, you can just simply sit back and take the trades. Now, as I taught you, we use a 50% stop loss. Okay? We also use a 50% first target on 2/3 of the position. Okay? First target on 2/3 of the position. Now, if it's not an equal breakdown, then we'll round up like you saw on that first case study. And then, as I taught you, on the final target, the final third of the position, we're looking to make 500% same day. You may say, there is no way that can happen trading the Qs. Ladies and gentlemen, it can happen. It has happened. And I have case studies to prove it. As you saw in the first trade example, not every trade will hit its final 500% target, okay? Some are time stopped at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. Let me show you a few more examples. So very similar setup. It's not complicated. We're looking at this 15-minute range, right? This is 15 minutes. And then we're looking for a close outside of that 15-minute range. We get it. This is VWAP. If you just joined me, VWAP indicator, and this black line is an SMA, right? And then down here, we've got the big trends volume confirmation. We get the setup that we like. We enter, and look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Within minutes, again, we're selling part of our position, 14 of 20 contracts. Look at that, 48 cents a contract. 48 cents a contract. So if you're wanting to trade 3 contracts, I don't suggest trading the same 3 contracts regardless of price. I like to teach people to allocate the same dollar amount to every trade so you have a consistent experience. But let's just say you wanted to do 3 contracts. You're looking at roughly $150 to do the trade. But remember, all trades today are based on a $1,000 allocation. Now, if you just joined me, as I taught the crowd earlier, on the first case study, when you take off part of the position here at 50%, this trade becomes risk-free. That's what RF stands for, risk-free. What does that mean? That means you have your trading capital back. And what's going to happen with the next 6 contracts? Well, as you've learned, if it does not hit our 500% target, we will get out at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time via the time stop rule. Now, under that scenario, look at that. That trade made $1,200 same day. $1,218 because this second piece, it may not have been 500%, but it was 306.25%. Again, trading one security and one security only. How about this trade? Again, get the breakout that we like. VWAP, SMA, and you may say, well, hey, that looks different. SMA is above VWAP. That doesn't matter. All that matters is that we get the breakout out of the range. We got it. And we got the security Qs price above SMA and VWAP, and we got our volume confirmation. So $1.15 a contract. Remember, I said the average is less than $1. So here's $1.15. We're selling 6 of 8 at 50%, 50.43% to be exact. This now becomes risk-free. Okay, that first piece was sold up here, second piece sold up here, made 95.65%. The trade made 568. 568 same day before any commission or subscription investment. Now, the trades we just looked at were bullish call signals, but this strategy also trades puts. So let me show you an example. So again, same 15-minute range. Okay, this is 15 minute. Got our high and our low. Same VWAP, same SMA, same volume confirmation. But now we're looking for a downside breakout. We get it. And then we're selling the first piece here. Go over here at 50.63%, 8 of 12 contracts. This gets our risk-free trade now. And what happens with the remaining 4? 500%. That's right. 500%. That trade made $1,900. Look how fast this happened. Look how fast that happened. Remember, each bar, each candle is 5 minutes. Okay? Within what, an hour, hour and a half maybe? $1,900 trading QQQ. And you may say, well, how does that happen, or how can that happen? Well, if you've been with me, I told you earlier, the power of trading these out of the money options can lead to that type of return, because when the security starts moving towards your strike price, gamma kicks in. There's another definition for you. Gamma kicks in. Okay? So if we go up here and look at the chart, it was roughly trading at 621. Okay, 621. Well, we traded the 618s, which are down here. So you can see when we started moving towards 618, we took off the first piece right there. And then as we dropped past 618 and kept accelerating to the downside, we got out there on the second piece. So yes, 500% can happen. Now, the beauty of this strategy is that these are same day trades. No waiting around. No expensive options contracts. Remember, the average in 2026 has been less than $1. And this seems to be very important and prevalent on people's minds these days. No overnight risk. No overnight risk. In and out, same day. Here are more trade examples from a variety of market conditions in 2026. We know 2026 has had its ups and downs, right? Ups and downs. Well, here's one to the up. 10 of 14 contracts sold at 50.75%. Why did we enter? Well, we got the breakout of the range. Here's our first piece. Now, this is our risk-free, right? What happens to the remaining 4? Time stop up here, 131.34%, made $692. Same day. Same day on that trade. Now, as I shared with you earlier when I was talking about the history of the trading system, remember the 502% since inception? I told you that included all losses and all wins, no compounding. So let's talk about a loss. Why? Because they will happen, and you need to manage your portfolio accordingly. So we get a setup that we like. We get the breakout above the 15-minute range. We're above the VWAP. We're above the SMA. We get the volume confirmation. All the things that we like for a call trade. And it turned and went against us, and we lost 51.52%. And then you may look at this and say, you guys were right. You guys were right. You said it was going to go up. Yeah, but we were wrong initially. And we took our 50% stop. Okay? We don't roll. We don't adjust. We missed. Misses happen. Again, plan accordingly. Now, 500% on the final piece has been more common than most traders think. Let me share a couple more examples with you. Back to the put side. Again, this is our 15-minute range. That's our SMA if you just joined me. This green line is our VWAP, volume weighted average price. This is our big trends volume confirmation at the bottom. We get the breakout here. We sell first piece there. What happens? As I'm teaching you, hopefully you're picking it up. I told you there's going to be repetition. I believe people learn from repetition. 34 cents a contract. Are you kidding me? 34 cents a contract. So we're selling 20 of 29. Right here becomes our risk-free trade. What happens on the remaining 9? Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Final piece there, 500% trade made $1,870. Gross profit. Now remember, all trades today are based off $1,000 allocation before any commission or subscription investment. As I taught you earlier, you do not have to be a $1,000 trader to be a subscriber. You can trade less, you can trade more, but again, always trade with what fits in your financial situation. Get the break that we like. We're below the SMA and the VWAP. We got the volume confirmation. We're selling the first piece here. We get our risk-free trade now, right? Because we made 50% risk-free. What happens on the remaining two? Look at that. 500%. And remember, these are 5-minute candles. 5-minute candles. So how fast is that happening? What's that, about 30 minutes, right? Approximately. So maybe there's another 30 minutes. So in an hour, you made 1,675. 1,675 within what, an hour or so? Trading one security and one security only, same day. Now, sometimes we'll hit the first target of 50%, and the remainder will be closed at a loss. As I've taught you, this system is designed for that, to be a risk-free scenario. So let me show you an example of what that looks like. We get the breakout that we like, 62 cents a contract. Breakout, VWAP, SMA, volume confirmation, first piece here. Now we're risk-free, right? 50%. That's what we're targeting on 2/3 of a position. What happens to the remaining 5? We take a crap out, a 0. We lose 100% on the remaining 5 contracts. But we still covered $31. Okay? Because it wasn't exact 2/3, and as I told you, we round up. So you made 31 bucks. That covers commission, right? If you're paying more than $1 a contract, after you sign up today, reach out to your broker, find out what it's going to take for you to get less than $1 a contract. If they won't work with you, start shopping around. It's a highly competitive industry. Now let's look at another trade that hit its 500% target on the final piece. We get the drop right here, right outside the range, below VWAP, below SMA, got the volume confirmation. 6 of 8 contracts, 50% risk-free now. Here, this one took a little bit. This one took a little bit. And then look over here. 500%. That trade made $1,586. $1,586 total on that trade, trading the Qs. Now let's go back to the upside. 50%, right? Risk-free trade here. Remaining 2 closed over here. What's this called when we get out? It's called a time stop rule. What time is that? We exit the final piece at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time if we haven't hit our 500% target. Okay? $854. How about this one? Breakout, 14 contracts, 67 cents a contract. Get out of our range, right? Above VWAP, above SMA, above the big trends volume confirmation. Look at that. Within minutes, it's a risk-free trade. 4 contracts, 262.69 on that 4 contracts, made just over $1,000 on the time stop rule. 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. If you'd allocated $1,000 to that trade, you'd made $1,044 gross profit before any commission or subscription investment. How about another trade that hit its 500 target on the final piece? Let's go to the downside this time. 88 cents a contract, 11 contracts. We get the break out or break down, whatever terminology you'd like, below the VWAP, below the SMA, above the big trends volume confirmation. Look at this, folks. Within minutes, 8 of 11 contracts sold, risk-free trade, drops 500% right here, making $1,672 gross profit on that trade. Let's go back to the upside. 13 contracts, 76 cents a contract. We get the break out to the upside. Within minutes, we're making it a risk-free trade. 4 remaining contracts. That piece is sold for a loss. Wasn't 100% loss like the other piece that I showed you. This one was a 28.95%, but the trade still made $254. Now, I know that's not a ton of money to some people, but it may take you and your significant other out for a decent meal, maybe 2, depending on where you go and where you live. $254 before any commission or subscription investment. Now, here are a few more trades that were closed recently. 94 cents a contract to the downside, break down, below VWAP, below SMA, volume confirmation. Within minutes, 1, 2, 3 minutes, within 15 minutes. Within 15 minutes, this is a risk-free trade. And then the remaining 3 were sold down here for 500%. That trade generated $1,739 gross profit. Let's go back to the upside. 3 contracts about a month ago, $2.80 a contract. Yep, that's above $1. As I said, it's an average that we've been less than $1 in 2026. 3 at $2.80. Look at that. Within minutes, risk-free trade. 57.14%. 1 contract sold up here for 340%. That trade made $1,272 via the time stop, all in the same day. All in the same day. Remember, we're trading 0 DTE options, hence the name of the trading system, 0 DTE options trader. 10 contracts. This is the case study that I shared earlier. If you just joined me, 10 contracts at 99 cents. We're above the range. We're above VWAP. We're above SMA. We got the big trends volume confirmation at the bottom. Within minutes, it's a risk-free trade because we're selling 7 of 10 at 50.57. We sell the remaining 3 up here for 162.63. That trade generated $833 gross profit via the time stop. So, is this strategy for you? Are you looking for day trading 0 DT options, 500% targets on the final piece of a trade, a hybrid trading approach to boost win rate, cheap options contracts? Remember, the average in 2026 has been less than $1. No overnight risk. As I said, that terminology has become more prevalent in our big trends community. People don't want to hold positions overnight. Mastering 0 DTE options on the NASDAQ ETF. Again, we're trading 1 security and 1 security only, the Qs. So a Trader Corner special, Traders Corner special offer for you all, okay? You can get real-time trade alerts when this strategy triggers a new signal. It's only available to 21 traders. Now, there's more than 21 of you in the room, okay? So you got to act quickly. 12 months of trade alerts, resources. As I told you earlier, do you have to use any of these? Price Headley is, again, our founder and CEO. He's recorded a strategy session, and our team broke it down into the settings and rule sheet. And as I taught you earlier, we're going to give you a dedicated email address to contact Price and the team. Now, retail is $3,564. That's based off the monthly list price of $297. $297 for 1 month. So keep that number in mind. Total package value, $3,564. That goes away. As I told you, 21 traders can take advantage of it today, and there's more than 21 of you in the room. $297. Now, I just showed you on the previous slide. 1 month at retail is $297. I'm giving you the opportunity today to get a full year of trade alerts for $297. So you can look at it as buy 1 month, get 11 months free. That's right. Buy 1 month, get 11 months free. How do you take advantage of it? Let me put that in your chat boxes for you. Give me just a second. I'm going to put our contact information in there for you too. Let's do this real quickly. All right. Big Trends, you'll notice is plural. BigTrends.com/corner. Now let me take you to the checkout cart. It's very simple, very easy. Billing information up here at the top left, first name, last name, email. Type that in correctly so you can get your purchase receipt, okay? Your welcome email, and your trade alerts. Contact information, it's in the checkout cart in 2 locations. I'll also put it in your chat box. Remember, we're here in the office today until 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. 4 major credit cards are accepted up here by payment info, Visa, MasterCard, Amex, Discover, but there's a 5th way. If you slide down that column, you'll see this golden rectangle down here that has PayPal. We accept PayPal. So PayPal or one of the 4 major credit cards. Very simple, $297. And before anybody asks, it does not automatically renew in a year. Okay? So what will happen? July 16th of 2027. Your subscription will expire. However, 3 days prior, our team will send you an email presenting you with the opportunity to renew. If you miss it, you ignore it, your subscription will simply expire on July 16th of 2027. I don't think you'll want it to, but if you're traveling, whatever the case may be, you miss it, no surprise charges from us in a year. Terms and conditions are here and here. And as I mentioned, the contact information is listed a second time down there at the bottom. 1-800-BIG-TRENDS, 1-800-244-8736, or email client@bigtrends.com. And you've heard me utter this phrase today. We're here to help. Remember, folks, we've been in business for 26 years, fastly approaching our 27th anniversary in November. We've been around. We've seen a lot of things. We've experienced all kinds of market environments and cycles and presidents and rate hikes and rate cuts and all the things that the media tries to get you worked up about. And guess what? You don't have to worry about any of that noise because you're in and out the same day. In and out the same day. BigTrends.com/corner. I got a little FAQ for you. I know I'm getting close on time, so let me rip through this. What type of strategy is used? Buying calls or puts? We can trade in either direction, as I showed you. How are you going to receive those trade alerts? Real time via email? Make sure you put in your email address correctly. You see WhatsApp out there to the right. What is it? Well, first, let me tell you what it's not. It's something you don't have to use, but we do offer it. It is free. You can get it on your computer, your laptop, your tablet, your mobile device. It will give you a push notification. Okay, it's faster and more efficient than texting. We give you setup instructions in 2 locations, in that welcome email you've heard me mention, and also in your Big Trends account under the My Account section. Remember, you gotta be available between 9:50 a.m. and 10:05 a.m. Eastern time to be a subscriber. We'll get out if we don't hit the 500% on the second piece at 3:30 Eastern time. How many trades per month? Up to 10. You've heard me mention this numerous times today. Averaging less than $1 a contract, the recommended price of a trade. Resources. Remember, you don't have to watch, read, study any of these if you don't want to. But when Price and I first started trading 40 years ago, we had very limited information available and access to it. Okay, but Price records weekly video updates. He recorded a strategy session. Our team broke it down into the settings and rule sheet, and we give you a dedicated email address to reach Price and the team in case you have any questions. Now, here's a reminder of how this strategy is performed over time. So remember, from 2023 to this morning, $1,000 per trade, all losses, all wins, no compounding, $25,109 gross profit, $5,000 account, $1,000 a trade. Past performance doesn't guarantee future results. Okay, 5,000 goes to 30,109. Same $1,000 allocation, no commission, no subscription investment. Starts off retail 3,564, 297 monthly list price. But as I taught you today, 12 months, 3,564 goes away. 21 of you get to take advantage of it for just $297. That's right. As I said, view it as buy 1 month, get 11 months free when you go to bigtrends.com/corner. Just $297 for a full year of trade alerts, trading one security only, in and out, same day. Now, here's a reminder of that trade one more time. Give you an example. 10 contracts, 99 cents. We get in, we get out. This is now our risk-free trade, right? RF there, 50.51%. The remaining 3 are closed out up here for a time stop, making $833. Folks, depending on what size trader you are, one trade and one trade only could cover your full year subscription. Because remember, it's only $297. Now, you do have to be one of the first 21 traders to go to bigtrends.com/corner. Let me put that information in the chat box for you one more time. Let me show you the checkout cart because Anthony's getting ready to kick me off the air. Billing information. You see that email field highlighted in red? I do that on purpose. Type it in correctly. Purchase receipt, welcome email, and of course, trade alerts. Contact information is at the top and the bottom of the checkout card. It's $297. As you can see there, it's for 12 months. Like I said, it's like buy 1 month, get 11 months free. It's very simple. Don't forget, Big Trends is plural. BigTrends.com/corner. $297 gets you in the door for a full year of trade alerts. Anthony, it's 11:15. How'd I do?
Hey, you did great. Thank you,
Thank you.
Chris.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me. Anthony, thank you to you and your team for having us here. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. That was a terrific presentation filled with practical ideas that traders can begin applying immediately. Thank you for sharing your valuable information and for extending such a generous offer to our attendees. Everyone, Chris has put his special link offer in the chat box, so be sure to check it out. It seems like a great deal. And don't forget to register for today's $100,000 prop account giveaway. I'll put that link in there soon. Again, if you haven't already clicked on it, 4 lucky attendees will each receive a free $25,000 sprint evaluation account courtesy of PropShopTrader. Our next presenter has more than 25 years helping traders become more disciplined and consistent. So everyone, please welcome Anka Metcalf of TradeOutLoud. Anka, are you there?
Hi, everybody. Yes, I am here. I am just about to share the screen. All right, I am ready.
It's all yours. Thank you, Anka.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. And thank you so much, Traders Corner, for having me here today. And I'm really happy and I'm glad that I'm here with you guys, because what we're going to talk about today could completely change the look at trading. Most traders believe they need to sit in front of the computers and in front of their screens all day long just to make money in the markets. Watch every single tick, chasing every single move, jumping in and out of trades. And actually, after doing that for hours, you get exhausted, you get stressed, and usually not making the kind of money that you expect. But the truth is something very different. The traders who are consistent, they don't trade all day. In fact, when you look at those traders, you often notice something super interesting. Number one, they execute trades very calmly. They're very collected. Number two, they close their trades in 20 or 30 minutes, not longer. Number three, they're not glued to the screen all day. And number four, they're never stressed. And literally you're wondering why? Well, because they have a game plan or they have a blueprint. So what do they know that we don't? Okay, here's the surprising part. They're not smarter than you. They don't have access to information that we don't have access to. They're not trading different markets. We're all in this together. We're seeing the same things. We're trading the same market. We're seeing the same ticks. We read the same charts. We do the same studies, and we put in the work as well. And yet at the end of the day, the results feel unpredictable, still inconsistent. And that inconsistency becomes exhausting, becomes a problem mentally, financially, and I think personally too. It takes a toll on you. So what's the difference? What is truly important to note is that these traders that trade less per day, don't sit in front of the computers all the time, they have a true system. They have a blueprint, a trading system with clear rules and very simple rules. You know, us as traders, we have the tendency to overcomplicate everything. Well, in reality, you have to dumb down everything. So this system works in different market conditions because it does not depend on how they feel that morning. It removes guessing. It removes the emotional noise. And that's exactly what I've been teaching my traders for over 16 years, because the reality is very simple. The one thing separating you from consistency is trading the right system. And right now, I'm going to go through and I'm going to be showing you the Power Hour blueprint. And here we're going to be talking about how traders can generate income trading less than an hour per day, how the same setups can produce day trades and swing trades at the same time. So you're using this Power Hour to identify swing trades as well. What most traders completely misunderstood about earnings season and volatility, because we're just at the start of the road and earnings season has just officially kicked in this week. We had the first financials deliver really good earnings results on Tuesday, and we're about to continue throughout next week with financials. And it's just about, they're starting the party. So these financials are starting the party. But keep in mind, the tech is going to start the party, right? So they're going to be triggering that trend continuation. So we're also going to talk about the fact that July is typically one of the bullish months in the trading calendar. So, without further ado, I think it's time to dive right in, because I'm just going to reveal some of the institution positioning, some of the liquidity that may be shifting in the next few days, and where the money may be flowing into the next week. We still have about a day and a half until the close of the week, and I still see some very strong footprints into the market. So our job as a trader is not to fight the market. So never fight the market. Our job is to align with the market and trade what the market is providing us. So basically let the market dictate our next move. So the reality is actually simple. You need to respect the rules. Okay, so let's just dive in. All right, so my name is Anka Metcalf. I'm the CEO and founder of TradeOutLoud.com, which is a trading education company that is specialized in educating individuals how to day trade, swing trade, and actively invest in the markets, whether it's the stock market or the futures market. I have been doing this professionally for over 25 years, and I also come with 10 plus years in investment banking. So that adds up to about 35 years of experience into the market, analyzing the market. I specialize in high velocity trades. So that means that I'm looking for inflection points within strategic charting patterns that could deliver outstanding results. That means that we're looking for 2 to 3 hours into the trade. I'm also the designer of an institutional proprietary trading system that is based on price support resistance. And what I pride myself with is with developing specific trigger times that nobody else has developed. So I have precise timing into the market when I have my triggers, when I look for my setups, when I have my triggers ready to fire. I'm also looking for specific price zones. There are actually 4 specific price zones throughout charts every single day. These are called fulcrums. These are the institutional traders' best kept secret, because these are levels based on which we're adding, institutions are adding to the market or they're liquidating from the market. And also chart synchronicity and divergency. So this is very important when you're trading, because a day like today, I don't know how many of you guys, are day trading, how many of you guys are swing trading, how many of you guys are trading stocks, or how many you guys are trading futures or other assets, cryptos, or anything else. But in this morning, we had a huge divergence into the market. We started off with having superpower in the Dow. That is because UNH reported earnings. And later on the day, we had basically more than an hour and a half of relative weakness getting into the Dow. But we had Russell as a rising star, and that's actually what I traded today. All right, so let's get right into it. Today, I'm going to be talking about the Power Hour income pillars. There are 5 pillars, and this is the foundation of consistent trading success. This should be your trading plan right here. Take a snapshot, print it out. This is key, what you need to respect every single day. Now, let's begin with the first pillar, which I think is the most important pillar, is determining the market bias. Many traders have no idea how to determine the market bias, and they go long, they go short, just willy-nilly go in and get out, and they get literally killed into the market. Where the market bias is very easy to determine if you have a plan and if you have a structure. The market bias is always determined by a top-down analysis. You have to determine your overall direction before the market open and analyze those higher time frames before you dive into your smaller time frames, like as the 1 minute, the 2 minute, the 5 minute, or even the 15 minute. And take only the trades that are lined up with the market bias. And why is this important? You're going to say, like, why is it important? I'm a scalper, let's say. Why is it important to respect the market bias? Because I could go long or short. Because long positions, for example, in a strong market environment, have the tendency to run faster higher, where short positions are going to be very tight and also very, very sloppy. And that is where you encounter a lot of stop outs. Now, let's talk about number 2, institutional levels. Institutional levels, this is where you identify the high probability trades. Institutional levels are developed again based on yesterday's high, yesterday's low, determine whether the price action within the current day is trading between yesterday's high and low. And if you take a look at the market environment right now, you will see that that's exactly where we're at in majority of the indices out there, whether you're trading Q-Spice diamonds or whether you're trading futures. Overnight high lows are also very important because they determine a new price contraction, especially if you have an inside day. And also keep in mind, keep an eye open for the opening range. This is something that I keep an eye on within the first 5 minutes of the New York trading session or the first 15 minutes of the New York trading session, depending on whether the price action is choppy or not. If you're having a trending market like we had in Russell this morning, then you would see that you had a setup and you could go long. We actually made over 1 hour in it. And if you were looking at a trade, for example, in the Dow, you would see that that was still range bound until well after 10:30. So keep it in mind, key support resistance is key when you're playing with the market. And again, respect the market bias. So buy every single pullback in an ongoing trend and short every single rally that you have in a downtrend. This sounds simple. It's not complicated. And I promise you, if you respect these 2 things, you're going to do really good. Now, number 3, power hour setup. This is something that I specialize in, and I wait for the price action to reach a specific level. So I don't wait for the market to open and dive right in, even though I have the market bias and I have my institutional levels all set up, but I'm waiting for price action confirmation. So you have to wait for price to reach a key specific level, whether it's going to pull back or whether it's going to start expanding higher. And you're going to be looking for high probability setups, whether it is a buy setup, which is very important in an uptrend. All those shallow pullback, like 2 to 3, 4, 5 candles down, you're getting that rotation, you're buying that rotation, especially in an uptrend. Breakouts are very popular, especially around doldrum periods, around lunchtime. And keep in mind, these breakouts that line up around the doldrum period, they don't work. They have actually a 70% tendency of not working. So don't be fooled by the strength of price holding into doldrums. If breakouts are happening earlier in the day, for example, on the 5 minute or on the 15 minute, then these breakouts are reliable. They have the tendency to work 90% of the time. And of course, stay with the momentum, because momentum is very important, and know how to read price action. I think one of the most important things here, along with the setups, I think it's time to talk about the market volume, because usually the market volume is very high when we're getting that big push into the open. And as we're getting into 11 o'clock or 11:30, the volume subsides and it keeps on, staying at a certain lower level until probably around 2:30 or so, when the second power hour is coming up. Risk management, I think this should have been like the first pillar, because every single trader should not start learning about the market or how to read charts and how to read the market bias or institutional levels before they learn about risk. Risk is very important, because if you don't have a strict risk money management and position sizing rule, then you are not going to make it in this industry. And this is the reason why 97% of traders fail, because they do not know how to determine the management, how to determine the risk management. So bottom line, define your risk for every single trade. So what does that mean? It means that you have to set yourself before you enter the trade a level where you want to enter the price, a level where you want to take the stop on the price, and also determine what that size is. What is the number of points associated with that, because we're talking about futures. For example, if you have a range in the Dow, if you looked at the range today, it was around 200 points. So talking about a range, right? So that was about 200 points. And now knowing that you have that range and you say, okay, I want to take the breakout, okay, or depending with the on the trend, you want to take the breakdown. Now you determine your size. Okay, you determine your size. How many contracts should I take the trade with? And that is very important. That is key. This is where 97% of the traders blow up their accounts and never make it back into the market because they have no idea where their mistake is. They can get the market bias right. They can have the best institutional levels. They can trade alongside with the algos. They can have the best skills on trading the power hour. But if they don't position correctly within their account size, they're dead. So they're not going to make it. So determine your risk amount depending on your account size. Keep in mind that day trading is a lot more, and especially in this volatile market, is a lot more challenging than anything else. And it is demanding. So when you're day trading, you have to make sure that you have ammunition to go after your trades. That means that you should be ready every single day to take between 4 and 5 trades. Now, does that mean that you're going to be taking those 4 to 5 trades? No, it does not mean that. So you will allocate, for example, 4 to 5 trades a day. You're going to budget for that. But some days you may take them, some days you may not. In trending days, yes, you're going to start making, and when the market is generous and it's moving higher or moving lower, you can actually take 2, 3 trades, 4 trades. But when the market is stale, when the market is range bound, when the market is hitting resistance or support, and especially one of the biggest mistakes that I see is that traders are shorting the market into resistance, where this is a very strong market structure. Okay, so you're going to get a little bit of a dip down and boom, you're going to get a power move back to the upside. So determine your risk according to your account size. So, you know, it's a percentage of your account that you're going to be allocating for your trade. So keep that in mind. I'm going to share my personal, trading risk. I risk 1% of my account on each and every single trade, and I allocate for 6 trades in a day. That means 6%. So I'm allocating 6% to trade in a day. You could go 2%. If you go beyond 2%, especially when you are encountering a choppy market in which we are right now. And you know, let's face it, we had a very choppy market from October all the way to April 1st. And you may not survive that if you're allocating, let's say, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5%. I've seen traders that are allocating 20%, 30%, or 50% on a trade. That is simply suicidal. And think about the R units. R unit is your 1% or your 2%. There's no such thing in a futures market. And I know that there are still rookies out there that think that, okay, I have a certain account size, I'm just going to trade small. And their idea of small is not the percentage or an R, let's say using half R or quarter R or 1 R, but their idea is like, I'm just going to take it with 2 micros. That is so completely wrong, but it's so hard for that individual to recuperate from that loss. Okay, I do not have a lot of time here. I do have a class on this in our Power Income Futures Masterclass that literally I teach this in a couple of hours. And number 5, this is the execution and the discipline, right? So number 1, you got to follow your plan. If you don't have a trading plan, shut everything down right now. Take a piece of paper and write down your plan. And it doesn't have to be sophisticated. Write what you know and what has worked for you. And if you're new to trading, you have to go back learning how to trade before you actually develop your plan, and do not trade. Okay, so when you compile this plan, you have to keep it super simple. It's as simple as if you give it to your neighbor will be able to take your trades. As if you are going to program an algo is going to know how to fire your trades. So keep it very simple. Pullbacks, let's say to the 20 SMA or into support, 3 bars down, then a reversal, then buy, something like that, going with the trend, something very, very simple. Okay, I give my traders in my Power Income Futures Masterclass actually my trading plan and a mock-up trading plan that they can develop on their own with the preferred setups that they use, but they also have my personal trading plan. So they don't have to spin their wheels or reinvent the wheel, right? Let's keep things going, guys. So keep high probability trades only. If you have a trading journal and if you go through it at the end of each month or at the end of each quarter, I like to analyze my trades at the end of each quarter and see what strategy worked and what strategy did not work throughout this month or throughout this quarter. And it's a simple tweak, just eliminate what has not been working for you and just replace it with the things that have been working for you. And that is a really quick fix. But if you're not going to be able to determine what works for you and what doesn't work for you, if you do not have a track record of at least 6 months of a trading journal. So if you don't have one, boom, that's the time. Get started. We also provide that to our traders. And one good trade can make your day. And that's absolutely true, because even if you're down, and that's the power of R, even if you're down, for example, like let's say 3 Rs, let's say you took 3 trades, trade number 1 loss, trade number 2 loss, trade number 3 loss. But if all 3 trades have the same size, so let's say you risk $500 on each trade, then you're $1,500 down. When you take the 4th trade, and when you make 3 Rs on that trade, bam, instantly you recuperate the 3 trades. That's the power of money management. Now, I was telling you guys that this is a very strong seasonal month. This is the month of July. Usually August is range bound after after the tech companies report earnings. August is really kind of slow and it's kind of dragging. And then the volume picks up a little bit towards the first week of September and dims down right here, because this is going to be the end of the quarter here. So we're just at the beginning of the quarter right now. This is actually the 2nd week. So we are somewhere right here. We're expecting to start moving higher. Remember, tech companies are going to start reporting at the end of the month. So super excited, because they're the ones that are going to create the rally. So the financials are getting things started, are just starting the party, but keep in mind that the tech is what moves the market. So far so good, because I see a lot of fundamental power from the financials. So far, the companies that have reported, like Citi, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, they are thriving. I look at them every single day and they are higher. They are incredibly strong. And when you have strong financials, you basically have, that stress test with financials, and that's actually a good sign for a continuation higher. Now, let's be honest. How many of you guys would really like to take control of your financial future for you and your family? This is a decision that I took over 25 years ago when I quit my job and I came into day trading. So I came from really high investing time frames all the way to day trading time frames, just to do what? To generate income, because I wanted to quit my job. I didn't want the long commute hours. So if this is in sync with you, or if you want to spend more time with your family, or if you want to design your own day and be in charge of your own timing and everything, this is for you. Generate income or actually supplement your income. If you're retired, this is a great way to be active in a community, in a trading community. This is so much fun. It keeps you engaged, it keeps you alive, plus you're making money. So it's a fun environment. Now we're going to discuss the Power Hour, because this is what it's all about today. It's the Power Hour blueprint. But first of all, let's see, what is actually the Power Hour? Where does this term come from? So the Power Hour refers to the New York trading session open when there's typically a surge in trading activity and volatility. Now, this period is characterized by higher trading volume. So we do like the volatility that comes with higher trading volume. Why? Because you get more consistent, significant price moves. That means that you're going to get your price from your entry delivered to your target. Because if you're not getting the volume, guess what? And if you're getting just the volatility, you're going to get triggered in the trade and then stopped out. Well, so these two elements right here are creating the opportunities for traders to capitalize on short-term market fluctuations. Now, I'm going to give you guys the secret sauce. The best times to ever trade and to ever look at the market is actually from 9:30 till about 11 o'clock. My favorite time is actually from 9:30 to about 9:35 to 10:35, and this is my own personal power hour because that is when the most volume comes in. You're getting, kind of like the 9:30 confirmation, the first 5-minute bar closes, so you kind of have an idea about the volatility and the range of the volume. You have the reaction from the news momentum. Keep in mind, tomorrow, after this webinar that you have just heard today, you have some data. You have the Michigan inflation expectation tomorrow at 10 o'clock. So even though in the calendar that is typically a medium impact, it is going to be a pretty high impact because it's coming in at 10 o'clock. So that is a big reversal time into the market. So what I want to teach you guys here today and what has worked for me, and I'm sharing my 25 plus years of trading experience, day trading experience, over 35 years of trading in general experience and investing. But what I have come to realize, many, many years ago is that the higher the time frame, the less stress that you put on yourself and the less stop out. So if you want to focus on higher time frames, stop being into a scalping mentality. You're not an algo, guys. Algo scalp. Don't be a scalper. Don't be focused on scalping. I know there are, and especially with prop trading, guys, I know it may sound, like, oh my God, I'm going to go in and out, in and out, in and out 20 times, but you're going to incur a lot of commissions. Don't you want to progress when you're dealing with prop accounts? So I am telling you right now, if you want to be very successful at day trading, change your zip code. Change it from your 1 to 2 minute to the 5 and the 15 minute. So here I'm going to talk about the 15 minute, how it sets the tone. The opening bell creates a surge in volume and liquidity. So large institutions execute orders accumulated overnight, creating the directional clues, just like it did in Russell this morning. So watch for the opening range, the first 5 to 15 minutes. Watch price if the price accepts above or below the overnight range. So also keep that level in mind. Strong volume along with the move. Make sure that the market internals confirm the direction. So a market that breaks and holds above the opening range often attracts trend following money throughout the morning. That means algorithms, because you're trading above a base level, a key level of resistance. So that means that you get more money being thrown into the market. And that's what you want, because once you have more money and more people into the market, more traders into the market, that is what creates the follow through. This is an example right here that I have. This is a trade that developed very early on in the morning around 9:35. And this is trade number 1. Hit our target level right here, and then you have another setup with another. This is the second trade. You could actually still stay in this trade and add over the breakout, or you could actually, take profits into this trade and execute a second trade and look at the trend following. And keep in mind, when the market opened at the New York trading session, we were actually trading a little bit below the 200 SMA and below all the major moving averages here. But see the trend line right here. So we have a low and we have a higher low, and the price action respected the second higher low right here. So it was predictable. So once the price action digested this prior resistance, triggered it, continued higher, broke above the prior high, and it actually continued higher. Now, let's talk a little bit about the failed breakouts that are often better than the successful ones, right? This may sound odd, but many traders chase breakouts, but professional traders watch for breakout failures. Here's an example. The E-mini S&P breaks yesterday's high, right? Buyers are going to rush going in, but price immediately falls back to the level below it where the sellers take control. So these failed moves frequently produce some of the strongest intraday opportunities because you're going to buy the setup and you're not going to buy the breakout. The breakout usually offers a really high risk because the distance between the entry and the stop is wider, and therefore you're going to get less size. You're going to use a much less size, like let's say you're going to use 2 contrasts versus, let's say, 15, right? Where if you have a buy setup that is forming, let's say, on support, then you're going to be getting a much better setup. Now, I want to show you something right here that is very interesting, okay? And I don't know how many of you guys are going to recognize it, but this is a buy setup with a breakout, okay? The price is moving higher, and this is actually a failed breakout, but you can still have the rotation here for a short squeeze that is going to send the price a little bit higher. So you could take this trade as a breakout, but you're not going to have a lot of deliverability on it. And you have the second breakout right here. And actually, the failed breakout may be lining up towards a short, because now you have a high and a lower high. So even though you have been trading long, the third opportunity may be a short. Now, overnight inventory matters. Before the cash session opens, you have to determine if the market significantly is trading above yesterday's high. This is one of the most important things in the market, because if it's trading above the prior day's high, it means that the price action is going to have traction. So that means it's going to have follow through. This is what you want. You don't want the perfect setup. You don't want the perfect anything else or the perfect trend. You could have like the perfect entry, the perfect stop with the trend, but if you're getting the trigger right into resistance or a super close by resistance, you're not going to get traction, okay? You're not going to get traction. The most important thing in trading is follow through. That's where you make your money. Okay, so if overnight trades are heavily long and the market cannot rally after the open, liquidation can accelerate downwards. Okay, so I'm going to show you here an example of NASDAQ of an inside bar. So this is this bar right here and this bar right here, and you can see that this bar is challenging. This is the open and the close, and slightly tapped above the high, but it really came back into this close. Now, trade away from value. Markets spend most of their time balancing and less time trading. Right now, they're doing exactly that. The best power opportunities often occur when the price does what? Escapes from a well-defined range. Have you guys looked at the market right now? Let me just share with you. Okay, this is the mini S&P. Right now, you guys see that I have some notations and some key levels right here. This is the all-time high. This is where we are right now. Okay, definitely the market is waiting for 7636.78. Period. That's it. Okay, and you can see the trend, the low, and basically look at the low right here, because we had the low, the higher low, the higher low, and the higher low. And now we're basing. Right now we're basing. We have a period of consolidation, and anywhere you look at the Dow. You're getting a consolidation. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days of consolidation. Day trading is not going to be optimum in days like this. The key level right here is 53,100. Once it takes out, then it's going to have velocity all the way to the all-time high. Let's take a look at NASDAQ one more, and we're going to get back on track. NASDAQ is divergent. What that means is that it's not in sync with the mini S&P and with the Dow, which are relatively strong, but it's a little bit weaker. Why? Because it is trading below the 21 SMA, and right now today and yesterday and the day before and the day before that and the day before that was trading below the 10 exponential moving average. So bottom line is that if NASDAQ is going to start trading below 29,200, it could possibly start coming in. Okay, so it could start setting a bearish below level. Okay, all right, so okay, we're sharing this. All right, so relative strength and relative weakness is very important, because you're going to decide where you're going to be trading at the open. So from the get-go, within the first 5 minutes, I noticed that NASDAQ was having relative weakness, S&P was having relative weakness, Dow was kind of like holding. I tried to have a trade in the Dow, but then I canceled. But then I noticed that RTY had relative strength. So bam, I had my winner. All right, so always watch for relative strength and relative weakness. Have these 4 charts side by side and make sure they have the Dow, the NASDAQ, S&P, and Russell. And watch the same time frame, and you're going to determine the relative strength and relative weakness. Now, I get this question a lot. It's like, do you have an indicator for that? It's like, because I'm like too lazy to kind of like watch a chart for like 30 seconds and kind of like determine that on my own. The answer is no. Stop being an indicator follower and start looking at price action. Don't delay that, because you're going to delay your progress. The more you learn about the market, the ins and outs, the better trader you're going to be, the more skilled you're going to be, the more money you're going to make. Volume is very important, guys. Look at the volume declining here. And I was telling you guys earlier that once you hit that 11 o'clock mark, the volume is going down. Okay, now the best trades usually come after initial shakeout or shake and bake. So often produces stop runs, false breakouts, and emotional reactions, right? Because we have data that's usually coming out at 8:30. Now, many professional traders wait 10 to 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, and let the opening volatility settle. Now, on a high volatility, especially if you get like some sort of, let's say you get some sort of geopolitical news, and that's what's really shaking the market, you got to wait a little bit more until you have more proof to the pattern and until it proves a directional bias. Okay, so you're going to see a lot of wicks like this. This is a forced sell action. Okay, and then you're going to see it move back up. So have the patience to wait for those. This is an institutional forced sell. They're actually running some stops over here before the price action starts moving back higher. Location is everything, and you're going to hear location, 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 prior day's high low, overnight range, weekly range, major moving averages, where the price action is trading in relation to those, and significant volume nodes. Also, here's a breakout. Look at the beautiful follow through. Look at the pullback and rotation back. Okay, so follow the trend, whether you're day trading or swing trading. That was an example of a swing trade. We are in a swing trade right now. We're over 100 points up in ES. So the market often reveals its intent very quickly. So ask yourself, is the pullback shallow? Because if it's shallow, and if you're in a trend, buy that dip. Are buyers defending the dips? Are they respecting the moving averages, prior support zones? Is the volume increasing on rallies? Because if it is, that's a clue. Are sellers unable to push the price lower? So strong markets usually advertise their strength very, very early. One great trade, guys, can beat 5 average trades. So be very picky. Wait for those A+ setups. Risk the fix, risk amount. Take only 1 or 2 quality opportunities in a day. Don't trade in a choppy market. Don't just force it, and don't do any revenge trading, especially days like today, and protect your capital aggressively. So if you need to have a power hour checklist, I'm telling you guys right now, watch the overnight bias, yesterday's high low, the opening range, the relative strength or relative weakness, see which index is stronger or weaker. The volume, are you having volume or is it a dull day? Am I trading at a key level, or is the market gonna pop or drop? Is the reward at least 2 to 3 times worth taking the trade with? Like you're risking 1 hour, does it have room to run 3 hours? What would invalidate the trade? So these are some of the key levels. Now I have a special invitation for you guys. This is my futures trading room special offer. And here's what you're getting. You're getting live daily market prep and trade calls from 9:30 a.m. to about 11 or 11:30 a.m. Like I said, I focus in the power hour. And also the trades come with entries before the trigger, with stops, determined stops, with targets, and I trail the trade live on the mic because I'm taking all these trades. You're going to get real-time execution and management. Watch the trades unfold live with the entries, with the stops, with the targets, and position management explained why we are going to raise the stop, why we're not raising the stop, why is it appropriate to take partial profits, why it's not appropriate to take partial profit, and what I'm doing. Maybe I'm suggesting that, hey, if you want, you could take partial profits because you have a cheap target number 2. Or I may say, you know what, I'm still going to stay in. If I decide to say that, then it means that I'm looking at the volume and I'm looking at other market internals that are suggesting price action continuation. You're going to get in-depth coaching, answers to all your questions. And remember, you get a coverage Monday through Friday. because consistent results require consistent execution. There's no such thing as, okay, I'm going to do trading for a week. I'm going to take a month break and then I'm going to come back. I'm going to do another 3 days. And then, you know what, things don't work out. I'm going to leave for a month. No, you're either doing it or not. So pro level strategy and a structured system, we're going to build on institutional principles and simplify for retail traders. Very few traders know that if you need to reach consistency, you need to have great education and a great support system. So think about this. What kind of trader are you? Are you a welfare trader, you know, jumping from webinar to webinar, jumping from strategy to strategy, and then you go like, oh, I tested the strategy in 2 trades, it didn't work. Like, really? Okay. Or are you the millionaire mindset trader, the successful trader, where a minimum investment in yourself can start producing results? So don't procrastinate, because you guys know what procrastination is, right? It is the assassination of the motivation that will stop you from reaching your destination. And by the way, this is our portfolio. Now, let me show you the real portfolio here, not just an image. All right. So year to date, we are 153,000 up, or 33 R's. So imagine you have a $50,000 account right now and your R is $500. Just multiply $500 by 33 and you're going to find out exactly how much money you would have made if you would have been in the TradeOutLoud futures trading room. Okay. All right. So results are not random, and it is all about hard work and passion. Traders fail because it requires thousands of hours spent in front of the market. If you tell someone you got to learn and you got to sit and spend thousands of hours in the market, they're going to go like, oh yeah, heck no. I would rather watch some hockey. I would rather play some golf. Like, I don't want to do that. Okay. And thousands of charts analyzed. Let me give you some advice. Start today. Analyze one chart. A year from now, if you analyze one chart a day, you would have had 365 charts analyzed by next year this time. So next year, July 16, 2027, you would have 350 charts analyzed. You guys know what kind of progress that is? Tremendous. Work on yourself, okay? So you get to feel, you need to have the experience. You need to start analyzing. So you get a feel of how the market works. Okay. Because it's easy to label something, oh, this doesn't work, or you gave me a bad trade, or this doesn't work for me. Stop doing that and start taking accountability, because no AI and no mentor can help you if you don't put in the effort. So stop with the excuses like, oh, I'm too busy right now. I will wait until I have more time. I'm going to cut the grass right now, or I got to do something else. I'm going to go on vacation right now. But in the meantime, your credit cards are just, debt is just staggering. I will start next Monday. I will start next month, just like dieting, right? I'll start on Monday. I will do it later. I will do it when the market starts moving higher. I don't like this choppiness. Look, the best traders are formed and when they learn in a really difficult market environment. If you learn how to trade in a difficult market environment, then when you're going to have that trending market, you're going to be flying. You're going to make good money. Or I will do it later after this geopolitical tensions are resolved. So your success isn't optional. Your success is engineered by you. So the futures trading room is for you guys. If you're losing money in the market, if your year to date is negative, like why? Okay. If you don't have a system, if you don't have a process that eliminates emotions, that is a trading plan and education. Lack of confidence. Confidence comes from education, lack of education. Remember those traders that say, oh, I'm just in, I don't have the patience to wait. Well, you don't have the patience to be successful. So you're not going to make it. But waiting for a trade is actually part of the plan. So if you jump in a trade just because you don't have patience, it means that literally you're not educated and you don't have the skill. That's why you're jumping in. That's why you don't have the patience. It's not that you don't have the patience. You have no idea what the heck you're doing. So if you have no clue on how to achieve consistency, if your losers are bigger than your winners, if you need guidance, and if you need all your questions answered, we have a solution for you. So ask yourself this: how much money did you lose last year? How much money did you make this year? What is your account telling you today about yourself, about your trading? So I'm going to tell you right now that we have a special offer for you guys. We have the Power Anka Futures Trading Room, and we have a program, a Kickstarter program that is going to take $100 off your first month. But the coupon code is not START100. Sorry, it's a typo right here. It's actually July. It's actually July 100. Okay, and I'm gonna post. I don't know where the chat room is here, but yeah, I don't know.
Hi, Anka.
Okay.
Is it July all caps or is it?
Yeah, July all caps. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll put it in there.
I think it's this one. July all caps 100. Okay. All right. All right. Thanks so much. And I know my time is up, but if you would like to join, this is the link. I'm just going to copy it. I'm going to drop it in here. This is the link where you can join. Thanks so much, Andrew, for having me here today. It's really awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. What's the other? Is there any other links that you wanted as well besides the coupon code?
No. I already posted the link. I think it's go.tradeoutloud is this one right here. Go.tradeoutloud.com /future-trading.room.
I don't see it. I'm sorry.
Oh, I could just.
Oh, okay. I have it. Okay. You posted it in the question box. That's where it was.
Oh,
that's all right.
I'll
put it there. I'll put it in the.
I don't really know.
Chat.
Yeah. Thanks so much. Oh, I see where the chat is in.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks so much.
All right. You're welcome.
Thank you. I so appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Bye, everybody. Have a great rest of the day.
Hey, Anka, it's Norman, Anka. Wow.
Hey, Norman, how are you?
What? Oh, my gosh. People out there, if you didn't get what she was just, listen, I know she's high energy. You know, you're not going to stop that. But the quality of what you just heard from a professional standpoint, unbelievable. And she's a great teacher. So, you know, if you're in the middle between, you know, my mental and emotional stuff and Anka's stuff, you know, things could be a lot different. But
Norman, Anka, you're amazing. And what you do for your traders is unbelievable. And especially for prop traders, you have that book. You can't lose.
All right. I believe you.
You're awesome. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Anka. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, Norman's here, and he's the disciplined trader. And his presentation is called "The Truth About Psychology in Trading: Why You Can Be Your Own Worst Enemy." Today, Norman will explain why so many traders continue repeating the same mistakes, the science behind trading behavior, and a fascinating new discovery that can help traders finally follow their trading plans with confidence. Norman, it's all yours. I think you might have disappeared for a second.
I think I'm okay.
Oh, you're good. Yeah.
Is it doing this again with the crazy thing?
Yeah, we just have this endless loop. I think you're just sharing the wrong, probably the wrong screen or something.
Well, I only have one screen here. It does something. Let's see. Let's stop the sharing. Let's try it again. You want to give me your share thing, and we'll do it. I think you've got to give me permission to share again.
Oh, okay.
Videos. Let's see. Share screen. Hang on. I am going to.
Do you want to turn on your camera?
Well, I have. That's just me, my camera. But let's see. Let's a window. Let's see if we can just share this.
There you go.
Okay. Are we just sharing my my window there? How's that look? Are you with me?
Yeah, that looks good.
Okay, great. Okay, well, thank you for that. I'm going to get going. Thank you for the introduction, Anthony. Again, the voice of reason in these presentations. So thank you. Boy, I'm going to sound very much in control. Anka is very excited, and she is, you know, she has a reason to be. She runs a very good firm. I do something different. Actually, I work in combination with Anka as well as pretty much any mental, any trading plan offers out there, because my focus is the mental and emotional piece. So today we're going to talk about why smart traders keep breaking their own rules, the missing link between knowing and doing. I'm going to tell you right up front, you've never seen anything like you're about to see in the next half hour. I'm going to leave some time at the end, hopefully. I think it's not a long presentation, but it's something that I know that you haven't seen. We've just invented this, and not only the concept, but the bottom line here. So let's get going. Again, thank you for being here today. A little bit about me, if you've never heard of Norman Hallett. I'm a graduate of the University of Cincinnati. That's McMicken Hall. I started as an engineer and wound up graduating in mathematics. So that's where my degrees are, and that led me to the nightclub business for a while. But eventually, about 5 years after graduation, within about 6 or 7 years, I was running one of the largest option firms in the country in the early 1980s. And this was it's kind of a picture of what it looked like. It's not the exact place, but it's very similar. Found a similar picture. And this is what taught me about how individual traders are. These were all professional traders. Some were professional for a day, and some were professional for 25 years. So there was a mix of experience here. And I learned here that every trader is different, and every trader needs to be handled differently. When one of these professional traders who actually earned a percentage of what they made for their clients, they were responsible for the results, the performance of the accounts they were running. If they went downhill, they would be in my office, and most of the time, the issue was too complicated a trading plan, and the inability to follow a trading plan that actually works, but you couldn't follow it. And that's really what got me to thinking that the real reason the majority of traders are not successful is not the trading plan, it is the ability to follow the trading plan, or lack of ability. I was with this firm for about 8 years, very high stress. I wound up working, going over to Payne Weber as a commodity trading advisor. Those were some of my best years. Again, we were making 20% of whatever we did for our clients. And if you're a pretty good trader, you could do well. The problem with Payne Weber, I was only with them a couple of years, was that there's a lot of selling involved too. And I'm not a big time, I don't love the selling part. Anyway, I've been writing books along the way, and many, probably 100 industry papers along the way over my 40-year career. Some of these books are still on Amazon and so on. This one right here is about writing effective trading plans. This is actually a book written about me, about some of the inspirational quotes that I've made over the years. But my love has always been the disciplined trader part. I formed the disciplined trader in 2000. And we've been running successfully ever since. Really, we are, I guess, the prominent player in the game as far as the disciplined trader is concerned. The trading mechanism, or the mental mechanism for traders. That's where I'm known. I did fall in love with prop trading, because I do think that it fits a lot of struggling traders. Although I'm also seeing that the same people who struggled with their own money seem to be struggling with prop trading. Again, a mental and emotional piece. Came out with a book late last year, called Their Money, Your Profit. I think Anthony referred to it. That is available now. It's more of a primer if you're unfamiliar with prop trading, or you're not very successful at it. You may want to, I think you're going to want to read this simple book on Their Money, Your Profit, cashing in on the prop trading revolution. Okay, let's get to today's presentation. I think you're really, really going to like it. I'm going to slow down a little bit, because what I'm about to say is really not from brain to brain, but really from heart to heart here with you. I want you to kind of help yourself to dig into what's really happening when you're trading. I'd like to begin today with one simple question, and that question is why? Why do intelligent traders repeatedly do the exact opposite of what they plan to do? They know better, yet hesitate, chase trades, overtrade, move stops around, lift stops, revenge trade, and afterwards almost always say the same thing, and that is, I know better. That's the mystery that we're going to approach today. You already know more than enough to be a disciplined trader, and I say that with confidence because, again, I've helped thousands of traders. If you've been trading and have taken your education seriously for at least a year or two, you know enough to be a disciplined trader. The problem isn't knowledge. It's getting the knowledge across the gap from what you know to what you actually do under pressure. No professional performs alone. Race car drivers, they have a crew chief and a crew team. The quarterbacks have coaches. Pilots have co-pilots. Professional golfers have caddies. I think Tiger Woods will tell you that a lot of his winnings were responsible. He gives a lot of that credit to his caddies. These are all professionals. They know what to do, yet they still have guidance during performance, at the moment of performance, real time, because in the moment, under pressure, even the best athletes need real-time support. Let me tell you a story. A marriage counselor was working with a couple whose arguments had become explosive. Every disagreement followed the same pattern. Voices would rise, emotions would take over, and before long, they were saying things that they would both regret. The counselor places an empty chair in the room and said, the next time you're in the middle of a heated argument, at the moment, one of you has to walk over and sit in that chair before either of you says another word. Now, at first, it sounds almost silly, but something remarkable happened. The fact of leaving the argument, even for a few seconds, broke the emotional momentum. By the time one of them sat down, they weren't reacting with the same intensity. They had created just enough space for the rational mind to catch up. Now, the arguments didn't disappear overnight, but they stopped escalating. And the lesson is the greatest opportunity for change exists at the peak of emotion. We know what that is for a trader. The greatest opportunity for change exists at the peak of emotion. That's the moment when an interruption can create the biggest difference. I want to talk about the moment principle. What I've just described is the moment principle. Trading is won or lost over months or years. It's won or lost in one emotional moment at a time. The highest point of emotion is the most dangerous moment and also the most important moment, because that's the exact moment an intervention can change the outcome. A trader's long-term success is determined by the quality of the decision made at the specific moment when the emotion and the trading plan collide. I'll say that again. A trader's long-term success is determined by the quality of the decision made at the specific moment when emotion and the trading plan collide. So every difficult trade creates a decision point, not a market decision, an emotional decision. You can go left into emotion, fear, greed, whatever, frustration, impulsiveness, or you can go right into discipline, patience, process to follow your tested trading plan. The market doesn't decide your future. Your emotional response does. Your emotional response does. So far today, we've talked about something that every trader has experienced. You have a plan, you know your rules, you recognize the setup, and then something changes. Not in the market, something inside of you. Fear begins to whisper, maybe this trade won't work. Frustration may say something like, you've got to make it back. You've got to make that which you just lost. You've got to make it back. Greed tells you just a little bit longer. This one really could run. And before you know it, you're no longer trading your plan. You're trading emotions. Now, here's the question. What if at that exact moment, someone can simply put their hand on your shoulder, not to tell you what to trade, not to predict the market, not to replace your judgment, but simply remind you who you are, to help you remember the disciplined trader that already exists inside you. Because here's something I've learned over working with thousands of traders over the last 4 decades. Most traders don't need more knowledge. They need help reconnecting with the knowledge they already possess. I'll say that again. They need help reconnecting with the knowledge they already have. At the exact moment, the emotion is trying to disconnect you from it. At that moment, at that collision of plan and emotion, at the exact moment, emotion is trying to disconnect them from it. Okay, so imagine for a moment that instead of sitting alone with your fear or your frustration or your hesitation, you had a trusted companion sitting beside you, someone available instantly, someone who never gets impatient, someone who never criticizes you, someone who understands exactly what you're experiencing because they've been trained to recognize those emotional patterns. Not to trade for you, not to think for you, but to help you calmly and confidently become centered and in control of your emotions so that you execute your trading plan successfully. That's the idea that has changed everything for me. And that's why we built Tisha. We've been calling it Tisha AI. Let me show you what that looks like. Here is your trading screen. I just kind of cropped off the left-hand part of one of my trading screens. If you look down here, you'll see the icons that are in my computer. They're always on the bottom of your browser, and well, on the bottom of the computer, that browser right there that I'm using. You can see. I think you see 2 pieces right here. In here lives Tisha. Tisha is your AI companion. All you have to do once you load it, and it's just a couple of clicks when you get started to load it, you're going to click on that, and you're going to bring up Tisha, the Disciplined Trader AI companion. Here's what the window looks like. I've blown it up a little bit, but imagine just a small window that comes up after clicking that, and you're looking, this is right on top of your trading screens, and you can drag this window anywhere you want so that you don't obstruct anything that you're looking at, because this window is only going to be up here for 2 or 3 minutes, because here's your training window for your emotional capabilities and putting you back on track. And here's how it works. you see the word send, speak, and new session. Well, when you bring it up, it starts at a new session. Anytime you want to start a new session, you just click new session. Now, there's two ways to enter your situation. Let's say you've just lost a few trades and you need some help. You'd like some help. So this is an audio. I'm speaking audibly, and Tisha will respond audibly through your speakers. So this is a conversation between you and Tisha, your AI companion. Tisha responds to you, to your request in three different ways, and I'm going to show you what those ways are. But here's the functioning window. Just wanted to quickly show you it, where you actually either you can type in, hey, I just lost 3 trades in a row. I'm getting anxious, and then click send. Then you'll wait for about anywhere from 15 to 30 seconds while Tisha is thinking about what you've said, and will respond to you audibly through your speakers and deliver to you your solution to get you back in mental and emotional control so that you can follow your trading plan. The other way to do it, and the way most of us do it, is in the beta group, was to use the speak function. So you can enter your issue one way or the other. I like to see if you click on speak, then you can just speak your situation. Hey, I just lost a couple of trades. Help me stay in control. And you'll actually see it. This, what's happening now, will be replaced by what you said. And Tisha will again think based on the way you've worded your question, the way you've worded your issue. Tisha has a bank of I'm going to say 1,000 different videos and audios that we've uploaded where we've helped people over the years. So it's a wealth of professional knowledge that we've been working with traders. We know how to respond to the mental and emotional issues. And Tisha, the real Tisha, my wife, has recorded all of these over the years, and it's actually her voice that will actually be talking back at you. So if you've ever worked with her, you're going to find that to be fun to hear her voice coming back at you in this with your solutions. So and this will get to know you as you work with it, just like any good AI. So this is a revolutionary tool that I want you to own and to have. Let's look more deeply at what Tisha does. It interprets what you've input and delivers one of 3 solution techniques. Just watching my time here. The 3 possibilities that Tisha will respond with is the first is the EFT session. Tapping, some people call it the tapping solution. Techniques to release emotional blocks and restore calm in minutes. The EFT, the emotional freedom technique, is now pretty much the go-to therapy for soldiers coming back from the war, for stress, I'm losing the letters, but the stress that soldiers come back, which is one of the toughest stresses to deal with. And if it can deal with soldiers coming back, it can deal with we as traders. I mean, we have our own issues from an emotional standpoint that can come up, and using this technique is you'll get instruction on how to use it before Tisha has you working with her to use it in the response. So it's very easy to do. People love the EFT session. Or Tisha may listen to what you've asked and what you've submitted, and it may choose affirmations. It may see it as a more light situation, something that can easily be targeted. And so you'll get targeted statements that reinforce discipline, override impulsive thinking, and you repeat after Tisha. Tisha will, the AI will actually give you a sentence, and you'll give you space to repeat it, and you'll repeat it. So affirmations, and Tisha will decide based on your history with Tisha and based on the way you worded your questions, which of these 3 avenues she will decide to take you on. And the third is a meditation. It's a short, usually anywhere from 2 to 3 minutes, a guided reset to quiet the mind and return you to clear, disciplined state. So as you start to work with Tisha and she gets to know you, you can actually, she will deliver to you what she believes is your best and most effective solution. Okay, so this is we have people using it right now in the beta group. I can't tell you the excitement around this. I really want you to try this and own this. Here's the simple steps to trading the way you know you should be trading. First of all, you open Tisha from the members area, just a click. So when this is the members area, you'll find this Tisha companion product, and you'll click the button, launch Tisha. Then you'll tell her what's happening in plain English. You can type it or speak it, like, I just blew my stop out and I want a revenge trade. I'm frozen. I missed an entry. Big news in 10 minutes. I'm jittery. Be specific. And more specific you are, the more she will be specific with her solution for you and a response to get you settled. Okay? And then follow the process she picks. Based on what you said, Tisha will guide you through the EFT tapping or a brief meditation or a set of affirmations. Just follow along. Okay, she'll say something, you'll repeat it. In meditation, she'll have you close your eyes and you'll be done in 2 minutes. These are very direct and, again, derived from our decades of working specifically with traders. And then once you take your session, which is quick, you'll reduce the window. Just click on the minus sign and reduce the window back into the browser. And when the session ends, you take a deep breath, look at the market again. You'll be fresh, and you'll know that your plan didn't change, but your relationship to it did. That's as simple and effective as this is. This is a revolutionary product. Look, you can journal. There is some value to journaling. There is some value to meditating and working with your subconscious mind. We've been helping traders for years to do that. But to work with something at the moment and to interrupt the emotion that is colliding with your trading plan, that is the moment principle. We have now seen, even in the month that we've been working with the beta, that to break that moment, to recognize the moment, when you recognize that about yourself, you bring up Tisha and you break that situation. Okay, that is where real change and real production occurs, and real control, and then, of course, real results for you. Okay, you can also request a specific mode. We've made it so that, listen, a lot of people love the EFT. They love tapping. It takes 2 or 3 minutes to do, sometimes 4. Some people, they'd rather do it in 2 minutes, and so they like meditation. So you may want to say, I need a short meditation for the open, or run me through a set of affirmations for staying patient in the entry. You can choose, you can request in your request, hey, I just lost 3 trades in a row. Give me some quick affirmations on putting me in control. And when you ask for a specific mode, Tisha will deliver that one immediately rather than choosing one for you. So you can have her choose one for you, give you your issue, and she will then respond with the solution for you so that you can feel safe, back in control, and follow your trading plan. In fact, Gerald says, Tisha's responses fit me like a glove. He loves it. Now, a lot of people just let Tisha decide, but after a while, he loves the EFT. So, but it fits him like a glove. I just wanted to let you know that you can do it your way. So the bottom line is this. It takes less than 3 minutes, and here's exactly what happens. First of all, you click Launch Tisha. The companion, as I showed you, opens up beside your screen. It's already active, and it's waiting for you to say something, okay? Then you tell Tisha what's happening. So you type or you speak in plain English, I just took a revenge trade. I'm about to pull the trigger, but I'm frozen. I'm frustrated after 3 losses. Whatever it is, you can actually speak a few sentences. You're not limited to one shot. I'm a one-shot guy, but there's many of us, many of the traders who are using it that said the more specific you can be, the more Tisha will respond to you to help you and recognize the way you like to be helped over time, as I mentioned. And then follow Tisha's guidance. She's going to lead you through a session. It's either going to be tapping, where she'll ask you to tap on a certain area if you know what EFT is, and repeat a certain phrase after her, or you'll just repeat affirmations as she says them. She'll leave space, you'll say them, or she'll have you close your eyes. Meditation is probably the most used, and maybe 50%. The others are 25 and 25. And the meditation is where you're just going to close your eyes, and for 2 or 3 minutes, Tisha will guide you step by step. Just follow along, and you don't need to think. All you have to do is absorb. Okay, there's nothing like this at all on the market, and I really want you to have it. I want you to have it at this early pre-release. Okay, then of course after your guidance with Tisha, when Tisha completes the session that you have together, you're going to feel more grounded, you're going to be clear, and you're going to be aligned with your trading plan. You're going to be ready to trade again the right way, without conflict. Okay? I know I'm repeating myself in a few ways, but it's important that you understand my insistence from my experience that this area is the area that most traders don't like to approach. And I'll tell you right now, what's great about this is you don't have to admit to anybody that you're getting help. That sounds crazy to some people, but it's true that traders who can be pretty upfront with their ego, they don't like to admit that they have issues. I can do it. I can use willpower, and yet the account is not showing that that's the truth. You're going to literally build a relationship with this AI, not a crazy, unhealthy relationship, but a perfect relationship. She's going to know who you are, how you act, what you keep on repeating, as far as if it becomes a problem that seems to be repeating. She will recognize that and help you along the way to eventual, not only in the moment, you'll start using her less and less because you'll be in control without her. But you want that hand on your shoulder in order to be there for you when you need it. Okay. Now here's a few comments from our beta users. Okay, we're in the early, we're just ending actually the early adopter stage, and we're close to release. But here's a few comments from our beta users. I really like it. It's getting me reset. This is really helping me get back into alignment. Excellent work. This is one of our favorite clients, not because but he's responsive. He's also critical when at times with other things that we've asked him to comment on, as far as his trading plan, how he responds. He's not a yes person. And so when he gives us feedback, we know it's good. I really like it. It's getting me reset. When he says excellent work, you know that you've done a good job. Perry says, I've had the opportunity to use Tisha AI in the heat of things a number of times over the past crazy, volatile week. And in my experience, it's been excellent. Tisha has helped me to stay calmer and be more focused on where my head is really at. I would recommend it to anyone who could benefit from having intervention in the heat of the trading session. And Eddie says, out of London, says, I wish I could imitate his accent, I won't do it. Forget all the trading tools out there. This emotional control tool is flat out making me a better trader. And those are just some of those that I've listed for you. So what is this revolutionary new service worth? Well, if you look at the cost of a single trading error, most of us that are day traders like to limit, even in a $50,000 prop account, which is the series that I trade in, $150 to $250 each trade risk. I don't like to go over $250. In fact, when I get close to my goals, like to reduce that to $150. But I'm just giving you a range, but just the idea that a single trading error is worth a couple of $100. What's the cost of another evaluation account? Okay, I've met people, I've helped people with over 200 evaluation accounts. Now, I know that Apex is running something now for $19 for a $30,000 account, a $50,000 account. In fact, you can buy 5 of them for under $100. But some firms that have you pay more upfront and less when you pass your valuation could be $250. But multiply that times how many that you've had in the past and how much you can project if things don't change. And what's the cost of a blown out funded account? Besides the, oh my God, I got to go back to the evaluation account. Even a $50,000 Apex evaluation account, it's $140, and then you don't have to pay any more after that. I think it's $80 a month if you want to go monthly. Some charge as much as $450. Actually, right now, I think Apex has a thing where it's only $50, but still, that's a moment in time. Look at the range of possibilities here. That this is the cost of what's happening right now, and what's the emotional cost of continuing to know what to do, but you're just not doing it. I mean, you really can't put a price on it. I talk about the wasting of time. Here it is, 6 months later, and you're further along getting paid by a prop firm than you would on January 1st. There's a lot of cost when you don't have emotional control. You can look at the numbers and put yourself in something in part of that range, but it's really that last point, the emotional cost, that really can string you out. So let's take a look at what you're going to get by committing today to do something about this. You're one click from discipline, from the disciplined coach that lives beside your chart, right underneath that icon. Below is everything included in your access. You'll actually get, here's what happens. Here's what you get today. If you act right now, unlimited access to Tisha. Talk to her as often as you need. There's no limit. Personalized coaching before, during, and after trading. A lot of our users are like to warm up with Tisha and like to unwind with Tisha at the end, whatever you like. But the real purpose is the at the moment breaking of that conflict between your emotion and your trading plan, and where you're making your wrong decision because emotion wins over trading plan. So when you commit today, you're going to be delivered on each occasion where you request something from Tisha, either EFT guidance on demand. It will interrupt the revenge trade before it takes over, guided affirmations, okay, anchor the plan before it opens, before the open, if you want to use it before the open, whatever. Or you can use meditations, or again, she will decide for you based on what you've requested, or you can say in your request, give me a meditation for this particular situation. This is the first iteration. We're already considering things like a little hologram, a thing. Whatever we come up with, you're going to get the continued product improvement. Every upgrade that we make is included. This is a revolutionary idea that is going to change the outcome for thousands and thousands of traders that realize the importance of this. Okay, and you're going to get a 30-day money-back guarantee. Listen, if it doesn't help you, you're going to get your money back. There's no conditions. Just ask me in the 30 days that you, in that first 30 days, I'll give you your money back. If you don't, you won't. I don't believe you're going to be asking. Nobody has yet in all of the beta and the early adopters group. So what is the investment? Well, our launch price is now set at $199. That's where we're going to begin when we launch this, and the launch date is coming up. We haven't put a date on it, but it's coming up very soon, because really already our time is collapsing and we want to get this out there. But it's not going to be $199 a month for this group today. Early adopters for this event, $67 a month. $67 a month, and you can cancel it anytime. Again, you've got the 30-day guarantee. All you need to do is go to tishaai.com, and Anthony, if you would put this in the chat, I know you are probably doing it right now, tisha-ai.com/act. We try to get tisha.com, but I think there's a singer, I believe an R&B singer, a really good one, that has tisha.com. So you can go ahead and buy her stuff if you make a mistake. But tisha-ai.com/act. Okay, I'm sending you directly to the special page that has this particular early adapters offer. Okay, so that is my presentation proper. I've left about 5 minutes here. I hope I didn't rush it. Let me see if I'm going to see if I can find well, I'm going to stop the sharing because I don't see how to get out of the share without and still see your questions. You may want to read do you see any questions at all, Anthony, for this? I've tried to be pretty self-explanatory. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just looking.
Oh, okay.
I don't see any questions.
Well, then that probably means I did a good job, right? I'm going to reduce this.
Alan's saying good stuff about the Tisha AI.
Great, Alan. Do you own this yet, Alan? Don't know. I'm going to reduce this as long as you put it in the chat. I think I'm going to just reduce it. People can see it from here. This way.
Yeah, Alan says the guidance provided by Tisha's AI is without any doubt the best program to address emotional challenges that almost every trader faces.
Yeah, I had a feeling that some of our early adapters would be on this because thank you for coming. I appreciate it, Alan. This is revolutionary stuff. I mean, this is a way that you can approach the new world. This is a new world, and AI. Whether this is going to be effective, whether you start algo trading and even stop looking at. Stop making the trading decisions based on what you see at the charts. When you start managing different AI traders and so on, we have somebody that's actually doing that. And one of our greatest promoters of Tisha AI is somebody that I think is acting in the future. But for right now, for me, I'm going to be looking at the charts and taking advantage of what I know about what I see in the charts for at least the next couple of years, until AI gets better at what it's doing, because the AI systems that I've tested and seen and my clients have tested have not worked very well. But here is something that for $67 a month, I want you to try it and see the kind of difference it's going to make for you immediately. This is something that I can say with confidence because we already have several dozen traders using this. I've kept it very close to the vest because I really didn't want this out until it was ready to go. And so we tested it, and we've gotten feedback to do certain things, even improve it up to now. You're getting already the improved version of it. And as we look at certain other things like holograms and other things that make it even less impactful. I mean, right now you can bring Tisha up now in right from your browser and reduce it anytime you want. You don't have to. It's not going to interrupt your charts.
June has one question. I'm not sure if he could answer it, but you might know what he's talking about. Can this be hooked into metrics with the likes of Muse S?
Well, it can be. As long as you have a browser, this is not hooked into any trading platform. What's going to happen is you're going to log into Kajabi, which is where we keep all our courses. If you already have some of our courses, you'll see Tisha Resident there. You'll click on the course, and it will fire up a window on your browser. And you will reduce that. And as long as your browser is active while you're trading, I mean, you're seeing your trading because you have your Metastock, or you have NinjaTrader up, or you have TradeStation, whatever you use, it's up there working. And all you have to do is click on the browser button, and Tisha will fire up right there for you. And then when you're done using it in 2 or 3 minutes, you click the reduce button, it reduces back into the browser. So it's very easy to use. It's right there for you, and it doesn't interrupt your charts and so on. You're only using it when you want it. For me, I use a 5-minute candle chart, and what I do with a 5-minute candle chart is in my system, I need to see the completion of a bar or of a candle before I can move. I need that candle to complete. So I can see in the first couple of minutes of a new candle whether it's got the potential to become a trigger after it completes. So I know I've got 3 or 4 minutes before I will turn on Tisha. I'll bring Tisha up. I'm about to make a trade. It's going to really have a lot of emotion around it. Calm me down. And Tisha will respond with a 2 or 3 minute process and before I need to take action. So depending on how you trade, where you're trading, some take a longer time, some take a shorter time. You can bring up Tisha whenever you want and use her right at the moment of decision, because that
Arun,
Arun
also would like to know before you go, is there a lifetime option?
There will be a lifetime option. Right now, there is not a lifetime option. We're looking at that pricing right now. But I will say to you that whatever there will be a lifetime option at the 199 level where we'll give you 2 free months. If you choose to take on this $67 a month, whatever it works out for two free months, that's the price you'll pay for your lifetime, for the yearly option. That's a yearly, it won't be a lifetime option, it'll be yearly. Look, this product is just coming out and it's already making a dent in the industry. I've already gotten calls from some names that you'd recognize. I want you to get in here and start using it. So yes, we'll have at least a yearly subscription for you, and for this it'll be $670 minus $134 if you can do the math. I did that in my
All right,
head.
Norman, thank you. That's about time.
Okay, that's it. Well, thank you for everybody for attending. I hope you take advantage of it. I think I've stopped the share, and now it is. Listen, Anthony, I appreciate the opportunity as always. Stick around. A lot of good speakers today.
Thank you, Norman. That was incredibly insightful. Trading psychology is something every trader struggles with, and I know our audience found tremendous value in your presentation today. So thank you so much for being here. I've placed Norman's special offer into the chat. For $67, that seems like a great way to keep yourself in line. Don't forget to register for today's giveaway if you haven't already. I'll put that link in there again. And coming up next is Jeremy Tang and Zach White from SharkSignals. They're going to be presenting Beyond Copy Trading, Parallel Execution for Prop Traders. It's always exciting to watch these guys. You'll learn why traditional copy trading is becoming outdated and how today's technology allows traders to scale across multiple prop accounts while managing each account independently. So everyone, please welcome Jeremy Tang and Zach White. Jeremy, Zach.
Oh, microphone's muted there.
Yeah, it's all yours.
Jeremy,
I had this gusto like hello, and it didn't come through. Sorry about that. No matter how many times I've been in this doing this, sometimes I forget the mute button's on. And speaking of which, like Zach and I have been how long have we been doing this now? Building tools for traders.
Right. Well, as I jokingly said earlier, we've been doing this long enough for me to see your kid grow up and go to high school.
Yeah, it's crazy. Time flies.
Long
time.
time.
The thing is too, is like we've seen an incredible amount of changes throughout the years, and I'm sure the previous presenters alluded to that. Is just we went through the pandemic. That was technically quite recent, actually, in our time frame. So we've but the AI revolution is really kind of like the railroad revolution, and in the distant past, we're seeing the landscape change significantly. A lot of money going in, a lot of things being upended. But there's some things that are tried and true, and no matter kind of what the technology is doing, really there's some tenets about trading that really don't change, and I'll kind of get into that in a bit. As Anthony mentioned, today we're going to be talking about copy trading, and this is actually pretty recent. I mean, when I say recent, probably in the last, I don't know, Zach, do you remember the first time you started hearing about it? I think it was about 8 years ago, I think, that I first heard the term copy trading. Oh, you're muted again. I'm not the only one that does this.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm giving feedback here. Yeah, I know. It's amazing how time flies. Right. It seems like at least 5 years ago
at
Yeah,
least.
if not maybe 6 or 7 years ago.
I
I
think I
know.
heard about it pre-pandemic. I seem to put everything pre and
Yeah,
post-pandemic in my
right.
brain.
I think it
So
really exploded about 5 years ago,
yeah,
somewhere in the
yeah.
ballpark. Yeah.
So those of you that are familiar with the concept of copy trading, you probably already know why the benefits and why people do it. I'll just kind of go over in the brief. But years ago, prop firm trading sort of came on the scene, and people discovered that you could get more than one prop firm account going at the same time, and actually multiply your gains significantly if you had good trading techniques using a software called a copy trader. And what that really does is and I'll explain kind of more in details, it basically tries to replicate your trades over multiple accounts. And we think it's kind of time to update this because it's, from what we've seen out there, it's really been sort of the same old formula. We've come from the trade execution world. And like I said, we've been doing this for a while. Our goal and it's always been the same for many years, and that's to build world-class trade tools for people like yourself. And one of the things that we really like to focus on is the execution side. We naturally, you look out there, you see what all the material that we've seen over the years. Most of it seems to be focused on signals and when to get in. We don't see as much stuff, and I think this is probably still true today. I don't know. We don't see as much stuff about what to do once you're in, and also the unsexy stuff like the risk management stuff, the money management stuff. Um, However, that's pretty critical to your success, and really, that's kind of where we put our stake in, and we've really focused as a company on really that execution side, that risk management side, and so we built tools over the years that really focused in on that, and like Zach and I have seen stuff firsthand that blew our minds. I think, like, and I recall, I can still remember like 10 years ago, and this is kind of really what kickstarted the whole thing for us. And I was in a trading room, and Zach had invited me, and he said, "Oh, you got to watch this guy. He's really consistent. This is amazing." Sadly, that individual's passed since, but he was a very gentle, kind man. But one of the cool things that he used to do was he would the way he would manage the trades. It was almost like magic, right? He could actually turn what we thought like were kind of losing signals, right? And I say losing in quotes, because and he could expertly manage his way out of them, right? And in a lot of cases, we saw him take these, you know, mediocre signals, and he would still eke a tick or two of profit out of it, or break even at least. And of course, you do that kind of consistently over time, and you're going to get some pretty amazing results, like just consistently over time, right? So, and we've been harping on this for years. We've been saying it, how you manage your trade is actually just as important as when to get in, right? Is just as important, or even more important, I would even think, from where we come from, than than finding your signals, right? So, and what I mean by that is the stuff that happens like while your trade is live, right? And that means bracketing it, where to place your profit targets and stop losses, uh, which is related to the risk, which is related to your entire system, and then things like moving it to break even, and when capturing profit when the opportunity strikes, simple things like that. And that's really what we're trying to build here with SharkSignals, is we're trying to take this evolutionary step and build a world-class execution tool that everyone can use, that will connect to your favorite broker account, connect to prop firms, et cetera, et cetera. Right now, we have it so it connects to NinjaTrader, and we're working to get it to connect to other brokers. Rhythmic and TradeOutLoud are on the horizon pretty soon, but that's kind of where we're going with it. And it turns out one piece of that is actually the parallel execution, which is what we're going to show you today, which is our take on copy trading and evolving it one step. Okay, so let's just contemplate really quickly here. What is it like? What do you think it's like to, if you were to, if you want to do the copy trading, you want to replicate your trades over multiple accounts, you really have kind of two options today: manually, which I don't think anyone really realistically does, right? That's the idea would be you'd have to fire trades off on every account manually. That's like, say you have 5 accounts connected to an account. Do you want to take a trade on? You'd have to be clicking the enter button like 5 times and managing 5 simultaneously. I can't imagine how hard that would be. However, there's copy trading software out there right now, and there has been for a couple of years. And we've noticed a few trends with those things, with those pieces of software, right? So one of the things that we notice is that generally they're architected that you have a lead account, and then you have follower accounts, and this lead account, like the software, will just peer into what you're doing with the orders. And if you submit a market order, right, that's basically you're entering, or limit order, whatever, it will just try to replicate that on its follower accounts. Now things get really complicated once you start putting brackets up, once you start putting profit targets and stop losses. So what I've seen some of these tools do simply is just they don't really do those. They don't do the exit orders because there's and the ones that do, they suffer from other problems. They suffer from issues of overfills and whatnot, and getting out of sync. That gets even more hairy, right? But the point is, generally speaking, if it's one of those pieces, if it's one of those softwares that don't do that, right? You've got a position on, and you've got your brackets up on your leader account. It won't actually replicate those on your follower accounts because, like I mentioned before, and that has a whole other bag of issues related to that in terms of trying to follow the leader, synchronization issues being the primary one. But that also means you're going to be trading naked on your follower accounts, and if you're trading naked and you have a disconnection, you've got a naked position out there that's unmanaged. That's of course not so great, right? Not to mention there's lag involved, right? You have software that's looking at the fills that come in, then trying to replicate that on your followers. They're a half step behind, right? So they're always going to be a little bit different. Let's be honest, right? If even if you try to execute them all at the same time, there's going to be some market variances, but those market variances can be further exaggerated with even more lag, right? So our take on it is a little different. What we're designing here is something where you have a single trigger and a simultaneous execution, and then every single account will be individually managed with its own brackets, as if it was like a primary order in itself, or as if it was a native bracket order. And what that means is no lag, right? Simultaneous execution. It also means every single follower gets its own bracket order. And so that's the software we're developing in this sort of grander vision. And this is kind of what it looks like, right? So imagine you got a signal coming in, right? And yes, it does. You can actually hook this up to automated trades if you want as well. We've done a video, or we did a webinar last month about this, about hooking in TradingView signals right into this system and having it auto execute. That's a beautiful way to do it. Very nice and hands-free. But we're going to demonstrate today a manual way to do the same thing. But basically, you can specify any number of brackets here, and Zach's going to show us in detail what that looks like in a second. But you can hook. This is like a flow diagram, guys. So you imagine your signals coming in here, and it basically fans out to all these different accounts simultaneously. Each one is bracketed the way you want it to. And it's really cool to see. So yeah, like I said, we're going to demonstrate today the manual control of this. I did mention that, yeah, you can hook up automated signals to that. That's another topic. We're not going to cover that today, but just know that is possible. And it's a really cool thing to see as well. That's another, if I digress for half a second, that's another kind of dream of ours. Is really, we want to make automated trading as simple as possible. And I after sort of thinking about it for some time, I think this is going to be the simplest way to do it for people. And anyway, yeah, I won't digress too much. So as I said before, yeah, we currently connect to NinjaTrader that does afford you a lot of control, so that basically you can replicate those trades in an interactive desktop environment, and then you can manipulate them manually or use the NinjaTrader ATM, which is pretty popular with a lot of NinjaTrader users. If you ever use the NinjaTrader ATM, it's super cool. Like you can basically have it do step ups, capture profit, auto break evens, and our system will drive it with the bracketing that you desire. And if you're really advanced and you're familiar with our software tools already, we have Shark Indicators Blackbird. That's an incredibly powerful tool. We've been selling that for pretty close to a decade now, and with updates and all sorts of things. And it can do things like trail your stop loss by an indicator. I mean, the world's your oyster. We designed it to behave. You can make it behave like a discretionary trader, looking at chart patterns and reacting to it on the fly. Amazing tool, very popular tool that we've got, and so you can actually now connect that and have that auto execute or execute many on many different accounts simultaneously. And as I mentioned before, we are also working hard to onboard TradeOutLoud, Rhythmic, and then we're going to not stop there. We're going to try to hook the system up to as many brokers as we possibly can. But we come from futures trading. That's kind of where we cut our teeth, and that's basically where we spent the last decade and a half. So naturally, we're going to start there, and that's why we've chosen these particular connections, brokers, if you will, because they're great. They're very popular for futures traders, right? So let's see this in action. Zach, I'll pass it off to you, and
All right.
Let
me get my screen shared here. And just a moment, folks. It's loading up. There we go. And okay, there we go. So my screen should be coming in here soon. There we go. All right. So yeah, as Jeremy alluded to here, I'm going to show you an example of parallel trading here, right? Versus, you know, the kind of the standard trade copying here. So you can see I have 4 different accounts here, all tied into, you know, what we call the trade plan here. And then also on NinjaTrader here, I have 4 charts, right? Each chart is set to one of those accounts. So we can see we have the Sim 101, right? The 102, the 103, and Mr. John Doe there as well. So with this, we can see here, everything is going to fire off in parallel instead of, so anybody who's used a trade copier knows, right, that your master account has to fire first, execute, and then reply back, and then the follower accounts can do that. But here we're going to see that all executing simultaneously there. So just hit the buy button there, and boom, everything just populates up instantly there. So let me kind of take you through here and show you some of the other built-in capabilities here. So there's more to it than just this parallel trading. So if you really pay attention, you'll see I have this, all right, the master account on the ES, right, a secondary account also on the ES. But if you look, the trade direction is reversed here. So you can actually build a hedging system or like a pairs trading system here, right? So, you know, the real example here, the reality would be, you know, obviously you're not trading the ES, you know, in opposite directions, but you might be going long oil, right, on one account and then shorting the dollar index on another account, right, for that pairs or hedging system there. Now, what would be common for those prop firm traders who are using trade copying, right, is typically your master account is trading the micro, but then you'll have smaller prop firm accounts trading the mini. So we can see this is actually the mini ES. And then also this is the mini NASDAQ as well. So let me kind of show you here how easy that is to set up. Here, I'll close that out. So let's take a look at the account 102, and we'll shrink this up a little bit there, right? So this is, you know, this chart here, Sim 102, that took a trade in the opposite direction, right? We can see the stops up here versus the stops down there, right? This is a short where I actually hit a buy there. And so if we look at the account node here, right, here's all the options. We have overrides here. And we can see in the overrides, I just enabled the reverse signal direction, right? It really was just that simple there. Now, if I go to the Sim 103, actually, let's go to the John Doe account here. So that way we can actually see the chart and then go down to the overrides. So what did I override? I overrode the symbol, right? The instrument that's being traded here. So you can put in any symbol, / instrument that you want there for this, for this account node to be executing on, right? So hopefully this kind of impresses upon you that each account can be trading separately, and differently there, but they're all executing the same trade plan there, and they're all executing the same signals coming in there. So, yeah, so just looking at the Sim 103 account real quick, right? That is the mini ES there, so as we can see, right, mini ES 103 there. So, yeah, so there's an example of the overrides here, which we added this primarily for the prop firm traders there, right? You can see all the flexibility built in that prop firm traders want, but also anybody who's designing a hedging system as well. Next, let me kind of show you just real quickly here the bracketing system, right? So you can see on these trades, right, I have 2 take profits, right, and the stop losses there, and that is set up, in the trade plan node here. So if we scroll down a little bit, right, here's our brackets, right? So we're referring to these, this is a common referral is bracket, right? Each profit target and stop loss there, right, is a bracket, an OCO bracket there. And with this, you can add as many brackets as you want. So you can see, right, I've got 7, obviously a little excessive there, but you do have that flexible capability there. Let's remove all of those. And then also for those, creating an auto trading system there, right? Some other controls you want is, when the signals are coming in, then you might want to prevent reversal signals from reversing the trade, right? Some traders have a system where they need the existing trade to play out, and finish before a signal in the opposite direction, can come in. And also you can allow scaling in and scaling out there, right? So next, let me show you something that we are working on. So as Jeremy mentioned, right, we are kind of the goal here is to, be able to connect your signals to any broker, of choice there. And so our next step here is going to be TradeOutLoud. So let's open up this trade plan. And you can see I have a standard TradeOutLoud, demo account there. And also let me pull up TradeOutLoud now. All right, so here's TradeOutLoud in another browser window here. And here, this is the, in case you're wondering, this is the manual trade node here. So you can manually always take over the trade there, so you can flatten at any time, or you can buy or scale in, so maybe you already have a long position on, right? You can scale in more contracts, if you want with it, or reverse the trade, as you see fit. So you always have full control, over the trading that's going on here. You can take over, whatever signals you might have connected in here. So, all right. So just to show you guys real quick here. So we can see I got a quantity of 2. I'm on the mini NASDAQ, and let's just make sure, there we go. So my chart's on the mini NASDAQ, and let's go buy. Let's buy here. And for anybody who's used TradeOutLoud, there you can see the trade flags. Yeah, the trade flags are a little hard to see there, so they're really just kind of lines there. But there we go. We can see the entry point there, and yeah. So this is what we're working on. What's coming up here shortly And we can also flatten that as well. And boom, there, all gone. So, yeah, so that's a quick rundown through SharkSignals. So with that, let me turn it back to Jeremy. And Jeremy, we also have some questions in the question window there for us to answer.
All right.
So actually,
yeah.
Let me answer this one right now, Jeremy. There's one in here. Do you have an API? And yes, we do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Actually, let me comment about that a little bit, because there are other systems out there that have pretty elaborate APIs, and don't be fooled by that, because what that actually means is that means a lot of the onus is on you to handle the nitty gritty stuff of the of the execution, and execution is pretty tricky. So our API is incredibly simple, and we even have, as Zach has showed there, we have a whole bunch of other inputs in there that we will be using for future references, or future for the future, I should say. But in general, it works like this. So I'll do a little tech speak here, because obviously, if you know what API means, you're probably a developer, or you're familiar with how APIs work. And that is, the only thing you need to pipe in as a minimum is just the signal ID. So the API is just a JSON payload, and the minimum you need is just the signal ID, which is what Zach is highlighting right now. And we even have an AI prompt. So we did a demo of this as well a few weeks ago, and you can actually feed this into Claude, and you can execute with the signal ID. And the reason why the API is very simple is that, again, we do the busy work of putting the brackets on, managing it, et cetera, et cetera. And then you could even specify an action quantity in there, but it's optional, right? If you don't, you just have to configure it in the trade client. So it's actually an easy way to, I don't know if you've tried this yet, but if you try to actually execute a signal from Claude, they have guardrails in place that will say, I can't do that. It looks like you're trying to execute a trade. Sorry, my guardrails say I can't let you actually execute a trade. So instead, what we have is, we just have a signal ID, right? If you ever run into a roadblock, you just need to pass a signal ID. Everything you just simply configure it. You just tell Claude you just want a webhook alert signal or something. But then, in our system, you can actually specify, okay, when you see the signal, that means buy on this trade plan, 10 contracts on the MES or something like that, right? And you can with a few button clicks, you can actually configure that. So that's, and I should also add, well, I'm kind of mad at we have time, because we were kind of ahead of schedule here, so I'll go a little bit deeper into this. We've added, so we are working on this ability for you to pass variables through to basically affect things like, where the positioning of your stop losses will be and that sort of thing. And that's coming soon, but I would say that's on the development timeline as well. So we have plans to make it as simple as possible, yet as powerful as possible, so that we want to lessen the workload on you if you're designing an auto trader, so that it's just as simple as fire and forget on a signal ID. Everything just occurs the way you've planned it, and there's no need to develop some sort of like trade management side, right? You don't have to manage the nitty gritty details of where the brackets are going and all this stuff like that. Like in your code, you could just pre-configure it. That being said, we're also going to make that open and available too. So, good question. That we have a techie in there, but for some reason I don't see the question, Zach. But so you can call him out too. But.
Okay, yeah, will do. All right, so back to our regularly scheduled webinar here. So Jeremy's going to take over the screen share now.
Yeah, okay. I think you might have to cut your screen share for me to be able to do it.
Okay, there we go. Okay. I believe that did it.
It's disabled for me, actually. I don't know if Anthony, if you're around, if you can re-enable me for presenter, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. It should be working. I'm working from a Chrome laptop, so it's a little bit slower for me.
Amazing technology, isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
like Chrome laptops. I think that's just running a browser or something, and is that right? Or
There you
Android,
go.
right? Yeah.
All right, Jeremy, we have you
Yeah,
on the screen.
I'm back. Okay. I'm just gonna sum up real quick here, and then we can have some questions roll in. But to summarize, yeah, like with the copy trading aspect, of course, we're focusing on what we think is sort of more of a winning formula, which is the idea that things are fully managed and execute in parallel. There's no lead or follow lag. You're going to have exit orders live at your broker, placed as you trade, and you know what that translates for you is if you don't like that slippage over time will add up, right? And it's costly. So anytime we can reduce that kind of slippage, you know, in your favor, uh, that's that's actually more dollars in your pocket at the end of the day, right? Okay, so as I mentioned before, you know, our goal is to try to connect more brokers, more connectivity to our system. And honestly, the dream, and this is we've been wanting to do this for the longest time, is for have our customers be able to sit on a beach somewhere, maybe with their a low powered laptop, just to monitor the market, because I know you can't get away from gluing your eyes to the screen or something like that. But it conceivably, if everything's hooked up properly and you have your auto trading system hooked up properly, you could just feed your signals in. Our system handles everything in cloud, manages the trades in your broker, and you don't really have to be tied to a slave at your desktop, and that's really the dream. We're trying to go with that. And so yeah, that means hooking up more than just NinjaTrader, hooking up other brokerage accounts that can just run and execute in the cloud. Okay, so what is our service cost? Well, we're right now in early access, so we're basically cutting everything 50% off at this point until September, and that's just going to allow us to gain some traction and get some feedback from you guys, and really try to grow the service. We have a lot of plans. We have some pretty ambitious plans with this in terms of where we want to go with it. Risk management controls, money management controls. Like imagine NinjaTrader ATMs working on any broker that you choose in the cloud. Like that'd be a dream. And possibly even not possibly, but also auto executed by your favorite AI too, right? That's definitely possible today even. So this is kind of again a world-class execution platform that we're trying to build here. And I would say we're pretty generous and pretty competitive with our pricing compared to other execution platforms that I've seen out there. Um, Even ones that put more of the onus on you to manage the nitty gritty stuff of trade management. So normally, or we basically just sort of tier this off so that you fit into an appropriate tier depending on your server usage, right? And that really boils down to trades per day. And again, from what I've seen from comparisons of our competitors, we're about almost 10 times more generous in terms of the quotas that we do. So it's sort of like we're just trying to be fair in terms of keeping the tiers separate for the amount of use that you have. So there's no limit to the number of accounts that you can connect to SharkSignals. And there's no limit to the number of trade plans that you can have, and there's no limit to the number of signals that you can define. So you can have an infinite number if you want of signals and accounts and whatever. We don't have any limits to that whatsoever. It's really just the draw on the server in terms of the actual trades and managing the trades. Yeah. Okay. So to get there, you just need to go to sharksignals.com. And really, it's just as simple as signing up. It's completely free to use in Sim, and we're probably going to stick with that model as long as it works. That the idea is to really just kind of let you play around with the system. We got a lot of users that do that as they're learning it and trying to build out their trading systems. But yeah, that's all it takes to get started. No credit cards required to sign up. And feel free to try it out. And honestly, like, if you do and you got some feedback, we'd love to hear it. That's kind of like, we're trying to build around the community and around you guys and what you guys are, wanting in a product like this. I'm just going to drag over as we still got 10 minutes, so we got a fair bit of time.
And Jeremy, we do have another question here. So.
Yeah. Let me just quickly show you our little roadmap. But so when you're in the app itself, and then you can go ahead and name the question in a second. I'm gonna just log in real quick, right? So I just logged in. On the bottom left here, help and documentation, feedback. So if you're there and you do see something that you like, or a suggestion of something you want to see, we have the little feedback button. You can hit feature request, right? Problem found, whatever. And we have our little public roadmap here. If you click the roadmap button, it shows you kind of what we're working on. As you can see, this is the public list too. Our internal list is humongous. I think we're up to 400. We're already up to 400 something items in it, which is crazy. But this is kind of what we're working on. Like I said, TradeOutLoud's on the horizon, and we're just kind of ironing out the kinks in that. Pretty soon, what's going to happen as well is if you go to your I think it's in there right now, but you go to your account management. Okay, there is now an options on the bottom here to use the beta features. Right, you can click that on and off, and then you'll start seeing things like like this TradeOutLoud thing. We don't have that deployed yet, guys, but when you get in there, you're not going to see that yet. But I think within a few weeks here, we'll probably have that kind of at least in a beta state for people to try out, so they can hook up TradeOutLoud. Rhythmic is a little further out as well, but yeah, that's kind of where the state of things are right now. And you can see I've got my different brokers defined and connected. I've got only a couple signals. I think Zach had a lot more on his, and I've only got two.
I have a lot of testing signals going on there. It looked a bit messy. Yeah.
I'm just a junior when it comes to this kind of stuff, like the usage. When it comes to really using the product, like Zach's the one that really puts it through its paces. So, all right,
all right.
We got a couple minutes for questions. Go ahead.
We ready for that question? Okay, yeah. So it was asked, is it possible to control positions via your API? So yes, we can do that here. Do you want me to switch screens, or Jeremy, do you want to pull up SharkSignals and do it yourself?
Yeah, I don't have NinjaShare up, so probably best of you. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Let me take over here, and you guys will see my screen here in a moment. There we go. And let's see, is it coming in? Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, so this is for Tuffin. I'm not sure if it's Tuffin, who asked this question here. Yeah, so currently, we're kind of following the TradingView model here, right? They did set up a really good, a good system that's simple and easy to understand here. So when you're setting up a signal here, if what you select as the source is the strategy alert here, so I'm going to set this up, create a new signal, and then in here, let's get rid of that guy there. So in here, one of the TradingView strategy placeholders, try saying that tongue twister, is you have market position here, right? So market position is showing, how many contracts long you should be or how many contracts short. So let's say, if your market position was long 5, if
Actually,
this
just
comes
a
in,
little tiny correction. It's actually net position. That's that number, position size. You see how that net position is like the
oh,
number?
sorry, yeah,
Yeah,
I'm looking at
and
the wrong
market
one.
position
There
would
we
be
go.
long short. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, position size there. So if it's, you know, long 5 plus 5 and then comes in at plus 4, right? Then, you know, SharkSignals knows, oh, hey, we need to peel off one of those contracts or add, right? So again, you know, this net position here can add and subtract to your position there. Yeah, so it's really just that simple, you know, nice, easy to understand and follow, you know, trading views, you know, placeholders here. Yeah, so you can use all of these here to do that. So real simple. Shouldn't be any problem there for you to, yeah, add that to your API and yeah, control those. Have your, let's see, yeah, you just say you have a signal system here. Yeah. So
Yeah, I
there
do
we
want to
go.
put a little caveat on that, Tuffin, just because we're still working on the scaling out. Scaling out with brackets is a very, very challenging thing to do, right? If you really put your head around it, like there's all sorts of things that could happen during a scale out procedure that, you know, you could be filled, for example, when you're trying to scale out, the moment you're scaling out, and so that puts you into sort of exceptional positions that you may not intend. So we're still working out the kinks in that. So for now, the scale out feature is disabled until we get that right. But flipping sides, no problem. Scaling in is also no problem. So those actions are all implicit when you use that API call. Essentially, when you say you have a buy action, right? And you say the market position is long, that's considered an entry, right? But if you put the buy action, but you say the market position is short, that's actually a scale out, right? So I'm just saying the scale outs right now are disabled, but they will be in due time fully enabled when we get it right.
Yeah, and just, you know, another note that something else to note, you know, just kind of reading into your question where your system is controlling the number of positions here. So you don't have to use a bracket if you don't want to. You know, so I don't want to kind of ruin what I have here, but you can set your take profit and stop loss to none. So that way your system is managing, you know, managing when to get in, get out 100% there. Yeah. So you don't have to use brackets there. Second question here, a follow-up. So he understands that he can use an API via Python or C#. Everything works over JSON. Yeah, that would be correct.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Right. Yeah, we're not reading a specific programming language. We're just accepting. Yeah, there we go. Let's discard that. We are just accepting that Python command there, or Python string. Let's see here. Yeah, it's going to.
Yeah, well, in Python, there's a
Oh,
pretty. I mean, it's actually, I'm not a Python programmer, but any AI can figure it out. It's really just a simple REST API call, which is the standard that just about every webhook uses.
yep.
So we're not reinventing any wheel here or anything like that. And really, the key is just making sure you call it with the right address, the right URL, right? And that URL is coded to you. It's got a special, like a couple special numbers in there, and that's basically kind of
Right.
protect you from.
That's your secret key in a way. Yeah. So nobody else can trade. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
there's no authentication involved. You just call it, right? So very simple.
yeah. So good questions there. Yeah. You know, for those technical people, yeah, you know, that's also what SharkSignals is for as well, for those real technical people. Yeah, that need a simpler, easier way to manage their trades. You know, you do have the trade plan to help manage your system. You know, if it's not that complex enough, and also a simple way to hook in, you know, all the different brokers there. you know, which again, as Jeremy said, yeah, we're working on. So at some point, yeah, you'll be able to hook in, you know, all your different brokers here. So
Yeah, and one of the really cool use cases that I'm seeing kind of up and coming, just like influencers seem to be talking about. I don't know how many real people are doing this, but obviously AI is a very exciting field right now, and a lot of people using Claude or ChatGPT's. What's ChatGPT's equivalent to Claude? I can't remember.
Opus?
No, Opus is a cloud model, but ChatGPT has its own kind of agentic AI on
Oh,
this as well.
yeah,
Yeah,
they're really good,
there are
more
a lot of
focused
these
on
now.
Claude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I personally use Claude quite a lot. But you can now, and there's a lot of videos on this. You can now have Claude do scheduled tasks, analyze markets. But it's garbage in, garbage out, right? You have to use your experience as a trader to ask it the right questions. It'll dig. Think of it as like a really good assistant. It'll dig out the data, fetch it, present it to you how you've asked. You can't just be like, just trade for me, please. Like, not gonna do anything. But at the end of the day, you could. Oh, and I'm sure. I think this is probably the topic that was asking this. And I'm sorry, I can't see your name, so I apologize if I mispronounce it. But yeah, you can easily get Claude or whatever to build a Python script for you and call this webhook. It's relatively simple to do, and we do have in fact, a prompt for it right there. You can actually just click the AI signal prompt, and it comes up with a sample prompt and tells the AI how to interpret these things.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
the
it right there.
last two sentences here. There we go. Yeah.
All right, I think we just ran out of
Cool.
time. So
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've gone over a little bit there. All right. So thank you guys, and good questions there.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here today. We do appreciate you. That was fascinating and new, so we appreciate that. Technology continues to reshape prop trading, and your presentation showed exactly how traders can gain an edge while staying compliant with prop firm rules. Very impressive. I've posted they've posted their special offer in the chat, so be sure to check that out. And yes, the giveaway registration link is there as well, and I'll repost that again in case you missed it. And next, we welcome Floyd Bradley. Floyd's presentation is why you need a customizable strategy for prop firm accounts. Today, Floyd will compare manual trading versus automation, explain the difference between white box and black box bots, and demonstrate customizable NinjaTrader strategies designed specifically for prop traders. So everyone, please welcome Floyd Bradley.
Hello, thank you for your introduction. Let me see if I get this going here right. Where are we? All right, you see my screen and hear me okay?
Yeah, everything looks good. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for inviting me to present. I've got quite a few slides, so I'll try to go through them fairly rapidly. And the specific subject today, customizable automated strategies. This disclaimer, I have 2 pages. I know everybody has read theirs. Futures trading and options trading have large potential rewards, but also large potential risks, etc. Since the trades have not been executed, results may have under overcompensated. Simulated investing and trading programs are also subject to the fact that they have the benefit of hindsight, and you should trade carefully in light of your own circumstances and financial resources, etc. I have a slightly different background to other presenters. I came from the software world mainly, and after retiring, began to actively invest my own portfolio, learned about swing trading and option trading, futures day trading, and put my software and my technology and trading, futures trading into one combined package, which I call TradePilot AI. I've got 3 programmers working for me almost exclusively, and several hundred customers now. The company is called TradePilot and TradePilot AI. That's what our website looks like. I'll show you the website URL at the end. We are a NinjaTrader specialist. All our products run on NinjaTrader, and we are a part of the NinjaTrader ecosystem, approved vendor, and have presented on their webinars in the past. That YouTube connection there, that link shows you the latest presentation we did with them. We have services and products. I won't go through the services more than 30 seconds here. The most important one, probably from a daily point of view, is our trade room, the Futures Trading Club, which this presentation is recorded. You can check this out when it becomes available, but basically that's the meeting ID. It's the same every day. It's a free trade room, and we trade from 9:15, 9:30 a.m. Eastern for an hour and a half. But today I'm going to talk about our strategies, automated strategies. We have 10. This is a 3x3 matrix, so the 10th has been hard to figure out how to get on without getting to a 3x4, which may someday happen. And we'll talk about all 10. But when we talk about automated strategies, I think it's important for those of you who may or may not have heard these different terms that they all pretty much mean the same thing. Automated strategies is NinjaTrader's expression, but you have other people like MetaTrader using expert advisors. The general public talks about algos or systematic trading, and you hear about robo-traders, robots. You know, we talk about bots just to make it simple. So automated strategy and bots, but it's all the same. Without teaching your grandmother how to suck eggs here, overview of retail traders and the problems they have is most trade manually. It's called discretionary trading, but a lot of it's just called seat of the pants. Each trader normally has indicators they use, and they buy and sell manually, literally with their hand on a mouse or hand on a touchpad. When they see something happen with one of the indicators, or when they see price go up suddenly or down suddenly or something like that. And a lot of people trade without predetermined profit target levels and just bang, sell or close when they want to take a profit or minimize a loss. ATMs, which is the NinjaTrader module, advanced trade management templates, are useful. And many people do use those if they're NinjaTrader users. But as you all know, probably in the audience, trading manually can be very tiresome, very tense, requires vigilant monitoring, quick reflexes, nerves of steel, can take a lot of time, white knuckle trading. As contrast to that, a lot of the institutions who trade are using automatic algorithmic systems. And these algos use quantitative logic, mathematical modules, order flow stats, low latency feeds, chart indicators, including the common ones, but also some proprietary ones. And these systems, buy and sell automatically when certain parameters are hit or met, or certain signals are triggered, etc. And most of these algos, employ very specific what-if logic, hard-coded risk management, etc. So we should probably, as retail traders, think about taking the best of what they do as institutions who've been around for a long time and doing this for many years. And so that's really why we have come out with our automated strategies. So why use automated as opposed to manual? Rules-based entries are better than discretionary, including exits. The program acts according to the way it was written, not according to your second guessing. It avoids the pitfalls of emotion like fear and greed. It's very fast compared to manually doing it. You can use limit orders rather than market orders, and more precise. Targets and stops can be set for ticks or dollars or ATRs. You can use trailing stops, runners, ATMs, and you can run multiple charts, multiple instruments, multiple trades at once. I run in the trade room 50 different charts simultaneously because I run it automatically. Hands-free trading means less time on the keyboard. You can go off and go to the kitchen. You can go to the go play golf. You can run these overnight while you're sleeping. If you like indicators, it still doesn't mean that we're not using indicators, because we definitely have those built into our strategies. Automated strategies allow back testing, optimization, walk forward testing, etc. You can, compared to ATMs, they enter more quickly, and you can scale in and pile on as well, which ATMs don't allow you. And then semi-automated trading is possible. You can actually start manually and then use the bot to exit, or you can use the bot to start and do your manual exit, or you can have the bot running automatically, but you can still manually adjust stop targets and stops and tweak if you see something that catches your eye. And you can also, as the day is progressing or the hours progressing, you can decide to go long only, short only, or continue to go both directions. No talk about automated strategies and customization is complete without talking about black box and white box. If you've never heard of these, black box is basically a vendor's trading system where they don't tell you how it works, but they promise it will make money, or they indicate it will make money. And you have to trust it, and you pretty much buy it or rent it, lease it, and hope it performs. But pretty much it's a big mystery. That's why it's called a black box. White box, which we think is the better way to go, is a trading systems where there's transparency of the rules, the logic, the decision criteria, etc. And normally you can see the trades on screen as well, so you can understand, as I said before, you can even tweak your target levels and stop levels, etc. The user can see exactly why a trade fired and how each contract performed. The problems with black box strategies I just hinted at, you can read them here, but basically your parameters are fixed. You can't control them. The logic is obscure. The algorithms are hidden. Even the risks are concealed to some extent, to a large extent. You may not have control over or know when the times are trading and how often the black box trades. Sometimes it's tied just to one or two instruments, maybe not be the instruments that you want to trade. They can be expensive. In my experience, they have aggressive sales tactics, and there's a tendency for this to be common in the current foreign exchange marketplace. And often when you look into the fine print, it's non-US companies. White box, which we believe are the best way to go, much more transparent, risk is easier to understand, and customization is possible, which we're going to talk about in a few minutes. Most parameters can be adjusted, some cases all of them. So you can personalize your strategy, you can back test it, forward test it in sim, test it in prop firms, test it in cash accounts. And you can use different strategies for different market regimes. Again, choose long only, short only, or both directions. Trade semi-automatically, and you can diversify. So now, why use customization? We've talked about why using automation, but now why use customization? Because basically one bot does not fit all sizes. Every trader has different environment, different personal circumstances, different trading and situations. They can be trading cash accounts or prop firm accounts or both. I'll have sim paper accounts, testing accounts as well. People have different size accounts. Cash traders have different size margins. Some have $5,000, some have 50, some have 250, some have $1 million. And in prop firms, you can go from 25,000 up to 300,000. So every trader needs to customize their white box strategy according to their environment. Everyone has their own risk profiles, favorite instruments, times that they can trade, like first hour of the day or at lunchtime because they have a day job, whatever. And different prop firms, of course, have their different rules in terms of consistency, max drawdown, and other crazy rules. You also have a number of additional reasons why customizable strategies are better. And I'm not going to read every line here, but this is available if you want to download the recording, and you can read through all these more carefully. But basically, it goes on and on and on in terms of why customization has benefits for diversification, scaling, etc. Our strategies, we have 10 as of today. We may have 11 or 12 by the end of the year, so I can do my 3x4 matrix. But basically, all of our strategies are automated. They're all white box. They're all customizable. All 10 of our strategies run on NinjaTrader, which is the #1 platform for automated retail systems. They all have the same user interface when you look at properties, which is for parameter setting. They all have the same time filter options. We actually have as many as 6, including you could actually set your time filter in seconds if you want to give more minutely than minutes. They have the same extensive money management capabilities, similar chart trader buttons, on-screen information, messages, alerts. They all come with installation instructions, which is simple, really. Just import it as you normally import the zip file, and then getting started guides and very full, almost up to 20-page user manuals. The 10 strategies, which I showed before in a different format with icons, are the following. The 10th one is our newest one, VWAP bot. You'll see we have some trending strategies like Trend Bot, Bouncer Bot, Squeeze Bot, and ATM Bot. We have some mean reversion strategies like Scalar Bot, Reversal Bot, Auction Bot, VWAP Bot, Reversion Bot. And there are some that are hybrids. Scalar Bot can be a hybrid. If you turn on the reentry button, you can actually take advantage of a trend as well. And each of these, we have some customers who just use one of these, and we have some customers use 2, and we have some customers use 3 or 4. I don't know of anyone yet who's using all 10 other than me in the trade room. But again, it's a question of how many charts NinjaTrader can support at one time as well. But you could definitely use different bots at different times of the day as well. Not to be too repetitive here, but just to clarify, we have 6 time filters. We have extensive money management. Targets and stops can be done in a number of different ways, including with ticks, dollars, or ATR. Trailing stops, break even, etc. And we support ATMs for many of our bots. Direction can be chosen, start behavior can be chosen. On-screen info is extensive, but you can turn it off if it bothers you. No one I know turns it off because it's useful. We have optional indicators, optional filters, and the chart trader has helpful buttons so you don't have to go in and out of properties. And as I said, the documentation is extensive. I don't want to waste too much time on comparing us to other vendors, but and I have purchased a few other vendors, and I've talked to users who have tried other vendors. But basically, I would maintain that we have one of the most extensive white box systems out in terms of customization, and give you some example. Most vendors support most instruments, but there's some vendors out there who don't support micros. There's some that only support ES and NQ, some that only support ES, YM, and NQ, but we support anything that NinjaTrader supports. In terms of chart types and time frames, I know some vendors who only do range charts, some only do Unirenko charts. We do any time chart, tick charts, or any of those that you want to use. In terms of our time periods, we believe we have the most of any vendor. We have 6 time filters. Others have typically 2, 3, or 4. I know some that only have 1. As far as I know, we're one of the few where you can actually set your time filter in seconds. Like, why would you do that? Well, maybe you want to trade the CPI at 8:30 a.m. So you want it to start at 8:29 and 50 seconds, or you want it to start at 8:30 and 15 seconds, or that kind of granularity. We also support Eastern time and local time, so you can set which one you want to trade with. In terms of our money management, we have an extensive list of money management capabilities, including account profit percentage or dollars from that, and we have at the trade profit level as well. Again, it's for power users. We have the best system. Entries and exits, we allow up to 5 different target levels, including a runner, whereas most vendors support 2 or 3. We have the ability to support runners and also support for ATMs. We offer a number of filters: moving averages, VWAP, higher time frames, squeeze, ADX, volume, delta, etc. I don't know enough about the other vendors, but I know they don't support all of those. In terms of entry triggers, different bots use different manuals, different methods, but MA crosses, reversal bars, unfinished auctions, which is unique to us, I believe. Squeeze firing, pretty unique. We do a lot of bounce entries as well, including standard deviation. I'm not sure about all the other vendors, but basically we handle all of them. On-screen messages, extensive on-screen messages, and at the same time, we don't clutter the screen. So again, not going through all these more detail, but you get the idea I'm trying to paint. I've pretty much said this already. And again, I've mentioned this already. And as an example, you could set your daily goal at 800 and your max loss at 400. 2 to 1 is quite a good ratio. I sometimes use 3 to 1. If you want to trade more than one bot on an account, you can have that the bot itself, whichever bot hits its goal, stops and the other bot continues. Or if one bot hits its max loss, the other bot will continue. So that's quite clever and quite tricky to implement, but we've got that, had that for a long time. You can also have trade goals and trade losses with reentry. And then the account profit protection, trade profit protection I mentioned, dollars or percentage. We have, I'll give you a YouTube link where we have a lot of videos of our bots in action. But just in terms of screenshots, the TrendBot, which was our very first product, showed, you can see with the green dotted lines, those are profitable trades. That's a perfect TrendBot trade. The scalar bot, this one happens to show a colored background because we have the optional ability to turn on red, green, yellow, or blue according to the moving average trends. You can configure your own colors. But in any case, here's a typical example of what a scalar bot trade looks like. You can see the different trades there with the green dotted lines. The bouncer bot, similar to scalar bot, but it bounces off of moving averages. If you were to look closely, you'd see that there was a bounce off the 8 EMA, the yellow line. There was a bounce off the white 21 EMA. There was a bounce off the magenta 34, and it just keeps bouncing off those and taking profits. You can have backfill on or not. You can have reentry on or not, on or off. And you can see the buttons allow you to turn those on or off. Reversal bot uses ATMs, but you can see there's a yellow candle signifying a reversal, a bearish reversal candle, then a blue one, which is a bullish reversal candle. These trigger ATMs. Auction bot looks for unfinished auctions. I think we're the only company in the world that has one. And it's lovely to see these unfinished auctions get picked off by price action. The breakout bot is a typical opening range or any range period you wish. You set whether you want to trigger the entry according to the moment that it, the second that it crosses the line, or whether you want to wait for the bar to close. And then you can use an ATM, or you can use ATRs or fixed tick increments for targets and stops. Squeeze bot, if you see it in the lower panel, there is the squeeze indicator, which is based on the interplay of Bollinger Bands and Keltner channels. And when the red dot appears, it's a squeeze. And when the green dot appears, it's the squeeze firing, which is the signal that momentum is increasing. And you see the bot took the next candle and entered and took advantage of the release of compression. Reversion bot works on a VWAP and standard deviations. When price gets too far above VWAP, you can set it to enter. ATM bot supports only ATMs, yours or others that we provide for free. The VWAP bot is kind of the inverse of the reversion bot. It works on a bounce off of VWAP. You can see the blue VWAP line here. The price bounced off, took a trade at the bounce, took a profit, took another trade at the bounce, started taking profits. So that gives you an idea. And if you want to see more of these, this is the YouTube channel. We have nearly 20,000 subscribers. There are over 350 videos showing performance in real time against all 5 of the instruments that I've been discussing. So again, we're trading 50 charts a day. Going on to prop firms. I don't talk about the pros and cons of prop firms. I'm personally a little bit skeptical, but I know a number of you are here because you like to trade prop firms. But anyway, that's my overview of them. I actually wrote a white paper on the prop firm industry. If you'd like a copy, all you have to do is email me. And yeah, we've had people use our product with Apex and with 5 or 10 others. So for prop trading and customization, putting these 2 subjects together, thank you, Anthony. You got to decide which bots to use, which instruments to trade, what chart time frame, what time filter. You have to go through all these decisions. But once you set this up, you basically save your settings, and you've got something to experiment with: back test, forward test, trade in sim, trade live. This is a helpful little guide in terms of position sizing, whether you're conservative or whether you're aggressive or somewhere in between, which I'm calling standard. Will give you an idea of how many maximum contracts you should trade. Our trade room trades 5 minis, but that's not appropriate for somebody who's got $25,000 account. You have to trade, 5 micros, that type of thing. But this is a helpful matrix. Now, one of the questions that some of you may be asking is, how difficult is customization? If you've not used NinjaTrader, or you've used other people's NinjaTrader strategies, you might have some idea of how easy or not it is. But I maintain it as quite easy, and want to give you some idea that our pages are all similar and easy to understand. So this is, again, if you know NinjaTrader well already, I'm sorry, I'm going to go through some basics first, but I need to start for people who don't know NinjaTrader. First, you do basically ask for a new chart. Then you have to decide which instrument, and there's a pull-down list: ES, NQ, or MES, MNQ, CL, MCL. You just choose your instrument. Easy peasy. Then you choose your chart time frame, minutes, seconds. If you're a day trader, ticks maybe. You can do range. You can also do Unirenko and Renko by importing those as well. But within minutes, you can do a 3-minute chart, 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart, etc. 30 range or 15 range, you choose what. Basically, we do a lot of our trading in minutes. I like 3 minutes. I used to be a 5-minute trader, then a 1-minute trader. Now I'm a 3-minute trader, but you can choose what you want. Then when you go to your strategy, you choose the strategy selection list. We have a folder, TradePilot AI. If you've licensed one of our bots, it'll only show up once. One of them will show up, but if you've licensed all of them, for example, then you would choose the one that you want. Then you go to your account, what sim account, what prop firm account, what live account. Choose your account. It's easy from the drawdown list. The best thing after that is probably your time filter. We allow you to have trade in Eastern time, or you can uncheck that box, in which case you're trading local time according to your local CPU. I find this useful because I was living in California 16 years. So I was trading at 6:30 a.m. PT for the cash session open, but then I also was on the East Coast visiting my sister, and then I was in the UK visiting my children. So, you don't want to keep changing your time. So it's just easy for me to think of Eastern time, but you can turn that off as well. We have that capability. And as I said, we had 6 different time filters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can do them in any order. You can enable them to start at that time and to flatten that time. You can enable them at a certain time and not flatten them, and they'll stop taking trades, but they won't exit. So here's 3 and 4. Here's an example, typical 9:30 a.m. Eastern start, 11:30 when that's basically when Europe closes. Those 2 hours are the most common trading hours for day traders. But basically, you choose what you want, and you can have multiple ones. So it can go on at 9:30, off at 11:30. You come back at 2 o'clock, finish at 4 o'clock. Or then if you want to trade specific, like news, 4-star news, you can go down to the second level, as you can see here, just as an example. Account daily goal max loss, you just put your numbers in here. Account profit protection, you put your numbers in here. Again, check or not check according to whether you're going to use them or not. And then trade profit protection, strategy goal, max loss, the ones I mentioned already. Entries, you can here tick for ATR entries or tick entries. Here's where you've chosen ATR with instead there's ticks. You see the ticks. Here's ATR, like 0.5 ATR for your first target, 1 ATR for your second target, 1.5 for your third, 2 for your fourth, 2.5, or you can make this 0, and you could be trading a runner. Higher time frame. We have lots of filters. I won't go through them. Higher time frame, VWAP, squeeze, and then we support ATRs, our own or your whatever ones that you've devised. Moving average options, EMA, SMA, different periods, 8, 21, 34, or you could choose your own, etc. Entry restrictions, day of the week, number of trades max, number of profitable trades max, consecutive profitable trades max, those kinds of very powerful capabilities. The trend background color, which I mentioned, is optional, and then lots of on-screen information. We have the ability to use playback with market replay. We have the ability to use strategy analyzer. Recently, we've added that, and you can email me for settings that have worked well for the Futures Trading Club. But let me move on to how we market the products and how we price them. On the left here, our pricing is you can subscribe, lease. I mean, it's the same, basically different words for the same thing. Use our product for a limited period of time. The cheapest entry is $295. That allows you to trade one bot for 1 month. Clearly, it's better if you want to lease, that you actually choose 3 months instead of 1, because instead of paying $900, close to $900, you only pay about $595. Same thing, it's better to lease for 6 months instead of 2 3s or six 1s. And likewise, a 12-month lease is the most economic if you're going to lease it. Economic on the case of per month. But if you're going to get serious, we recommend a lifetime license. You don't have to worry about subscriptions, recurring billing on your credit card statement. Just one and done, and you own it for life. And any of these licenses include 2 CPUs and free tech support, free upgrades, free updates. We also have discounts for multiple bots, but I have a price list, but you should email me for that. So turning to the right, the onboarding process is normally you purchase via the website. It requires you to sign up as a member. That's free, but basically you create a username and a password. And then we email you the software, the user manual, getting started guide, instructions for installation. Then you just have to submit your machine ID, or if you have 2 machines, both IDs in the members area next to the products that you're licensed for, and you start trading, automatic or semi-automatic. So Trader, as you already know, Trader Corner encourages us to offer bonuses and special deals. So we have one special offer, which is actually newly put on the website, and I'll just show this first. It's the we call them special offers on the website. So if you go to our website, you'll see next to products and services, it'll have special offers. So this is something we've just recently introduced. If you look at the left column here, don't forget, we normally lease 1 bot for $295 a month. What we're allowing new customers is they can actually, for the same price, get 5 bots and try up to 5 bots simultaneously in those 30 days. And of the 10 bots that we have, you can choose whichever 5 that you want. And at the end of the 30 days, normally what happens is a person decides their favorite is, X bot, and they will then release the other 4 and continue with their favorite and be charged $295. So it'll be basically $295 for 5 bots in the first month, and then it'll be, just $295 for their favorite bot. But if they decide they want to use 2 bots, the special offer allows them in the second month to trade 2 for $395 forever, or according to that price list on the lower left corner there. And then the middle column is, and I recommend it because testing 5 bots in 1 month is a lot of work, or it takes a lot of time. Whereas a 3-month trial allows you to be a little bit more leisurely about it. You still choose your favorite 5 bots, and it's only $595 for 3 months. So normally it's $595 for 1 bot for 3 months, but here we're giving you 5 bots for 3 months. And then likewise, if you choose just 1 at the end of the 3 months, it's continually $595, or we have a volume discount. As you see, on 2 bots is only an extra $100. And then finally, the 3-month trial is $995, and that actually allows you to trade all 10 bots for 3 months. And again, you have a price list for volume discounts if you decide to trade after the 3-month period. Let me just show you this. Okay, so especially for Trader's Corner webinar offers, I'll stick with leasing, then go back to or go on to lifetime licenses. For anybody who sees the recorded webinar, I'll talk about ones who are actually watching live, but if anybody comes across this presentation on YouTube or from Traders Corner. We're giving a 3-for-1. So basically, if you lease one bot for 1 month, you can get 2 more months for free, and you can choose either way to do that. You either ask for that 1 bot for 3 months, or you can ask for 3 bots for 1 month. That's not on the website. You actually have to email me and ask for the webinar lease offer. And something that we have not put on our website, but have mentioned frequently in presentations, that we do have a special discount for any new customer who's never used any of our products before to get a 50% discount on the first purchase. And that includes a lifetime license. So the highest discount would be if you use that promo code on a lifetime license in terms of dollar savings, because once you can only use that one once. Okay, so let me move to the lifetime license offers here. So this is a special one for Traders Corner webinar participants. This I have 3 of these, and I'm going from small to large here. So if you'd like a lifetime license, this expires at the end of this month. You can use that same discount code, promo code, and instead of paying $24.95, you get a 50% discount. So you're only paying $12.48. However, assuming you're watching this presentation now and you're interested, we'll offer until the end of this weekend, Sunday, 19th of July, a 60% discount, which brings the price down below $1,000, gets you down to $998. And that gets you your 2 CPUs, your free tech support, free updates, free upgrades for life, documentation, 2 CPUs, etc. And we're throwing in 1 hour of free consultancy. And that promo code off of the website is TR2026. And then finally, what I think is the best deal, which expires again on Sunday night. If you pay a full lifetime license, $24.95, we're going to throw in 4 more bots for free for life. And not only can you choose which 5 to get started, you can swap any of them for any of the others forever. So you could choose trend bot, scalar bot, bouncer bot, reversal bot, auction bot. And a month or 2 later, you could say, you know, I'm not finding auction bot does much for me. Can I try the VWAP bot instead? Sure, we'll just license you for that and switch off the other one. And the same thing, 3 years from now, you can say, squeeze bot isn't working for me anymore. Can I use the ATM bot? And we'll turn off one and turn on the other. So it's a fantastically, it's a great 80% discount, and it's free swapping. And this, again, we don't have it on the website. You have to actually email me asking for the amazing webinar purchase offer. So I'm basically 2.5 minutes before my deadline. So I'll stop and I'll put up the screen here for contact information, our website, my email address. Those product ordering links are just when you go to our website and you go to any specific product, that's the link that comes up. You have the different leases and lifetime license buttons. And then just to remind you again, the free trade room, Zoom platform ID and passcode. So if there are any questions, I haven't been able to look at chat box or anything, but maybe you can tell me if there are any questions.
Yeah, we have a couple of questions. Are you using Zoom? And can you share the Zoom meeting link in the chat window?
Okay, so it's right there on the screen in front of you right now. Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm not sure. This is, hang on, let's see. This is, yeah, hang on. There was it.
If you just need the meeting ID, I could put that in the chat.
Well, okay, it's meeting ideas. Can you see it's right there? 850-8724-9006. You just go to Zoom and say join a meeting. The link was very much at the very top of the presentation, but I don't know if it's live on the screen here. Let me hit that there. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to screw up things here by that. Did you just see that? Hang on, now I probably screwed everything up on that one.
I think I also think like Ron also mentioned here.
Right there's that link. If I don't know if I can copy it. Nah. Anyway, next question, please.
Oh yeah. Ron said that the website's not working or something, so maybe we're overwhelming it right now. Is that possible? Because I was hitting on the different types of bots, and I was getting an error message as well. So maybe there's too many of us trying to click on it right now.
No, I don't think that's it. I think there was an issue that came up this morning that they were working on. That's really unfortunate, isn't it? Oh, I just did it to myself, and I just clicked on the website myself, and it came up.
Yeah, I think the website's overall working, but I know when I went on products and I was clicking on the different bots, it wasn't. I was getting an error message.
Okay, all right, I see it. Someone's working on that right now. It was very unfortunate that it happened today, of course. Okay. Anything else?
No, Ron said he emailed you. So yeah, if you have any more questions and it's not working for you, just email Ron. The email's in the chat box as well.
Great.
All right. Well, thank you, Floyd. We appreciate it. That was outstanding. Automation continues to evolve, and your presentation gave traders an excellent framework for understanding where technology can improve consistency. And we've placed Floyd's special offer in the chat, so copy and paste that and email Floyd as well in case you can't get through the link today. And don't forget about the meeting ID as well for Zoom. And also don't forget to register for today's PropShopTrader giveaway. I put the link in there, and I'll put that link in again. Coming up is Leigh Goldstein. Leigh's going to be presenting 2 strategies we use again and again. You'll learn how Leigh trades earnings reports using futures, how his magnet signals identify opportunities before major moves, and why these strategies are an excellent fit for prop traders. So everyone, please welcome Leigh Goldstein.
Anthony, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, thank you.
It's a miracle.
Yeah.
It's the new version of GoToWebinar. Okay, good. It's working. I'm happy, and we're all set. You can see my screens, I assume, and I'll get started if that's the case.
Yeah, everything looks good.
Great. Thanks, Anthony. So I want to welcome everybody for spending time with me today. I really appreciate it. Love doing these Traders Corners presentations because we always have something interesting and illuminating to show everybody. We have a lot of new things that we've been doing at 10-minute trades. Today I'm going to talk about trading earnings using futures because literally this week earnings season has started in earnest, and we've got something new at 10-minute trades. We're now trading. Our magnet software generates trade signals, and I want to show you a little bit about how we trade using our trade signals. So let's get going. Thanks again, everybody, for joining. My name is Leigh Goldstein. I'm the trading director for 10-minute trades. I'm the person that hosts the trade rooms. I'm the person you'll deal with pretty much every day. Remember, it's possible to lose money trading futures. Trade carefully. Understand that there is risk. At 10-minute trades, we use the NinjaTrader platform and we trade futures. So when we're talking about trading earnings, when we're talking about looking at stock prices, we are trading futures when we trade earnings. We invented a method of watching the stock prices and trading the futures as they move. So we've done a lot of studying, a lot of testing of various companies that have the best moves for trading earnings using futures. Everything that we do, years ago, everybody was afraid to deal with us because they said you can't trade news. It's too risky. You're going to get stopped out. You're going to get filled always on the wrong side of the trade. There's too much slippage. I could give you a million reasons why everybody said don't trade news, don't trade fast moving events. Well, every trade these days is a fast moving event almost in the futures markets. And we've proven over time that trading news is absolutely doable. Our members are getting payouts trading the news. We're getting payouts trading the news. Just to show you quickly, there are specific companies that we recommend if you're going to trade market moving events, trade on a schedule the way that we do. There are companies we like if you're going to trade in a prop account. And we like Bullinox, we like Tradeify, we like Lucid. There are specific companies that allow you to trade the way that we trade. And they have rules that make it possible to get paid. That's the key. You want, no matter what type of system you're trading in a prop account, you want to find companies that have the least egregious type of rules so that when you request a payout, they don't run you through a million hoops and don't pay you. So we have found companies that we like, that work with us, that have good tech support, and those are the companies that we recommend for trading in a prop account. At 10-minute trades, we have a system. We have elements that make up our system. We have weekly schedule, daily trade reports, trade room access, and our software. Those are the major tools in our system. The weekly schedule we send to all of our members every Sunday. And in fact, if you go to our website, you can get our weekly schedule for free. Just go to www.10minutetrades.com and you'll see a link, request our weekly schedule. Sign up for the free video, how to find your own 10-minute trades, and we'll send you the schedule. Our schedule shows our members and the world when we're going to be in our trade room, what events we feel are most important in the upcoming week, the instruments we're considering trading, and then a couple of notes on those items, those triggers, trade triggers, those events that we are going to be trading. This morning, we had a fabulous morning. We got up very early on the East Coast. I'm in Pennsylvania. I was in my trade room at 5:30 this morning. We had a family money trade, United Health. What's a family money trade? We teach that if you're going to trade events with us, you want to trade the best performing events, the events that over and over are offering profit opportunities. That's what we call a family money trade. United Health earnings is one of our family money trades. So let me start. Normally I would go through a typical slideshow, but I think I'll break it up because we had a great day today. I was hoping for the exact kind of day that we had today. There's nothing more fun than having a webinar and having every important trade be a fantastic winner. So all of our members made money trading United Health, and you could see why. Look at the move. United Health had a burst to the upside. We trade the burst. We put our orders on the chart. So for instance, we would put our orders here. When the market shoots through our orders, we get filled, and that's how we make our profit as the price goes up. Francis from the UK, over $400 trading United Health in a very small cash account, I might add, not a gigantic cash account, not a prop account, I might add, one of our cash traders. We have a nice selection of traders that are trading cash in the trade room. And of course, we have a ton of people trading prop accounts because that's what everyone's doing today. Probably 95% of everyone is trading with prop accounts. Our trade on United Health, also one of our other members, just to show you, Nitin J, one of our best traders, $800 funded prop account, United Health. We supply the setup, you supply the prop account, you take the risk and put the money in your prop funded account. That's what Nitin did this morning, over $800 on United Health. Excellent, excellent trade. So for us, and you have to keep something in mind that's important. Sometimes if you make $2,000 on the trade, your consistency rules could be complicated. You don't always just want to make the largest amount of money that you possibly can. When you're trading prop, I know this is kind of a little bit crazy, but you want your winners to be consistent. $500, $700, $800 winners. You don't want to have steady $500 and $600 and $700 winners, and then all of a sudden you have a $2,800 winner. It throws off your consistency. So when we have a great trade, we set it up in a way that we expect it to stay within our consistency rules. It just makes it easier when you're getting ready to take a payout not to have to worry about consistency rules. So that is a key part of trading, prop trading, keeping your consistency stable. We also, so our trade this morning, let me show you our trade. Like I said, United Health, one of our favorite events. It's literally the most recent time that I had a difficult trade on United Health. Ironically, was last quarter. It was the first time in years that we didn't have a winning trade. And the truth is, most of our members did have a winning trade. We just had a bad fill that quarter, which sometimes can happen. Sometimes the data feeds can be difficult. So here's the way that we trade United Health and many other earnings trades. And in fact, quite a few of our market open trades use the same setup that we use on United Health. We have something that we call a range trade. We start a range calculating at a certain time. And when that range ends, it puts the range on the chart, and then it places your orders above and below the range according to our wishes. If we want the orders way above the range, then we can do that. If we want the orders 6 or 8 ticks above the range, well, that's what we did with United Health. We know, because we've been trading and studying this particular event over and over, we know that United Health releases their earnings almost always at the same time every quarter. So we have a very stable setup each quarter. The news comes out, and look at it, just shot up. It's going to hit one of my targets. This was actually a video inside of a video. We were showing our members a previous trade, but United Health has been a winning trade over and over and over. Let me see if I actually made a copy of my video from this morning. I thought that I did, so bear with me for half a second because I do want to show it to you. Let me look in my folder here. Here it is. All right, United Health, this morning's trade, 5:55 in the morning. Create a range trade. We have tools that I'm going to explain, the tools that we use when we trade earnings. We have what we call a daily market mover. That's a trade setup report. Every day in the trade room, I teach our members how to enter these simple reports into our software so we know what our targets are, we know what our stops are. There's our range, there's our orders. It was an instant explosion in price. All targets were hit instantly. It was a nanosecond in my funded account. Perfect trade. I'm not going to give you the exact amount of money, but it was over $400 funded. It was exactly what I planned on making. We actually left a little money on the table this morning with United Health. If you look how much it moved, it went all the way to the high of the day, and we probably almost could have doubled the size of our orders. And I had increased the size of, doubled the size of our targets. And I had already increased the size of my targets this morning because I felt it was going to be a strong move. I did think it was going to be a long trade, but it was a beautiful range trade. It exploded to the upside, filled our orders instantly, and then hit our targets instantly for a beautiful profit on United Health. A great way to start the earnings season off. Actually, earnings season, we started the other day with another nice winning trade on J&J. So very often we're getting these excellent earnings trades, and the key is to try to find the best events to trade. We will say that over and over in our trade room. Over and over, we teach our members, trade the best events, the events that give you a profit over and over each quarter. So again, the tools in our system, our weekly market schedule, our daily trade reports. You've got trade room access, so you could join us in the trade room. And we have 3 strategies that make up our software. The weekly schedule, like I said, is free. Everybody could get it. www.10minutetrades.com. Grab a copy of our schedule. And then many of our events have our daily market mover trade reports. We show our members how to enter the trade reports into our software so you can be ready for the event right before it takes place. Our appointment-based trading method, it's simple, it's time-based, pre-planned approach to the market. That's a fancy way of saying we trade on a schedule. We set up the schedule every week. Today is usually the day I start working on the schedule. I look at the various calendars. We schedule our trades up to a week in advance. Our software is a strategy. They're custom strategies they install into the NinjaTrader platform, and they allow us to automate our trades or semi-automate our trades, or you can trade completely discretionary if you choose to do that as well. So we have automated trades, semi-automated, or you can enter if you feel the market is ready for an entry. Great software, controls your risk. It allows for the safest setups available, and then trading the best performing events is what we recommend. We find our events, particularly we find our earnings trades using the website earningswhispers.com. We try to supply to our members as many free tools as possible. And there are many fantastic free tools. Well, earningswhispers.com is one of the best. When you go to the website, you get a list at the top of the earnings greatest hits. Tesla's a greatest hit, Intel's a greatest hit, Alphabet, Palantir. Most of those, many of those we're often going to trade, but not all of them. And there's rules and serious rules about which events we're going to trade. Some of the things that are very important for earnings trades. First of all, that particular company must move the futures markets. That's rule number 1. If it's going to move the futures markets, in most cases, the stock price is going to be over $100. Another interesting issue is they're going to have billions in revenues. We're not going to be trading earnings on small little companies that only have a few $1 million in earnings. Most often, they're not going to be moving the markets enough when they release their earnings. Tesla, Intel, Alphabet, Palantir, IBM, Google, those companies generally have billions in earnings. So those are the companies that we find on earningswhispers.com. If you're interested in a company, you can click on that particular company, and Earnings Whispers has some great features. First off, it'll show you when the earnings are coming. So Palantir, August 3rd, 4:05 p.m. And that's very important. The most important rule for a company to be able to trade there, for us to be able to trade a company's earnings, the most important rule, they must release their earnings almost at the same time every quarter. It must be reliable. In other words, if we're trading Palantir and they're scheduled to release their earnings August 3rd at 4:05 p.m., if they release their earnings at 4:08 p.m., 4:07 p.m. the next quarter, 4:03 p.m. the next quarter, 3:55, that's not going to work for us. We need Palantir to be reliable. If they say 4:05, we want those earnings at 4:05, and those are the companies that we're looking for. Palantir happens to be one of those companies that releases their earnings very reliably, and we trade Palantir earnings. Also, what Earnings Whispers shows you is the date of the earnings and the previous earnings release, plus lots of charts that you can pull up. You can pull up weekly charts, you can pull up daily charts, but also you can look at the previous release, and that previous release gives us a heads up. Was it on time? Because it says Monday, May 4th, 4:05 p.m. If it would say 4:03 p.m., that's a heads up that Palantir is not releasing on time, and we may want to find another company to look at. Also, if you don't know when the earnings are coming out and they're not in the greatest hits, you could just type in the ticker symbol, no problem, and you'll get your earnings release time and the previous quarter also. We have other tools that show our members. Earnings are tricky to find the release dates. You know, you have to have some sort of charting software or a way to easily look up the release dates. So we supply a lot of tools to our members. We have a website on the NASDAQ that shows you the last year's worth of earnings release dates, and we send that to all our members. Also, earningswhispers.com. They have a calendar. You just click on calendar. For instance, when I'm looking to start creating next week's schedule, I just click on next week, Monday, and I go through this little control panel, and I see we've got Domino's Pizza next week before the market open. Then I click this little control panel, and I can go through all the various days of the next week, going through all the companies, deciding which ones we want to trade. Most of them we've already done the research, but we're always looking for new companies to add to our earnings trades. And it is a lot of fun to trade earnings. They're traditionally very fast, very quick trades, and very often, or we wouldn't be doing it, they're some of our best profitable trades. So Earnings Whispers, a fantastic tool for helping us to trade earnings. The other tools that we use for trading earnings, and I'm just going to go, I have a lot to cover, so I'm going to go through some of my general stuff. So I explained how we find the big stock earnings trades. We also have other earnings tools. We use Thinkorswim. For $50, you can open a Thinkorswim account, get live market data, pre-market, after the market closes. $50, you can use Thinkorswim every day forever, looking at stock charts to help you if you're doing what we do, trading earnings at the moment they're released. So Thinkorswim, if you look at the charts that we show our members, like this morning, I was showing you my United Health chart, right, when we traded the earnings. Let me bring that chart up again because it's important to show you all the tools show up on this chart. On our charts, it's very simple. Thinkorswim is this widget up here in the right. This is a news widget that's part of Thinkorswim. One of the most important things when we're trading earnings is knowing exactly when the earnings were released. What if earnings get released and it doesn't move the stock and it doesn't move the futures? You don't want to be sitting with your orders on the chart waiting for an earnings release that already came out. Sometimes the market doesn't move, the market isn't affected. It happens. Look at UNH. We get a heads up on this widget that their earnings came out right when the earnings were released. Thinkorswim's news widget will give us a heads up. We're also watching the Thinkorswim charts for $50 forever. That's pretty much lifetime. We have a live market, pre-market, post-market. Look at the stock charts. Great tool that we just love. It really helps us. If you're in an earnings trade, you want to see the stock and how it's moving. Then another great tool that we have, TradingView Free. And again, the keyword is free. You don't have to pay for a TradingView account. And TradingView Free has an amazing amount of features. I don't know if you knew this, but there are, all sorts of bots and indicators and programs that you can use with the free version of TradingView. Well, we don't even need all that stuff. We just want TradingView charts. If I'm getting ready to trade UNH, I just type in the symbol, and it also shows me what exchange UNH is heavily weighted on. So I know that the choice I've made, which is to trade the YM on UNH, I know because TradingView gives me a nice heads up that UNH is an S&P stock. That makes me know I'm probably right if I trade it with the instrument that we chose. UNH, we trade with the YM, and TradingView gives us a heads up that we've chosen the right instrument. The other nice thing that TradingView gives you, it gives you, like Thinkorswim, it's a backup live stock charts before and after the market closes. So 6 in the morning, I could watch my TradingView chart and my Thinkorswim chart. And if one of them doesn't work perfectly, I have a backup to look at the other, so I know exactly how those stocks are moving. And then one of the other tools that we use all the time, financialjuice.com. We are pro members because they have a talking squawk box. Their talking squawk box is something that every news trader should use. It's very reasonably priced, but on the left, they show you the key news that's being released that day. And they also cover Trump's schedule, so we know when tweets are coming out. They announce earnings. Imagine you can listen to the news using a headset. So you don't have to look at charts. You don't have to look at a calendar. You can listen to the news in your headset. That is a fabulous tool worth paying for if you're a news trader. We love financialjuice.com, the pro version. So you understand it's very simple what triggers an earnings trade. What triggers the earnings trade is the earnings get released, our orders are placed on the chart, there's an explosion in price, and that price explosion pushes us through our orders, bringing us into the market. And if the market continues in our direction, we make a profit. It's very simple. We also have setups that specialize in reversals. And the other type of strategy that we're going to talk about today is our signal trading. Our signal trading is part of our magnet software. Our magnet software is a fantastic setup that we've been using now for the better part of a year and a half, I would say. Now, let me see if I can get my screens working here. Give me half a second. I'm a little bit frozen. So hang on. I'm going to reboot my slides and just restart them again. So bear with me. Apologize. So let me shoot through my slides to where I was. Great, they're working. So it's talking about signals. We went through how we find our earnings trades, what triggers the earnings trade. And actually, before I leave earnings trades, I wanted to give you some of my favorite, most profitable earning trades. Home Depot, great family money winning earning trade. on a regular basis. Home Depot, we trade it every single quarter without fail. Here's a beautiful Home Depot trade. Home Depot comes out 6 in the morning. Very, very reliable. Look at the nice explosion Home Depot makes to the downside. Easy winning trade. Our brackets, those little X's, those are our orders. When the earnings came out, we were filled short of very, very, very nice profitable earnings trade with Home Depot. United Health, I showed you. Amazon, we trade it every quarter. Amazon has been a fantastic earnings trade for us. Here's an Amazon trade that made us over $1,000. Amazon is one of those companies, very reliable. They release their earnings when they say they're going to. We put our orders on the chart. The earnings come out. We burst through our orders, and that's where we get filled. And that's how you make your money, because we are out of the trade before it reversed. That was over $1,000 trading Amazon. I showed you Home Depot. Meta works the same way that Amazon does. And let me just for fun show you McDonald's, because like I said, I'm on limited time here and I've got so much to cover. McDonald's coming up soon. Another beautiful explosion. We put our orders on the chart. McDonald's is a range trade. We put a 30-second range on the chart. The range puts our orders on the chart after it's calculated. The trade's over in less than a second. Beautiful profit. We don't care if the earnings are good or bad. All we care about is that they move the market in a tradable way, meaning up, 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 down, down, down. That's what we're looking for. Now, during trading, we often see the same setups and signals over and over and over. Our strategy software, it's one of our strategies called the magnet strategy, has built into it the ARS signal system. Notice here, right after we make a new high or a new low, very often our software generates a trade signal. That trade signal is a discretionary entry. If we feel that it's a great signal to take, we will take that signal. Look at what happened this morning. Every morning at 10-minute trades, we trade the market opens. We have an opening range breakout on the YM and the RTY. Also, we have 2 opening range breakout. We have 2 just breakouts on the MNQ. Some traders use the NQ, but we also watch oil every morning because look, oil's so darn volatile. I like watching, and I have a good sense of what oil's going to do. This morning, there was a lot of negative news about the war. Interestingly, what happened was we were getting set up to trade oil after this morning's retail news. And the concept was I was expecting possibly a trade in oil because of the war news. But I didn't have my magnet software on the chart yet. Now, I know why a magnet signal is generated because I designed the software. So I know when I turn on my magnet, I'm going to get a signal to take a short. Now, this particular signal, it was already too late. But a few minutes later, we were still watching oil at the oil market open at 9 o'clock. We had a winning signal before the oil open. We had a winning signal before the oil open, but we weren't in the room then. We could see the signals because our charts show them previous signal. Now we're in the room for the oil open. The question is, I know I'm going to get another signal at the high of the day in a couple of minutes. All I need is a change in momentum from the squeeze, a change in momentum on our candles and our software to generate a signal. And that's exactly what happened this morning on oil. So watch what happens here. I'll speed it up a little bit. We started to get a pullback. Once that candle closes, I know I'm almost 100% getting a short signal. Sure as I'm sitting here in this webinar, We got the short signal. Here it comes. 3 seconds from now, that signal is going to generate. I'm going to press the short button using our reverse continuation setup. It's one of our trade setups that's part of our magnet or part of our news trader software. I took the short. Our software automatically puts targets and stops on the chart. I was just looking for 10 ticks, but oil cooperated. It allowed me to move my stop to safety. It allowed me to move my target bigger than what I was planning on. And instead of making 10 little ticks that I was planning on, we made about 22 ticks and had a fantastic trailing signal trade. It was a perfect signal trade. Everything about it. It created the signal when we reversed off the new high. I took the signal because the stop was not very big. We have very specific rules where we put our stops so that it's not going to break your account if the trade doesn't work. And it was a beautiful signal trade that worked. Very often, our magnet software generates signals after the first trade has worked. What a magnet trade is. We trade to pivots. What's a pivot? VWAP is a pivot. S1 is a pivot. PP is a pivot. So when we get to a pivot like the VWAP, which is a very powerful pivot, we have signals that generate reversals. Our signal system generates reversals off the VWAP and off the high of day and low of day. There are tons of signals all throughout the day on all the charts that you like to trade. If you like the S&P, if you like the MNQ, the NQ, gold, every instrument works with our software. The key is we set our charts up for our members, putting the current day open, high, low on the chart, the pivots that we trade, the VWAP, volume up and down, the net change display indicator, and the squeeze. All of those we put on our charts. It allows us to have very clear, very simple charts. Look how clean our charts are here. So when we get a signal, we're not confused. We're not seeing 80 other different things that we have to interpret. We're not worried that we can't make an intelligent decision. And that's why we were able to see that this signal this morning was potentially a very positive signal to take. And that's why we took it. But we help our members set their charts up just like ours, literally in 2 minutes. Now, I'm not going to show you today how I set up our charts, but if you go to our YouTube page, just Google 10-minute trades YouTube. We have all of our previous webinars that we've given on Traders Corner, showing you how we set up our charts, showing you earnings, other earnings webinars, all the tools that we use, how to set up your charts exactly like ours. For signal trading, chart setup is very important. And that's why we include a trade template with our service, and that trade template allows members to set up their charts in a matter of minutes, less than 5 minutes. Let me again explain the magnet strategy. Pivots and levels serve as our trade exits. That's trade number one. So we get a high of day or a low of day, for instance, on the charts, right? And we are trading to exit at those magnets. A high of day is a magnet, a low of day is a magnet. Let me show you a magnet trade. So here, for instance, let me get to the right spot in the video. A lot of times what we are doing is testing for a low of the day. If you notice here on the right, I've already got my trade on. My orders are exiting at the low of the day because that is the magnet. That's where we exit. So we wrote software to exit at these popular pivots. that everybody looks at and everybody puts their orders around all day long. These magnet trades take place on all the charts that you like trading. That's the whole thing. You don't have to trade the charts that I like. You can trade any instrument that you like. There will always be magnets on those charts because there will be highs of day, lows of day, and those are the places where we're exiting, and then we're generating reversal signals. So a magnet trade is triggered by the proximity to the low of the day or the high of the day. That's what creates those trades. We can target a variety of different pivots. We can target the PP, the VWAP, high of day, low of day, and also we have a custom target. Any pivot you want can be targeted. So if you don't like the pivots we chose, you could type any price level into our system and that can be your pivot. We explain to our members what creates our signals. It has to do with momentum, candles changing direction. It's very easy. So you can predict in advance when pivots and signals are going to be created. So here's the deal, folks. Earnings started this week. Signals generate every day. You can join us for all of our upcoming news and earnings, magnet trade rooms, everything we do. I'll guide you and teach you how to enter the setups into the software. It's very easy. I'll guide and teach you how I trade the trade signals, why I take them. It's very easy. And thanks to Traders Corner, we have a fantastic webinar special, a trial. We have not been doing trials in ages. We brought a trial back just for today's webinar. It's going to expire Sunday evening. You can take a 30-day trial for just $39. Every single thing that we offer is included. Okay, it's for new members only. If you are a previous member, we have a great link for you, a fantastic price also. But for Traders Corner today, www.gopro25.com. You can take our trial. It'll bring you to this website, $39. Every single thing that we offer, you'll get a magnet strategy masterclass, a pro trade room subscription, the daily market mover trades, a 10-minute trades quick start video, all of our software, all of our licenses, everything. Nothing is held back on this trial. It's a full-blown 30-day trial. It will renew at $97, which is our normal renewal price. I'll show you how to cancel if you don't want to stay. Most members stay. All the things that you get, the News Trader software, which is our breakout trade, our range trade, our reverse continuation trade. You get our magnet strategy, our trap trade strategy. We will teach you the appointment-based trading method in our trade room, how to trade on a schedule, showing you the best news events to trade, showing you the best market open setups that we have found. If you have a question, just email me, help@10minutetrades.com. I'll answer your questions right away. We'll give you these bonuses. The Master 2.0 Magnet Mini Master Class is a bonus. Our Quick Start class bonus. Trade earnings with futures, all the futures trade rooms where we go over our earnings educational trades, our 10-minute trades membership area, full-blown 2.0 membership, our software licenses, daily market movers, every single thing that we offer. Trap trade, which is a special reversal trade. There's many news events that we have studied. We watch them reverse all the time. We wrote a special strategy to take advantage of those reversals. And then, of course, we've updated our Magnet 2.0. And in fact, we have a brand new enhanced signal filtering system that's available now. The new version will be on our website next week. This is a fantastic time to take this trial. I've shown you, you can trade in a prop account. You can get paid in a prop account. Just choose the right companies. It's easy if you do it the right way. Earnings season is here. You'll be able to trade all our family money trades, earnings, breakouts, magnet trades, range trades, the oil reports, the job reports, all of our family money trades. Our members love us. They send us their winning screens every day. So folks, 30-day trial, just $39, www.gopro25.com. Expires Sunday at midnight. I think I have exactly hit my time. So Anthony and everybody, thank you for listening, and send me an email. I forgot one thing, Anthony. If you want to cancel, all you have to do is go to our website, send us an email, help@10minutetrades.com before your billing start date. That's all you have to do to cancel. So GoPro25.com. We'd love to have you in the trade room tomorrow. Thanks, Anthony.
Hey, thank you, Leigh. Another great presentation. We appreciate it. That was excellent. With practical strategies, traders can begin watching immediately. Thank you for your valuable education and generous offer. We've placed Leigh's link in the chat box, so please take advantage of it. I mean, it's really inexpensive to get started with Leigh. Don't forget about today's $100,000 giveaway. Our next presenter is also today's giveaway sponsor. So everyone, please welcome Jim Simmons from PropShopTrader.
Hey gang, how's everybody doing today? Thanks for having me. Let me go ahead and share my screen. You guys see that okay? Look good, I think. Let me double check. Sharing screen. Yeah, I think we should be good on this one. Let's see, sharing that. Yeah, good to go. Okay. All right, so what we're going to be looking at today is 1 day to pass evaluations, 3 days to payouts with 10 payout accounts. So I'm going to jump right into it, make the most of our time here together. Of course, we are not your trading advisors. We're not here to give you advice on trading. We're not here to tell you there's no risk in trading, things like that. So obviously, we all know the risks associated with trading, so we are good to go there. What we're going to be looking at today is the opportunity that's available through PropShopTrader, why traders are moving to PropShop in general, how to scale the opportunity. We're going to look at payouts and real prop and live accounts and how to get started. So let's go ahead and get right into it. So first off, why are traders moving to PropShopTrader? It really comes down to more opportunity and fewer restrictions. So trader focused models, we start with that. It really comes down to clarity and transparency. We look at trader focused models. 1 day to pass evaluations are available. Direct to payout accounts are available. If you want to skip the eval, you can do that as well. News, algos, copiers are all allowed. There's no rush transitions to real prop trading. Take your time. We're not in any rush to move you over. Okay. Clear rules and attainable targets. That is the name of the game. When it comes to speed and opportunity, you can request payouts any day you like. You only have 3 to 5 trading days between payouts. Really quick to get those opportunities to get paid out. Large profit splits, up to 100%. One-time billing. All of our accounts are one-time billing, which is great. Scaling. You can scale up to 10 sim payout accounts with PropShopTrader on the futures day trading side. Trade copiers are included, like we talked about. Futures and stocks programs are available. So if you are a futures trader, we got you covered. If you trade stocks, we got you covered too. Day trading, swing trading, we have accounts for both. As for the key benefits, comes down to more opportunity with less restrictions. That's exactly what we are looking at, right? Faster access to payouts, greater flexibility to trade the way that you trade. We're not forcing you into any sort of box. You really have multiple opportunities to scale accounts. When we look at the reach, we've paid out roughly over $5 million. We've got over 1,000 5-star reviews, and we've helped over 12,000 traders worldwide. And so we're getting some things done, which is great. Let's talk about, so there's two types of accounts that we're going to look at today. One of them is called the Sprint account. The other is called the Forge accounts. So let's start with Sprint. Sprint is an evaluation into a payout account. So you pass the evaluation, you go to a payout account, and that's how you get payouts. There are two account sizes. You have a 25K account and a 50K account. Those are 55 and 85 bucks right now. So pretty inexpensive to get started. Profit targets on those, you've got 1,500 on the 25K and you've got 3,000 on the 50K. So pretty straightforward, pretty standard there. 1 day to pass evaluations. You can do it in a day, take as long as you need. There's a one-time billing and it does not expire. So take as long as you need to get there. As for the risk parameters, you've got a drawdown of 1,000 or 2,000, depending on the account, 25 or 50K. They're all end of day drawdowns. Okay, so regardless of what you get, it's all end of day, which is great. There are no upgrade fees on this account, so that pricing is all in. And again, you can scale up to 10 payout accounts on the Sprint accounts, which is fantastic. Max position risk, when we look at how much are you allowed to risk per position, we will allow our traders to risk up to 50% of their max drawdown on any single position. Very lenient. You get plenty of room to work on your positions and to grow the account. So very lenient there. Now, why do we have a max position risk? Well, what is the #1 reason why traders fail? You guessed it, oversizing their positions. So the whole goal of everything that we're doing here is to create great traders and to encourage the right behaviors and discourage the behaviors that are going to get you in trouble long-term as a trader. So a lot of traders are oversizing their positions, and this goes to protect you from going down that road ultimately. Daily loss limits, you've got 625 or 1250 on the 25K and 50K. So a little bit better than half of your drawdown available. Now, on the daily loss limit, those are soft breach. So if you trigger daily loss limit, your account gets turned off for the remainder of the day, and you come back the next day and start trading again. Okay. The max position risk, though, if you risk more than this on a single position, you will fail the account. Okay, so do not risk more than your max position risk. Again, it's up to half of your drawdown. Most traders, when you see what your requirements are, you don't have to risk that much. Max contracts, you've got 2 on the 25K and 3 on the 50K, or 20 and 30 on the micros. All right, let's talk about the payout parameters. How do you get paid? So your first goal with any account in a payout account is to make enough to outrun your max drawdown. So we're going to kind of stick with the 50K account size as the standard. With a 50K account, you've got 2,000 in drawdown. So you make that in the account, outrun the drawdown, and now you're at 2,100. You want to be at 2,100. Let's drawdown plus 100 bucks. Okay. Your next goal is to reach the payout target. There's a payout target for every payout beyond the max drawdown. Okay, so the goal is to get to 1,000 extra profit on the 50K. That would put you at 3,100, and then you can request a payout. Now, you do also need 3 trading days for every payout, as we talked about, as early as 3 days. Those 3 days need to have over 250 in profit on each of those days. They can be more than that. They can certainly be less than that. You are allowed to have losing days. It's not to say that you can't. It's just they won't count toward the 3-day requirement if it's a losing day. Okay. So 3 days over 250, hit your payout target, 1,000 per payout as a minimum. You can certainly do more than that, but that's what's required there. Consistency rule is 50% on this account, which is very, very strong You get plenty of room to work with. Again, simple, transparent rules, very clear, very easy to work with. So that means that your largest day just needs to be, your total profit can't be less than half of your largest day. Okay, so if you have $1,000 day, then you would need 2,000 in total profits to be able to earn that payout. Okay. Again, breaching max position risk, that would be a failure. Daily loss limit pauses until the next day. And of course, if you breach your max drawdown, of course, you'll fail the account that way as well. So don't do it. What can you make? That's what we're all here to understand. Major ROI potential on these. We have 90% splits on the sprint accounts. On the 50K, your max payout starts at 2,000. Starts at 2,000. Now we talked about your first goal was to make 2,100. Your next goal was to make another 1,000. That makes you eligible for a payout. Now, if you want the max payout, then you would want to have 2,000 over your max drawdown. So you would want to be at 4,100 because you always have to have the max drawdown available in the account above your starting point. Okay, so once you're at 54.1, you could request 2,000. You go out and you make another 2,000 over the course of 3 days or more. Assuming those 3 days are over 250, you request another 2,000, and so on. When you get to payouts 4 and 5, you can request up to 2,500 as a payout. The total payout opportunity on these accounts is $11,000 over those 5 payouts. At that point, you move into a live infrastructure, into real prop. On the 25K account, it's literally half. Everything is linear. So 25K, 50K, half, half and double, right? So very straightforward as far as that goes. So 5,500 total opportunity there for payout. Let's talk about the Forge accounts. The Forge accounts, one thing that is not on this slide that I need to add here, but there is no consistency rule on the Forge accounts, meaning you can make as much as you want in a day. It's totally fine, not an issue. 5 accounts max on the Forge accounts. So you can have up to 5 of the direct to payout accounts. There's no evaluation on these. These are the Forge accounts, direct to payout. You can have up to 5 of these accounts. You can have up to 10 total day trading payout accounts between Sprint and Forge. So you can have 7 Sprint and 3 Forge, or 5 and 5, and so on. Okay. So what are the parameters on the Forge accounts? You have, again, 25K, 50K. You have a trailing drawdown, a full trail. If you want to be intra-trade trailing, you can do it that way. Or we also have end of day on the Forge accounts as well. Okay. Drawdowns are going to be pretty similar. 1,250 and 2,500, you get a little bit more for the trailing. And then on the end of day, you get a little bit more on these as well. 1125, 2250. Your daily targets are the same, 125 and 250. The difference being on this case, let me grab a draw tool. Actually, I like to draw on the screen. 5 days versus 3 on these accounts. You need a couple more days between payouts. Your payout target is larger on these accounts, 1,000 and 2,000. Now, the reason for this is because the payouts are larger. So if we're going to pay you out, of course, you have to earn more to be able to get the larger payout. Makes sense. So that's why these targets are larger. Max position risk, again, 50% of your max drawdown. It's exactly the same. If you do breach the max position risk, MAE, you will fail the account. Daily loss limit, 625 and 1250. Again, these are soft breach. If you breach the daily loss limit, you just stop trading for the day and come back the next day. Max contracts, 2 and 3 or 20 and 30, just the same, right? So pretty straightforward. The big difference on these Forge accounts is 100% payout splits and much larger payout potential, okay? So when we look at the 50K as an example again, we've got 1,500 for the first one and second one. Then it goes to 2,000, then it goes to 3,500 max payouts on these. Now, the unique thing about these accounts is the payouts are automated, meaning once you hit your 5 days times 250 and you hit your payout goal of 2,000 above your max drawdown, as that as a buffer in the account, right? then we will automatically issue the payout. There's nothing you have to do, and you get 100% of it. So that is great. The other advantage is as you get into the other side of these larger payouts, there's nothing different that you need to do. So what is happening is that you are being rewarded for your consistency and longevity in that account to where you are able to earn more on that account. So when we look at $3,500 payouts, again, you're required to make 2,000 as a payout target, and 5 days times 250. That's it. And again, there's no consistency rule on these accounts. So you're good to go. When it comes to rules, everything is transparent. Everything is simple. We look at the sprint as 1 day to pass evaluations. Payouts are requested any day. There's no payout windows or anything like that. And only 3 days between payouts. On the Forge accounts, there's no evaluation. You go directly into a payout account. You start right away earning toward your payouts. Automated payouts, there's nothing you have to do to request the payout. And only 5 days between payouts. This is going to be, again, 90% profit split, 100% profit split here. So ultimately, what do you not want to do? Well, you don't want to breach your max position risk, because that would fail the account. You don't want to breach your daily loss limit. That would be a soft breach. You'd be done trading for the day. You'd come back again the next day. Don't breach your max drawdown. You'll fail the account. We don't allow hedging. So that would be, and this is a CME thing, not an us thing. We do also prohibit short NQ, long MNQ. So micros versus parent contracts, we don't allow hedging on that as well. What is allowed is correlations. So if you want to trade NQ versus ES, totally fine, not a problem. You could trade long NQ, short ES. Okay. That's pretty much it in terms of rules. What is allowed? News, algos, trade copiers. There's no rules against dollar cost averaging. There's no rules against scalping for 2 to 5 seconds, whatever the case might be. There's no rules against it. So you can trade the way that you want to trade. No scaling of the contracts. You don't have to, even in the live account, you don't have to scale into contracts or anything like that. What you see is what you get. You have access to all of it from day one on any of the accounts, which is great. So simple and transparent. That's what it's all about. When we talk about real prop, all paths lead to real prop trading. So live trading at PropShop, what does that look like? Trading real capital without limits. So first off, on real prop, the drawdowns are static. There's no trail on the drawdowns in real prop. There's no payout caps. What you make is what you take up to the profit split. It's an 80-20 split. So if you make 10K in a day, you have 8K potentially toward payout coming your way, which is great. No consistency rules, none whatsoever. No payout thresholds. You don't have to make a payout target to get paid. Your job is to have 5 profitable, qualifying profitable days per payout in real prop. That's it. So if it was 250 on the sim side, it's going to be 250 on the real prop side. Pretty simple. Same parameters, same drawdown, only this time it doesn't trail at all. There's no windows to payouts. You can request a payout any day. You don't have to trade so many days per week. There's no other added restrictions here. So the real advantage, aside from uncapped payouts, which is pretty phenomenal, is no artificial scaling limits, uncapped earning potential, capital that grows with performance. If you perform well in real prop, you're making money, we're making money, everybody's happy. We're going to scale your account, because if you're making money and then we're making money, then we both want to make more money, right? So we can scale your account and add more to the bottom line so that you can make even more. Tools and resources. We give you everything you need to succeed as a prop trader. So top tier platform, data is included, obviously. If you need scanners or templates for indicators or algos or anything of the sort, if we have it available, we will give it to you. All good. Education, strategies. We do a lot of different boot camps that we offer in-house or through our partners at TickBlaze, and lots of education available to you. A lot of it is free, and so come in and learn. There's a lot of great opportunity to learn strategy and foundations and all that. Asset class diversification. As I mentioned, we're primarily looking at the future side on day trading, because that's what most traders ultimately are trading. But we do also offer swing trading for futures and stocks, and then stocks day trading as well. So we'll probably have extra time on our hands. I tend to go through this pretty quickly for the most part in these events, and so we'll have time. We'll look at some swing stuff and stocks as well. It's pretty exciting. So we are a firm powered by TickBlaze. TickBlaze is an award-winning trading platform offering desktop, mobile, and web, and trade copiers built into every version of the platform. So if you want to copy trades on the web version, you can copy across all of your prop accounts, prop shop accounts through the web trader. So that is all built in. And the trade copiers are excellent. They're really, really well done. They work really well, and they're very easy to use, which is great. Trade copiers can get confusing sometimes. So the fact that it's very easy to use is very helpful. But bottom line, TickBlaze is included. It's a really great platform, especially on the web as well. If you haven't checked out TickBlaze Web Trader, you're going to want to check it out. It's pretty remarkable what you can do in there. As for discounts and deals and things going on, we have some very special pricing on the Sprint accounts and Forge accounts. All of that is available. If you hadn't seen, maybe your head's under a rock, but we are giving away some free accounts as well. So be sure to tune in and put your name in for a free account. The links were being added to the chat box, and so be sure to track those down. As for pricing, so if you go to the PropShop website and you just click on pricing, you'll see all of our pricing is available here. So you've got intraday futures, evals is going to be the Sprint account. That's what we've been looking at. Again, 55 and 85. Reset fees are discounted as well. So if you do need to reset, it's 45 and 75. Pretty straightforward there. Again, on the Sprint evals, there is no cost to upgrade when you pass the eval. So pass, move into a payout account, no extra cost. It's great. When we look at the direct to payout accounts, we have the Forge accounts. You've got 125 or 200. If you want to skip the eval and go right into the payout, very, very competitive pricing there as well. Intraday 125 and 200, and then end of day is 150, 250. The resets, there are resets on these accounts as well. On direct to payout accounts, there are resets. So you've got 125 and 225. So a little bit better pricing on the resets as well. So if you do need to reset, do what you need to do. Those are discounted as well. So those are all the pricing. Of course, you can look at reviews and all that stuff. You can learn more about how it works, and frequently asked questions are in here, and you can explore the site and look at all the details on how everything works. So that is all good to go. As far as the giveaway, as I mentioned, be sure to enter for the giveaway. They are giving away some accounts. In terms of getting started, it's real simple. Choose your account, check out, get started, start trading. Again, everything is through the TickBlaze trading platform. So you would just log into TickBlaze and start trading. So if you need help, reach out to support@PropShopTrader.com. If you need help on the platform side of things, just support@TickBlaze.com. Again, we talked about frequently asked questions. They're all on the site. If you need help on how to get connected, or you have questions on the rules or any of the payout progress or any of that sort of thing, that's all covered for you there. So If you're an affiliate, reach out to our affiliates team, and they will be sure to set up a partnership with you, and we can partner up on that. We have very great opportunities available for our affiliates, and being able to help your traders. So that's it for this, really, for the presentation. Again, I kind of go through this pretty quickly. Most of you are pretty familiar with prop trading in general. So that's kind of the standard info that we go through here. What we'll do now, let's take a look a little bit at maybe stocks and swing trading as well, because we have plenty of time. We're way ahead of schedule. So anybody have any questions so far? I know I kind of went through that pretty quick. I didn't see any questions come in as we're going. So if you have any questions, feel free to type them in the chat box. But if we go to, really, you've got futures and stocks. On the futures side, you can actually technically have up to 10 futures day trading accounts. Plus, you can have 5 swing trading futures accounts. And you can also have 5 of each on the stock side. So you would have 5 intraday and 5 swing on the stock side. If we scroll back down, let's go to futures swing trading. Let's take a look at what those look like. And really all the info's here, right? On the futures side, a little bit smaller account sizing on these, 12, 5, and 25. And then intraday trailing drawdown, 1250 and 2500. Those are the same. And the swing side, it's a weekly target instead of a daily target, right? So weekly target, you're going to have 500 and 1000. So again, very straightforward, very simple. No daily target, no trading days required, anything like that. Contract sizing is a little bit different. You've got 1 mini on the futures currencies, and then on index and energies, you can go up to 3, and then obviously double for the 25K. Reset fees, costs, they're all listed there. Excuse me one second. All right, sorry about that. I just didn't want to sneeze in your ear. So reset fees are there. There's no daily loss limit. There's no consistency. There's no evaluation. These are direct accounts where you can earn sim payouts. To learn more about those and the payouts, you would just go into payouts, and then you can learn more about how traders get paid, and then it's going to be all in there. This would be a light account, and these are the swing accounts. So you'd start at either 125 and 250, and as you go further along in the progress, your payouts get larger as you go. So those are available for you there. You can find all the info. On the stock side, let's take a look at stocks. Stocks is a little bit different. On futures, we are allowed to pay traders for simulated trading. So we call them paid trading sim accounts. That is available in futures. It is not available in stocks. It is not possible to pay traders for sim trading in stocks. So we do things a little bit differently. What we do is we have signing bonuses. So once you progress through your account, we pay your signing bonus to you upon the transition into real prop trading. So you go through the account, you hit very similar targets, you go through the process. When you get to the end, then you're going to be recruited into a real prop account, and then you get your signing bonus. Now, if you look at these, you've got, it's 45 and call it 46 and 90 bucks. Very inexpensive to get started. Trailing drawdown, 1250, 2500. That is a full trail. And the signing bonuses are 3,000 and 6,000. That is paid to you all at once. Well, that is the whole amount is available to you, I should say. And the way that works is when you go through your targets, you have a benchmark target instead of a weekly target or a payout target. We call it a benchmark profit target because we can't call it a payout target, right? But your daily target's only 65 and 125. Very, very simple, very attainable. hit 65 and 325 total, or 125 and 625 total. Now, if you're doing the math, this is 5 times the daily target. You need 5 profitable trading days. When you do that, you would clear your first benchmark. Then what do you do the next benchmark? First thing you do, cover your drawdown, 2,600. Next thing, what do? You cover your benchmark profit target, which is 625. That's going to put you at 32.25, right? Sorry, this is drawing with a mouse, so it doesn't look great. But 32.25, then your job is, by that point, odds are you have 5 days over 125. If not, you would need to have 5 days over 125. There's no consistency rule. So you can make as much as you want each day. You do 5 days, 125. Once you have cleared this, you've covered your benchmark 1. What do? 625 and 5 days times 125, and you repeat. And you do that again, and you do that again. Anywhere from 6 to 8 benchmarks is when you're going to get recruited into a real prop account and receive your signing bonus. The way that the signing bonuses are paid out, you get 50% when you come to real prop, and the other 50% is split between your first 2 payouts in real props. So you'd have 25% on payout 1 and then another 25% on payout 2. And that's how you get paid out on these. Now, on these accounts, you can have up to 5 of the day trading accounts, and you can also have 5 on the swing trading accounts. Swing trading is very similar to what we just saw in futures. They're basically the same for the most part. Very similar, different account sizes, but the rules are ultimately going to be about the same. We do have end of day drawdowns available on the day trading or intraday, but 5 times. So if you're looking at 6,000, times 5, that's a really nice payout to get recruited to come and trade for a real prop firm on the stock side. Again, you can have 5 swing and 5 day trading. The swing trading account's a little bit more expensive, looks like. But you could see when you flip between the two, your sizing goes up on the swing trading, so the targets go up a little bit. So, that's what we have available to you. You can short stocks. We have an easy to borrow list, so those of you that are trading stocks, you'll understand that. And MAE is 50%, just like it was on the other accounts. Here's the thing, though, on the stocks accounts, on swing or on the day trading on stocks, the 50% MAE is not a hard fail. It's a soft breach. You get up to 3 warnings. On your 3rd warning, you would fail the account. So a little bit different on how that works. It's not as you get a little bit more leniency there since you're trading for a longer period of time on the same account. So there you have it. That is a PropShopTrader in a nutshell. Let's see, what can we trade on TickBlaze web versus desktop? You can trade any of the futures accounts through PropShop. You can trade on the TickBlaze web or desktop. So it doesn't matter which type of account, Sprint, Forge, any of the legacy accounts, you can trade all those through the web trader. Let me actually show you guys the web trader. Since we have time, let me do that real quick because it is killer. Let me sign in real quick. I'll show you. Plenty of time. Let's go here. All right. So this is TickBlaze Web Trader. The chart should look awfully familiar to most of you. These are trading view charts. You've got all the same draw tools that you would have in trading view, all that. Here's a few really, really important distinctions here. You can plot as many charts as your little heart can handle. If you want 4 charts, great. If you want 8 charts, go wild. You can have as many as you want at no extra cost. Okay, this is included with your PropShopTrader account. So you don't have to pay extra for any sort of subscriptions or anything like that to do all this. You've got, obviously minute charts, you've got tick charts, you've got hour, days, weeks, second charts. A lot of this stuff you have to pay extra for. inside of in TradingView, for example. So that is all good there. And then to trade, you have your trading panel here. You've got scalping if you want to just click buy, sell and change the number of trades or number of contracts. Stop orders, limit orders, market orders, and you can also trade on the chart. So let's say, you know, market's plummeting right now and I want to look at getting short somewhere in here. And so I can change the quantity here to however many contracts I'm going to trade. And I can right click and hit sell limit. Now my order's on, I can move my stop into place and my target into place. And you know, when that comes back up, it'll trigger the order. So all the chart trading is done right there. It makes it super, super simple to be able to do that. Or you could trade through the panel by using the trade pad, and you can enter limit orders that way. You do also have advanced orders. So if you want to do, you know, take profit and stops here, you can. You can add additional targets if you want. Very cool. There's a lot you can do in here, but very simple to use. You know, it's really not complicated at all. So just click trade to trade, and there you're good. Now, if you have multiple charts, let's say this is NQ and the other is ES or something, you want to, you just want to click on the chart that you're trading if you're going to use the trade pad. So it knows. We do have a depth of market here, but you would want level 2 data for that. And I don't need level 2 data, so I don't have it. So this is all, here's another really exciting thing that you can do. So let's say I don't want to have my charts boxed in together. You have drag and drop functionality. You can move your chart wherever you want it. You want it over here? Great. You want it over on the right? Cool. We'll just move it over to the right. And now it's there. You want it on top? It's on top. You want it in the same window? It's in the same window. This is functionality that you're not going to see through a lot of web platforms. And so this is all built in here. They did a killer job on this. One thing that we talked about, trade copiers. They're built in. Another fun fact to the TickBlaze Ignite trade copier, you can have multiple leaders in these. So if I want to have these 2 as leaders and the rest are followers, I can do that. If I want to have this account, you know, multiplied by 3 or by 0.5 or however I want to do that, I can. I can set max loss and max gain for the day on all of these accounts as well. So that is available. What's going to happen is if your leader hits the max gain, it's going to turn that account off. Any followed positions, of course, are going to follow. If you want just the follower to have a max gain or loss, you can do it that way. And then that account will stop following once it hits those numbers. So that is great. You can also flatten the leader. You can flatten the account. You can flatten the follower. Again, this is really great. You've got copier logs that tell you what's going on, and settings, you know, when to disable accounts are in here. But very easy to see what's going on with the copier. You've just got a linear view, and you can move accounts out of the way. You can enable accounts or disable accounts just by checking the box. So pretty killer there. If that wasn't enough, you also have all of your trading stats on a very robust trading journal. So we'll give it a second to load. It does take a second to pull up all the data. But you can see your equity curve, P&L, win rates, profit factor. You also have a matrix score in here. You know, your calendar would be there. All your performance is there. You can also add all of your accounts if you want to have all active and hit go. Then it's going to actually combine all those accounts into one. And you can look at your performance across all the accounts. Again, it does take a minute to pull everything up, and it's almost there. Almost. There we go. Looks like it's, yeah, there it goes. So this would be all the accounts combined, and then you can, again, you can see like, it looks like a spider web. You've got your matrix there, trade histories there, performance and risk summaries. If you want to look really in depth into your performance, you've got by days, by trade time, by duration, by month, all of your excursions, max adverse, max favorables, all this is in here, scatter plots. I mean, this is really well done. They did a great job putting this all together. So anyway, this is all included. You don't have to pay anything extra for this. So pretty amazing. So definitely suggest checking out TickBlaze Web Trader. We also have the TickBlaze Mobile is coming soon as well. They're just getting ready to launch that literally any day. They are just in the final QA phase and testing and all that stuff. So there you go. That is a quick crash course on all things prop shop. I didn't see any questions coming in, so I think we're good to go. The link is in the chat box through SurveyMonkey. This is surveymonkey.com. Click that link. Be sure to enter your info so you can be entered to win a free prop shop account. It's a 25K sprint account. So be sure to enter to win. That's all I've got for you. So we'll go ahead and finish up early. I won't keep any more of your time than is absolutely necessary. So enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to turn it back over to the Traders Corner team. Let them take it from here. And we will catch you on the next one. Thanks for having me as always.
Hey, thank you, Jim. We appreciate it. As always, another outstanding presentation. And thank you again for sponsoring today's $100,000 prop account giveaway. Make sure you fill out the survey and sign up. We've placed Jim's special offer into the chat. If you haven't registered for the giveaway yet, again, please do so. And now it's time for our final presenter of the day, Rory Powers from Right Line Trading. Rory's going to be presenting from evaluation to payout, how AI is changing prop trading. Today, Rory will demonstrate how artificial intelligence is transforming modern prop trading, how AI-powered automation is helping traders pass evaluations, improve execution, reduce emotional decision-making, and scale across multiple prop firm accounts using intelligent trade copier technology. So everyone, please welcome Rory Powers.
Hey, thank you, Anthony. I really appreciate that introduction. It's always a pleasure. I consider it an honor to be on Traders Corner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining me. I always get excited at these prop trading events because prop trading, let's face it, it's extremely exciting. It's really changed the entire trading environment, if you think about it. Prop firms have opened the doors for thousands of everyday people, everyday traders like you and I, to participate in the financial markets and have a shot at, making some big money. It gives us buying power that we normally wouldn't have. And for many people, it gets us in the game where in the past we just couldn't take the risk of losing that extra capital. So you no longer need hundreds of thousands of dollars sitting in an account to pursue your trading goals. It makes me think of that commercial where you got a guy that pulls up in a Rolls Royce asking for some Grey Poupon. You don't have to be rich anymore to get into the game. Let's face it, with discipline, the right strategy, and the ability to pass an evaluation, prop traders have an opportunity that just simply didn't exist a few years ago. But before I start my presentation, I'd like to show you a short video. And I like to call this trading system the AI Auto Trader. I like to refer to it as prop trading on steroids. And I'm going to show you a short video. Let me see if I can switch my screen. If not, I'll pull it over. Bear with me for just a moment. Okay, I'm going to show you a video. That's not the video. That's my workspace. Hold on. Wrong one. Sorry about that. Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Maybe a window. Okay, this is it actually. All right, so this is just to set up the video. This is Mark Miller. Let me make it a full screen. This is Mark Miller, and this is prop trading. This is the excitement that this trading system brings to the table. Via the use of a trade copier, it gives us the ability to scale up. You can see in this video, Mark is trading 20 Apex accounts simultaneously with the use of a trade copier. And that trade copier gives him the ability to 20x his winning trade. Listen, it's a double-edged sword. It could 20x a losing trade just as easily. But this particular day, things were going in his favor. You could see that he's copying these trades. His P&L right out of his Art Trader Pro is at over anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 or $6,000 per account, and he was able to make over $50,000 in that one trading session. It's just absolutely incredible the potential that these bots, via the use of a trade copier and these prop accounts, can give you a really nice payout. So but let me say this. The presentation isn't about chasing a $50,000 day. The purpose is to introduce you to the technology that made that opportunity possible. So let me go back to my presentation. And let's get the CFTC out of the way. It's important to know that I'm not a licensed financial advisor. This is for demonstration and educational purposes only. I'm not offering you any type of trading advice here today. If you're not familiar with the risks associated with trading, please consult with a licensed financial advisor. So that's what I consider it. That's why I like to refer to the system, as prop trading on steroids. Look, we see today's trading environment. The market is moving, extremely fast. Having the advantage of these fully automated strategies has significantly shortened the learning curve and provided our members with an opportunity to make achievements, accomplishments, and earn money that they would have never had the ability to do. Take my good friend, Mr. Jim Walling, Jim W. out of Texas. I happen to love this guy. He's over 80 years old. He wants to supplement his income. Him and his wife are on a fixed income. They live in Texas. I know him for years. He absolutely loves trading, but his limitations due to his medical conditions that he has, prevent him from discretionary trading in a fast-moving market that we're currently in. Via the use of these bots, my good friend Jim, God bless him, was able to pass his evaluation within the first week of trading this system. I kid you not. Unfortunately, he had some issues with the two-factor authentication. He couldn't get through that hurdle, but we've kind of found a solution to get through the two-factor authenticator. But I want to say congratulations to Big Jim. He left us a beautiful testimonial on TrustPilot. Then we have Rev Rick. Rev Rick is another success story trading this AI auto trader. He was able, within the first 45 days of trading the system, he purchased 5 $100,000 accounts through Apex Trader funding. Within the first 30 days, he was able to pass all 5 of those $100,000 accounts. He had a $500,000, so to speak, in trading capital because of the size of those accounts. What he did next was something that most of us have done before. It was nothing extraordinary. What he did was he strung together 7 out of 8 profitable trading sessions and got those 5 accounts over the threshold. He was able to get a $1,500 payout times 5 within the first 45 days of trading the system that I'm going to show you here today. A $7,500 payout. We call him Rev Rick. He's a reverend, very spiritual guy. And he was very willing to share exactly how he was able to achieve these great accomplishments. Then we have our international client, Alejandro. Alejandro trading with his daughter, a brand new trader to our community. Him and his daughter both were able to make achievements and accomplishments trading prop accounts with this system faster and easier than it would have ever been had it not been for this AI auto trader. We had RJ. Keep in mind, these are all members that within their first 30 to 60 days were getting payouts and passing their evaluations with the major prop firms. RJ happens to be one of my favorites because it's the funniest story of them all. I always get calls here, and I answer the phones here at Right Line Trading. I always get questions as, hey, can I set it and forget it? You know, I don't want, I've got a job or I have health issues or I have other things that I have to do. Can I enable the bots and just walk away? Well, that's kind of what RJ did and how he was able to pass 5 of 6 of his evaluation accounts. Let me go to my questions just in case somebody has a question. Okay, great. So what RJ did, the secret to his success was he went out and had a scoop of ice cream. He enabled his bots and him and his wife went out for a Dairy Queen or a Baskin Robbins. I'm not exactly sure what flavor they had, but they came home about an hour or 2 later and he went to check to see how his accounts had done. And all 5, he had purchased 6 accounts. 5 of his first 6 accounts, he passed with flying colors. He even moved to another prop firm after that and was able to get more prop accounts and pass those evaluations with the use of this AI auto trader. So we've got just countless members of ours that are able to make achievements and accomplishments trading these prop accounts via the use of this very powerful tool that I'm about to show you here today. Just a little bit of an introduction of who we are. Who are you? Right Line Trading has been around for 14 years. I'm very proud to be a part of this educated and experienced team. We've built a beautiful community of traders over the past 14 years. Just a brief introduction of the professionals that I work with. We have Mrs. Reese Miller. I'm missing her picture, but it will be right here shortly. Reese runs our social media campaigns. We have Mr. Brock Miller. Mr. Brock Miller is my right-hand man. I'd be lost without him. He's a jack of all trades, Mr. Brock Miller. He is a college student and he's getting his degree in computer science and he's learning every niche of this business. He really reminds me of myself. We have Mr. Sergio Luque Rodriguez, has his master's degree in computer science. He can bring complex mathematical modeling, algorithms, equations, and now moving into this AI revolution that we're in, he's able to develop integrate AI integrations and agentic workflows into NinjaTrader 8. I consider him a leader in this niche, a leader. Then we have the owner, and it's a privilege to represent Mr. Mark Miller. He's the owner of Right Line Trading. He has his MBA from Cal State. What I love and respect about Mark the most isn't his enthusiastic, contagious personality. He's a U.S. Army vet. I'm a very patriotic guy, and I respect those that put others and serve and are in service to help others. This guy's he was in the U.S. Army as a sniper, and his expertise lies in robotics and automation. A little bit about the voice that you hear behind the desk here, behind your computer screen. My name's Rory Powers. I reside in South Florida. Other than trading the financial markets, my passion is saltwater fishing and my family. My family. God has best blessed me. What can I say? A little bit about the pictures very briefly, and we're going to move right on. God put this beautiful woman in my life. Her name is Christelle. It was the best day of my life, was the day that we got married. It was the turning point in my life. And then God blessed us. She's extremely spiritual. Not only is she beautiful on the outside, but she's even more beautiful on the inside. An extremely spiritual woman that has taught me great strength and faith in a higher power. We have two beautiful girls, a 3-year-old and a 7-year-old, and they are the apples of our eye. The pictures were of a Mediterranean cruise we recently took for their birthdays in March. We were in Portofino the first night. That's the picture you see here. And the next day we were in Rome. We're looking at Michelangelo's sculptures and his paintings, which, was just incredible. If you ever have a chance to go, I highly recommend going. So let's get into it. I'm very passionate about what I do, and I love this AI auto trader. It was a turning point in my trading career. You see, I touched on it. I alluded to earlier that I answer the phones here at Right Line Trading, and I consider to have a pretty good feeling of the pulse of our trading community. Why? Because I field all the calls here, and I talk to people firsthand. I've talked to thousands of traders over the years. I've been with Right Line Trading this is my 12th year. When I came here, what can I tell you? I was the low man on the totem pole. I cleaned the bathrooms. What can I say? And like Brock, I became familiar with every facet of this business. And my favorite part is talking to other traders. And why? Because we all share the same struggles. And it's important to know that. If in your trading journey that you've hit some speed bumps and you've had some blowouts of some accounts and some unpleasant surprises, I like to refer to them as, or slipping on a banana peel. You see, we all get those marketing emails that tell us how easy it's going to be and how fast we're going to make us huge fortune, only to get into the game and learn that it's not quite as easy as they kind of made it out to be, right? So the biggest culprit of why we suffer from this lack of consistency is we let our emotions sabotage our trading. We let our emotions sabotage our trading. And I always put myself in the first person. Listen, it's important to know that the trading environment that we are experiencing today has completely changed over the last couple of years. We're in an AI revolution. The technology is changing. Markets are now moving faster than ever before. We have headlines coming out through, social media. We have economic news reports coming out over the wire. We have geopolitical events. We have institutional algorithms and AI bots that are changing market direction in seconds. The trader today that's sitting behind a keyboard trying to click their mouse and keep up with this market that's moving at lightning speed, they're competing against AI driven automation, artificial intelligence, high speed execution. We are at a tremendous disadvantage if we are clicking the mouse on the other end of our keyboard. look at what we're up against. Talk about the proverbial David versus Goliath. And I always love to bring in a spiritual or a biblical verse into it, but that's kind of what it's like to be a manual trader today. We're putting ourselves at a tremendous disadvantage. AI, we're in the midst of an AI revolution. Artificial intelligence has worked its way in to every sector of our economy, right? Not that AI can function without humans. I don't believe that to be true. It's not going to take our place, but it's going to make us much more efficient to be able to do our job even better. I heard Jeremy Tang from Shark. He said, "Hey, it's garbage in, garbage out." And what he was saying was, is you get out of AI what you put into it. If you don't put anything of value into it, you're not going to get anything out of it, right? So I used to fear AI, but now I think of it as my assistant, my best friend, my assistant. So the manual trading versus automation is really what we're going to be discussing, and the advantages of this AI technology. Whenever we talk about automation, it's always important to address the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room are the bots that we've purchased in the past that just didn't work, okay? And it's important to understand why it didn't work. You see, we've narrowed it down to two things that we believe are going to create trading success. Number one, we need software that can automatically get us in and out. If we've blown account time and time again with discretionary trading, the very definition of insanity is to continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. So we need to find a new route. What is that new route? That new route is this automation that's leveraged by artificial intelligence. What is the game changer? The game changer is this technology is going to switch dynamically to a bot that is custom fit to achieve optimized results in today's trading environment. It will dynamically change bots to form fit today's trading environment, whether it be a trending day, a choppy day, a day that's built for mean reversions or reversals. It's going to recognize the trading environment, and it's going to trade your account on the bot that's executing the perfect trigger and trade management parameters that has found the ebb and flow of today's market to get you to your profit target. And that's what it's all about. We call it the winner's circle. We want to get to our daily profit target before reaching our loss limit, right? So the benefits from using this AI technology, all of the decisions are made for us. This system is I'm going to bring over in just a second. I really like to show it in real time so you could see what I'm talking about. And I'm going to start in just a second by pulling over our Claude AI dashboard. And we'll go through these benefits of using the AI auto trader as we keep moving. I know it's been a long day. I respect your time, and let's get rolling. I've got some really great stuff to show you. This is really the command center of our AI auto trader. It continuously analyzes market conditions, it evaluates strategy performance, and it helps identify which bots are performing the best in today's trading environment. Today. I always emphasize today. You see, our biggest problem in the past was believing that the same bot would be able to perform well every day. That is the big lie, okay? That's what you would call the holy grail. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. We have to be able to transition from bot to bot to bot based on today's trading environment in order to get to our profit goal each day. And that's the thesis. That's this presentation is all about. So our command center is this Claude AI dashboard. It provides a closed loop system between your NinjaTrader 8 and Claude AI. Okay, let's face it, NinjaTrader is a powerful platform, but it ain't easy. God, it ain't easy. God sure knows. How many times have we struggled in a fast-moving market to make an adjustment or to fix something on our platform, only to watch that move pass us by? I can't tell you how many times this happened to me, and I've been using Ninja for 15 years. So let's keep moving. The next tab on my control center here is what we call our best bots. The best bot technology, what it consists of, one of the biggest challenges traders face isn't having a winning strategy in their portfolio. It's being able to pick which one is going to be the winner. When we deliver these bots, we deliver you a diversified portfolio of strategies that are designed to do well in a variety of different trading environments, right? Without this best bot technology, if you had to pick each day which one was going to be the winner, it would almost be like rolling the dice, like going to a horse race and having to handicap the winner. It's very difficult to pick a winner. What this Claude does, this Claude AI, is it's going to pick, based on the current trading environment, the bot that has the highest likelihood to get you to your profit target. You see, the trading environment we already established is constantly changing. And I'm going to bring up my control center just to show you under the hood. I always like to show, without getting too techie, of what's under the hood of these bots. The bots have 4 different triggers. They have signal A, signal B, signal C, and signal D. And we have our bots will each execute their own trigger. There's some days that the market is going to favor a trend following system. There's other days that it might favor a scalping strategy. Some environments are good for reversals or mean reversions. Others, are going to favor just a choppy, miserable market that's in a narrow range, and it's going to capture the moves from the bottom of the range to the top of the range. So each one of what this best bot technology is going to do is it's going to recognize which bot using which trigger has found the ebb and flow for today's trading environment, and it's going to automatically trade that bot in what we call our best bot, the best bot. So it removes all of the guesswork. This is a good example here of the ES best bot. With this closed loop system, I can easily, if I'm trading a PA account, if I don't want to trade the mini, I can go right to a micro. And that's what I do when I'm on YouTube. We're very transparent, and we trade this system every day on YouTube. But what I normally do if I'm trading my PA account and I want to, my risk tolerance is a little bit lower or higher, so to speak, I would switch my instrument right to the MES, and I can apply it right through this closed loop system, and it will push it right through my strategy. I can modify the number of contracts I want to trade. I can change my profit, my daily profit goal, or my daily loss limit, which once one of the 2 of those values are met, the bot will discontinue trading, okay? And it will push it right into my NinjaTrader 8 control center. So there's no more fumbling and bumbling over which bot or which account. If I want to put it in my prop account, I could change it right here, or my live account. With the click of a mouse, I can change it and put it in any account that I want to put it in. This one was in the ES Best Bot. And it makes it extremely user-friendly. So the best bot is going to decide which bot to trade based on today's performance. Now, what we've added to the system that we're really excited about is what we call our Claude Optimizer. With the power of artificial intelligence, one of the biggest strengths of artificial intelligence is having the ability to crunch an enormous amount of data and give you mathematically and statistically an answer that is flawless. That would take you or I, with a piece of paper and a pen, 2 years to figure out the answer. This can spit out the answer in real time and push it right into your NinjaTrader 8 control center. You see, what this Claude Optimizer does is you simply tell the AI how much you're willing to risk on a single trade. Everybody's risk tolerance and their size of their trading account is unique. Everybody's style of trading is unique. So what this Claude Optimizer does is it removes that cookie cutter, one size fits all, train of thought, and it customizes this bot for you, for your account size, for your risk tolerance, and for your style of trading. You're going to put in exactly how much you want to risk on each trade and what your daily loss limit is. And what it's going to do is it's going to evaluate the available strategies. It's going to recommend the bot. It's going to instantly build the bot. Get this. It instantly builds what we call the Claude bot that fits your risk parameters while identifying the strongest statistical opportunity based on historical performance. It's almost like having a professional quantitative analyst working for you before the market even opens, okay? You're going to have a bot called the Claude bot for the ES, the NQ, and whichever other instruments that we add onto it that's going to be retrofitted to your risk tolerance and your style of trading, okay? With the click of a mouse, you could push it straight in to your NinjaTrader 8 control center, and it will trade a Claude optimized bot in any account that you want it to. This is technology that's going to help even the playing field in this ever-changing, lightning-fast trading environment. Another tab I wanted to briefly highlight is the strategy settings. The strategy settings, we heard from our members, listen, we want to be able to, with the click of a mouse, only take long trades or only take short trades. Or if there's a red folder report coming out, we want to hit the pause button. Some of our best ideas come from our members. And in our Discord chat, we have a channel where our members give us the ideas and we put them to life. What can I say? That's where most of our best ideas come from. But with the click of a mouse, I can go into any one of my strategies. I could change the account that it's trading in. I could trade it from the ES to the micro or to gold or to whatever instrument I want to trade. I can change my daily profit goal, my daily loss limit based on my account size. I can change the number of contracts I'm trading. If it's very volatile, and I want to change the leapfrog, which I'm going to show you a video right now of the leapfrog trade technology, trade management, I can instantly load it into my parameters of my strategy. You know, I always show this as an example. And the next day I said, what did I do? Let me go back. Okay, good. Doesn't appear to have changed. Excellent. So it will, with the click of a mouse, give you the ability to make adjustments, change your account, change the number of contracts you're trading, change whatever you want with the click of a mouse. Okay, so it's taken that NinjaTrader 8 stumbling block and it's made it extremely user friendly. 90% of learning how to trade this system, I kid you not, is just knowing the basics of NinjaTrader. With the use of this dashboard, it's shortened the learning curve exponentially. Exponentially. All of our new members, that's always the stumbling block. Let me tell you, I've been here a long time. It's always NinjaTrader. How do I do this? How do I do that? This dashboard removes the long, drawn-out learning curve of NinjaTrader. Then we have the trading calendar. You can break down each one of the bots and kind of like a trading journal. This shows you in July, the ES Moneymaker is up an enormous amount of money. It's up $5,000. And you can break down in journal each day of the week how much each one of the bots in your portfolio has made. A lot of our members really like this journal. We're learning. Where we're headed with this is something very exciting. We're going to have additional endpoints that we're going to have an API that will be able to use with the use of that agentic workflow. It's going to be able to scrape websites and learn earnings reports, economic news reports, geopolitical events, and Claude AI is going to be able to make context-aware use context-aware logic to make and optimize the inputs in our strategies. Okay, this is how we're keeping up technologically with where this trading environment is headed. We want to provide our members with an edge. We're going to be able to know the JOLTS reports, the GDP, all of these major economic news reports as they're released. We will know whether it's a beat or a miss, which bot, which trigger from a machine learning algorithm is the one to trade and which direction to trade it in. Okay? This is giving us an edge. How many times have you seen one of these economic news reports go off and you see the charts go haywire? Well, those are these algos that are getting in and out by learning the reports. And, you know, before we can even know what the report was, they're on the golf course and they've taken our money. Well, we're going to even the playing field now with this technology. This Claude AI with the bionic best bots that's going to auto-select the most profitable bot, along with our Claude AI optimizer that's going to custom fit the parameters to your style and your account size. It will automatically conform to the rules that the prop firm makes us adhere to. So I want to show you a video. I know you're tired and it's been a long day, but I want to show you, and then I'm going to go to my special offer. My second video, let me see if I can come back here, is going to show you trade management. And it's a very short video, but it ties directly in to performance because this is the secret sauce. I kid you not. This is the secret sauce. This trade here is going to highlight what we call our leapfrog trade management. Let me just back up just for a second. The trade starts off with very little risk on it. maybe 60 ticks on the NASDAQ. We're risking 300, but we have something very special. It's called the leapfrog trade management. It's not just your everyday trailing stop, okay? What this does is not only does your stop continue to trail the trade, but your profit target is going to continue to leap forward. Price will never catch my profit target on this trade. So this trade here, starting out with 60 ticks of risk, watch what happens here. I'm going to squeeze my chart, and it's going to show you it made $1,200 on that entry. You could see it took a signal C, which is a pullback and go, caught the meat of the move. The market retraces and lightning fast goes right back in another signal C and makes another $400 in a very fast retracement. And that bot now is up $3,300 on that trading session. So the thing that hurts us as futures traders the most is by cutting our winners short, right? Well, I'm the big listen. If you've ever seen me trade, I'm happen to be a terrible trader. I cut my winners short. You know, I'm telling you, it just irks me to no end to close a trade. I did it just this week, and watch it continue to go. I'll close the trade, not even bringing my stop up and letting it, mature. Just close the trade to take the profits because I don't want to give the profits back, only to watch the trade go a country mile. And I'm on the sideline with my tail between my legs, sick that I closed my position. So what hurts us as futures traders is our losers become larger than our winners. One of the most common questions I get asked on the phones here at Right Line Trading is they call and hey, you're AI auto trader. What is the win rate? What is the win rate? Well, that's a reasonable question. I would probably ask the same thing if I hadn't been working here for so many years. But let me say this, the win rate, when I tell them the win rate is around 60 or 65%, they scoff at me. They scoff. They say, oh, that's not that great. But the important thing to realize is what is your risk to reward? How big are your winners compared to your losers? Then knowing the winning percentage is a lot more valuable information. So the secret sauce here with this leapfrog trade management is giving the ability of our winners to run, making our winning trades larger than our losing trades. Our bots let me tell you something, on the E-mini have just been crushing it. These, I'm just going to showcase the best bots that we've had over the course of the last few months. The ES Profit Seeker. It's important to know this is trading one contract, one E-mini after commissions. This is not a back test. This is not through a strategy analyzer. These were actual trades executed on a live market. Okay, $5,600 from May 1st to June 15th. Beautiful equity curve, very little drawdown. The ES Moneymaker. Speak of the ES Moneymaker, I'm going to show you what it's done lately. I always say, hey, when you show me something from May and June, what have you done for me lately, right? What did you do today? Well, the Moneymaker from May to June was up over $5,300 with very little drawdown. Let me show you what it's done for me lately. What has it done for me lately? In the month of July, which my slide doesn't cover, this Moneymaker has caught on fire. On fire. July 1st to July 16th. I kid you not. This isn't a smoke and mirror show. This bot is up over $5,000, trading one E-mini after commissions. The max drawdown was $1,684. This would have passed your evaluation and gotten you to a payout in the month of July. Okay? No kidding. Incredible. 80% win rate. That's full automation. So the ES Moneymaker is on fire. The best bot, that best bot technology that I was talking about, I just traded it on YouTube this week, and we do it every day. On 3 micros, the best bot from May to June was up $2,700. Beautiful equity curve, very little drawdown. Our ES bots are, the safest bots to trade. The NQ are the funnest, the ES are the safest. The ES Profit Seeker from June 1st to June 30th, over $7,000. It's hard to pick a bad one trading the E-minis. Whether you trade a prop account or a live account, I honestly believe that this tool is going to provide you with a significant edge. And this is Rev Rick. His $7,500 payout is proof. But I want to get to my special offer. And if anybody has any questions, I'm not exactly sure what that question means, Mr. Johnson. Restricted in any region. There's 2 things that you need to trade this system. Okay, you need a broker that's going to support the NinjaTrader 8 platform. If you're going to trade a live money account, Interactive Brokers, NinjaTrader Brokerage. If you're in Canada, there's GFF Global. Those brokers I know for sure do support NinjaTrader 8. And then you have prop firms that support NinjaTrader 8, but you'll have to check with the prop firm which countries they do not allow. I think that's what you're asking me. Restricted regions. On each prop firm's website, they do have an area that shows you the countries that are not allowed. So what I really also, listen, what makes us unique from our competitors, it's important to know, is we're extremely transparent. We trade the system every morning on YouTube. We don't want you to come in head first, never seeing the system, without doing your due diligence, and have this terrible buyer's remorse and regret. Okay, we're not going to let that happen to you. We want you to come in. We want you to see it. We want you to know exactly what to expect. We're going to trade it with you every morning on YouTube. We're going to show you what we're trading in our prop accounts. We're going to hold your hand. We're going to do our best to make sure that you're getting the same results that we are. All right? I think that's only fair. So we trade the system live Monday through Friday on YouTube. In fact, I'm going to invite everybody here today to join me tomorrow. It'll be me on, it's my turn tomorrow. And I'm going to put, I'll show you where to go. You go to our YouTube channel and you go to the live tab and you'll be able to join us. I'm going to invite everybody in. It starts tomorrow at 9:15. Come check these bots out in real time. I think you'll be impressed. Everything that I've mentioned today comes with it. Okay, everything is included. All of the prop trading bots, the best bots, the Claude bots, the one-day passes, you'll have access to everything. So for the full Monty, we have 2 ways to come aboard. We have the annual membership and we have the one-time payment, which is the lifetime membership. Those annual and lifetime memberships comes with the full portfolio of bots, all of the bells and whistles. It's also going to come up with fast white glove installation and setup. A member of our team will log on to your computer and get the system running perfectly. We go to the extremes to make sure, first, that you have the resources. We use a lagometer. We make sure it's running perfectly for you. And we're going to set it up for you. The annual membership is reduced by $500 today. Let me see if Brock is here to put my link in. If not, I'll put it in there myself. Yes, Brock's here. Thank you, Brock. Okay, so the link is in the chat box. And if you would like to come aboard, listen, for a full year for $19.96, I always like to divide it by 12 just to give it a breakdown of what that comes out to per month. If we divide the $19.96 by 12, you're looking at $166 a month. Listen, for $166 a month, to be able to trade the entire year with the technology that I've just described to you, and have a family of traders in our Discord and a community to trade it with live on YouTube every morning for $166, it'll be the best $166 a month you've ever spent. I assure you of that. If you have the means, the best value is going to be the one-time payment. I'm somebody who hates subscriptions. I hate paying interest, and I hate recurring subscriptions. Those are my two pet peeves. We have PayPal as a payment option at checkout. If you do the one-time payment, we're discounting it by $1,000 today. Instead of paying $39.96, it's going to be $29.96. This special offer is not going to end until Sunday. Okay, Sunday. I want you to come and check it out on YouTube. I'm going to show you our YouTube channel in just a second, and you'll know exactly where to log in. So $29.96, that's the lifetime license. That's going to get you the full Monty. Lifetime access. PayPal is an option at checkout. Now, if I don't get to your question because I'm running out of time, and I know Anthony's about to give me the old nudge, please do me a favor. Put your name and your number in the chat box, and I'll be more than happy to give you a call. Let me catch my breath and get a drink of water. And if you leave your name and your number, I will give you a call. If you prefer I call tomorrow, it's been a long day, I'll give you a call tomorrow. Okay? But these are some of the members that are having tremendous success. Janine really stands out in my mind. I like Janine. She's a great woman. Janine told me when she came aboard, my friends have been trading prop accounts for years, a couple of years now. They haven't passed one evaluation yet. They told me that I've never traded futures. I only traded a Forex bot. She says, they tell me I'm crazy to try this, but I'm going to give it a try. Lo and behold, the first one out of the first 4 accounts that she bought within the first 2 weeks that she came aboard, she passed her evaluation. She said, Rory, you're right. She left us a review on TrustPilot, and it's still there today. You can read it. This system is good, Mr. Johnson, regardless of where you are in the country or the world. Simon was in the UK. We have traders in Singapore. We have traders in Australia, New Zealand. This system will trade from any corner of the universe. Spiritually speaking, what really brings me the most satisfaction isn't seeing the success, isn't experiencing the success that I've been experiencing. It's seeing the members. Our members have success. This is new to us. I've been here for 12 years. In the past, we didn't have profitable traders. There were maybe 1 or 2 out of everybody. Now, it's kind of very common. That number that used to be 5% has gone way up. And that's why I love this AI auto trader. Listen, I answer the phones here. It's not fun talking to unhappy people, right? Here's Suzanne. Suzanne is a leader in our community. When you're new, she will take you under your wing if you'd like. Usually free advice isn't normally good advice. Let me tell you, she'll give you the best free advice on this trading system that anybody can ever give you. So you'll be a member of our trading family in our Discord trade community. We've got a special offer that's good for Traders Corner. And I just want to close out. I'm about to hand it over back to Anthony. I know everybody wants to do the I know everybody wants to do the contest, but I want to close with one last thought. Okay. Imagine that you're driving across the country. Okay. You're taking a good old road trip. You're going to throw the kids or the family in the car, and you want to get from one side of the country to the other side of the country. And you have two choices. Number one, you can use a road map, a paper road map. You know the paper road maps. We used to use them before we had a GPS. I always think, how did we do it? I remember my kids, my parents, when I was a kid, we used to drive to Disney World, and they would have a road map, and they'd unfold it, be creased up into a little piece. They'd unfold all the creases, and before you knew it, you couldn't see out the front windshield any longer. So you can either use one of those old-fashioned road maps, or you can use one of those modern GPS systems that our cars, currently have today. Sure, both of them are going to get you there, but one is going to give you a better chance of arriving there more efficiently. A modern GPS system is going to update your route based on traffic, on construction. If there's an accident a few miles ahead, it's going to give you critical route changes that are going to save you hours. It's going to ensure that you don't get off at the wrong exit. It's going to save a ton of time and effort. Well, listen, the technology that we're discussing today is very similar in comparison to using a paper road map to a GPS system. The way the markets are moving today, lightning fast. Listen, the traders that are going to leverage this advanced technology are going to have a significant advantage in the years ahead. So please come join me tomorrow. Keep an open mind. Take a look at what we have. And I think I will make a believer out of you. I think that this AI Claude will make a believer out of you. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. Anthony, again, thank you so much. God bless. I really appreciate the opportunity, and I love Traders Corner. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Rory. We really appreciate it as well. What a fantastic way to conclude today's event. Artificial intelligence is clearly becoming an important part of the future of trading, and your presentation gave us an exciting look at what's possible. Thank you for your valuable information and for your generous offer. Rory's placed the special offer in the chat, so make sure you check it out. And now it's time for a giveaway. Thanks again to PropShopTrader for sponsoring today's $100,000 prop account giveaway. We're going to randomly select 4 winners, and each will receive a free $25,000 sprint evaluation account. So let me share my screen, and I'll show you guys, the random number generator. Okay, so I'm using a Chromebook, so now I'm using Sheets today, so I had to remake it again. Sorry, guys. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to roll one time because it's really strenuous, I guess, on my machine to use this because I'm using a Chromebook today. So I'm going to roll one time, and these will be our winners in here, this area here. And so let's get started, and these will be our winners. In case by chance we get an error message, which we shouldn't, or a repeat of an individual or something like that, I'll just black out the area and we'll keep rolling until we get it correct. All right, ready? Let's go. It's thinking. Great. All right, we got Greg, Rodney, Eric, and Tufan. So those are our winners. Congratulations. Congratulations. Let me stop sharing my screen. All right. So those are our winners. So congratulations to our winners today. On behalf of Traders Corner, on behalf to everyone at Traders Corner, thank you for spending your day with us. We hope today's presentations have given you new ideas, greater confidence, and practical strategies to help you pass evaluations, maximize payouts, and prosper as a prop trader. I think we had a theme today with technology, so I think we see how everything is moving. Thank you to all of our outstanding presenters for sharing their expertise, and thank you to PropShopTrader for sponsoring today's giveaway. Also, another thing I think we learned was someone had mentioned that 90% of traders are now using prop accounts. So, you know, I guess this is a good place for all of us to learn, and since we're focused on prop accounts as well. So continue to learn and get better at the prop accounts. And for those who won today, great. For those who did not win, keep trying. We'll see you next time. We appreciate you being a part of the Traders Corner community, and we look forward to seeing you again at our next Traders Corner special event. Have a wonderful evening, everyone, and happy trading.